Coming up in the LCS preview show, we talk rotating rosters, clock-busting games, and take you for a trip into Fantasyland where we will tickle your fantasy points. Don't touch anything. The LCS preview show starts right now.
There is Frogger going in, but Frogger will be hunted down. Silver down towards Tam. This is surely the game for Rockat.
Going for a kill. Oh, what an amazing play. Kiwi can roam down from the top lane. Well set by Dignitas.
Just keep chasing him. Check for our double.
And just like that, Fnatic turn it on. They're going to go on another win streak.
Oh, there they go for it. Oh my God, they are trying to get this down. Robert going for the shots. They win the game by going in through the front door. Over 80 minutes. Complexity takes down Curse.
Welcome to the LCS preview show. I'm Remington Bism III, and it's good to have you back. Because in an alternate universe, that Complexity versus Curse match is still going on.
Just think of those sweet fantasy points the teams are racking up. I'm Joshua Jatt Leesman, and in this reality, the game did actually come to an end, and we're here to highlight that match along with the rest of the action in the LCS from Week 8.
That's right, and to kick things off, let's jet across the world to Cologne, Germany, and the European LCS. After 2 days and 8 games, there was plenty of intense fighting in the lanes to choose from, and we'll start with the super hot crew versus Fnatic. Coming from this highlight, we start off just about 4 minutes and 15 seconds in. It didn't take too much time for these guys to get things started.
Speaking of being super hot, Fnatic was on a 4-game winning streak coming into this one, and they did not slow down right off the bat, so as breaking out the top lane Gragas and destroying that Mundo early on.
And just when Super Hot Crew thought they could get themselves back in the game, Fnatic makes it look tough.
Yeah, it's kind of the old classic Fnatic when they're at their best. Enemies have to take bigger risks, so when they do get a kill, Fnatic is able to punish.
And play after play, we'll see more of Yellow Star's Thresh later, but here's just one to initiate what would be the win coming in for Fnatic.
Look at that, 12 kills to 2. They're up 16,000 gold. Hook after hook from Yellow Star. Just classic Thresh play from him.
Very dominating game. This win put Fnatic at 12-7 as they start move up the ranks. And they're looking for that first place, as they always do at the end of the split.
A lot better than 7-7, that's for sure.
Up next, Millenium look to continue Alliance's losing streak. Figure that, you can go and say it. Well, Alliance hope to pick up a win here.
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat here, Wicked in the top lane, he was just trying to lane, minding his own business, but Kerp had other ideas.
Yeah, it took him 14 minutes, but they started to feed the fish very well, and it only became harder for Alliance after that.
Yeah, and Millenium plays pretty slow games. This is 52 minutes in, but the thing to watch here is Kerp, the guardian angel there on Fizz. Watch when he comes up. He ends this fight.
Instantly making the moves, playful and trickstery, if you will.
You could say that a few times. 20 kills after that fight, and man, they dragged that win out over Alliance. Alliance on a big slide.
Yeah, coming out of that one at 10-9, but on the flip side of the coin, now a 9-10 Rockat versus that sliding Alliance.
Yeah, and right here, this was just not a smart dragon play by Alliance. Shook got way too low, and Rockat was able to collapse on them and pick up a ton of kills.
Yeah, they are able to get so many from this. The social media was all over this game. Fans seeing their team slip. Alliance really not looking as good as they did in the beginning of the season.
No, monstrous lead here for Rockat, but then at one point we did end up seeing Alliance with a bit of a comeback. They just kept dying and dying and dying. This Baron play by Rockat, though, they made a mistake, and Alliance was able to capitalize. Watch Frog, and it's off the screen, but he kills both of Rockat's carries.
It's exactly what the all-star player really leads himself to keep doing in all of these games. He is a key component for Alliance to keep the wins coming, and this 4-0 that they do pick up on Rockat at Baron, but Rockat would not give up after this.
Yeah, it was a minor setback because we have to remember what a absolutely gargantuan lead Rockat had coming into this, and the farm didn't go away when they died a few times. So this time Froggen doesn't get the perfect Yasuo ultimate, and no one touched Celiver, so he goes a little bit off.
Yeah, when you leave Illusion free to play, especially Celiver, he's going to have a fine day. Picking up a nice triple kill for himself here. That's the ace on Alliance, and that's another win coming in against Alliance. 10-10 for Rockat. Huge plays there. 12-7 Fnatic versus an 11-8 SK. Two teams at the top. Fnatic's having a better ride, though, right now.
SK is the consistent team. Fnatic is the team that potentially has the higher ceiling. At least that's what all Fnatic fans like to think. Big four-man dive at the start of the game there to get things started.
There's been a lot of big Gragas play that's changed games, so Fnatic did not want that to happen. And I said it before, there's the Thresh again from Yellowstar, creating opportunities for Fnatic.
Yeah, and really this was a pretty sweet reckless play, all thanks to the start from Yellowstar getting him over the wall.
Yep.
But once he was unleashed and there was no real coordination to take him down, that Vayne still does some pretty big damage.
It's been a while since we've seen the Vayne, but she still brings that late game pain. So with Week 8 in the books for Europe, here's where the teams stand now. Even though Alliance is in free fall with a 4-game losing streak, they remain on top at 14-6. But Fnatic has decided to do that thing they do, where they turn things around at the last minute and win the split. So they are right behind Alliance in second at 13-7. And they are followed closely by a 2-way tie for third, where it has SK Gaming and the Super Hot crew tied up at 11-9. Now for a look at this week's roster rotations in the European LCS, let's head over to the man with the hair that never quits. How you doing, Quick Shot?
I'm great, Riv, and I really like your choice of shirt today. Looking dapper, my friend.
You're looking good indeed. So you have new players coming in this week. Who's making the changes?
Yeah, it's no real surprise. It's the bottom 2 teams, Riv. They've made the changes. Let's start with Gambit. Last week, they replaced both Diamond and Darien with Lulix and Cubon, respectively. And during the Gambit Analyst AMA earlier this week, their analyst was saying that they were looking forward to having Cubon back, but there was no mention of Lulix. Shortly after that AMA, it was confirmed that Diamond would, in fact, be returning in what is arguably one of the shortest substitutions in LCS history. For the Copenhagen Wolves, they started the split with 2 brand new players, and they're making 2 more substitutions for this week. Both Airwax and Countard have been replaced by Broken Shard and Soren, respectively. Broken Shard, of course, coming from Complexity in North America, and Soren, who'll be filling in for Countard. Countard made it clear that he needed to step back, he needed to take a break. We'll see how we can fill in Countard's shoes. There's only 3 weeks left before the end of the split. It's not impossible for these teams to make playoffs, but it is very unlikely. So the more realistic assumption is that these teams are looking for a strong promotion tournament team. If you think back to the spring split where Millenium were in the same position, they made the substitute of Aranea to Cottonex, and the team got stronger and stronger. They made strong sides in the summer split. Maybe Gambit and Wolves are looking to do the same.
And we'd also like to revisit our own mid-season report card from 2 weeks ago now. Here's what you said just before the Super Week in Week 7. 1, Fnatic was a big disappointment. Rockat was bad. Millenium was a pleasant surprise. And you named Tabs as the mid-season MVP. So let's do a report on your report card, starting with the Fnatic changes.
All right, so I stand by my original point. At the start of the split, Fnatic was a disappointment. I think more specifically, I did say that Fnatic were an inconsistent team, and they're consistently proving that they're an inconsistent team. To make more sense of that, if you look at their first 6 weeks of gameplay, they had a 50-50 win-loss ratio. They started Super Week losing 2 games, then winning 2 games, and every week after that, they won a game and they lost a game. So you never really knew which team was going to show up. But when the right version of the team did show up, they would dominate their opponents. And when their mirror universe selves would show up, well, we'd see things like that disastrous base race against Alliance. But ever since our Week 7 report card, from the time I said I was disappointed, Fnatic have not lost a single game. Pekka himself has said that drawing nearer to playoffs, the team has just got some new energy and some new focus. And it feels like Fnatic feels the pressure of playoffs, and they smell the allure of Worlds. And with that in mind, they've really taken their game to the next level.
All right, next up, let's talk about Rockat. You also called them a bit of a disappointment in our report card. Ouch.
Yeah, a bit of negativity. At that point, they were indeed a disappointment. They were the 3rd place team from the Spring Split playoffs. They were underperforming in the Summer Split, and they look lost. Right now, they have a 5-game winning streak. They have won 9 out of their last 12 games. And in the second half of the split, Rockat have just found life. I think it has to do with Veggie, their coach, living with them. He's back in the house. He's helping the team feel more prepared. He's finding the confidence in the players that they had lost between spring and summer. And Rockat are definitely on the upward trend.
And moving on in that report card, you also said that Millenium was a pleasant surprise. Has that changed?
It has changed, and I'm surprised they've not grown more as a team. They still rely heavily on one style of play, and it doesn't always work. If Millenium don't get kills, they don't get objectives. It is that simple. And the team is looking stronger, of course, than they were in spring, and they are in the running for a playoff position. But I wonder how far their reliance on their individual players and their importance on finding those kills, how far can it really carry them?
All right, and finally, let's take a look at Tabs, who you called the midseason MVP. Unfortunately, he's really struggled since then.
Yeah, he has struggled, but the whole team of Alliance has, I'm afraid. We've seen his KDA plummet. It was 6.3 in the first 3 weeks, down to 2.29 in week 8. To better quantify the drop, he gave up 19 deaths in his first 16 games. And in his last 4 matches, he has died 15 times. It is poor positioning. It is over-aggressive play. It's not having a front line from the rest of Alliance that are all contributing factors. Now, I am being a little overly harsh because I feel 4 bad games out of the whole split of 28 does not remove you from the running of the MVP title. So there is time for Tabs to get back to his pre-slump performances along with the rest of the team.
All right, thanks for the roster information and the updated grades, Professor Henry. We'll see you a bit later today. So Tabs underperforming highlights the issues that Alliance has been having, and they are showing all the signs of a team in triage. To find out if they can stop the bleeding, we're going to bring in Shox, who has been speaking with the players. Welcome back, Shox. Great to have you.
Always a pleasure, Riv.
So Alliance was well on their way to a record-setting season, but ever since losing a match to the Copenhagen Wolves during the last Super Week, the team has been flatlining. What have the players been saying?
Well, Riv, I decided to talk to the 2 guys that have played together the longest, Froggen and Wicked. About the current losses, Wicked says they didn't affect the team morale because they realized they lost due to them being in a slump, and that means they need to focus on getting back into shape. But the team wants to remain on top. Wicked says, and I quote, "Everyone on the team is very talented mechanically, so we're focusing on teamwork and mindsets. It's important to us that everyone is positive and focuses on the now and not on the past."
So how do they feel about Fnatic threatening their first place position now? And what are they planning to do for the rest of the split?
Well, when it comes to Fnatic, Wicked states the meta fits that team perfectly, and they were faster at adjusting to it in a short term. But now that Alliance has adjusted as well, he doesn't think that Fnatic has the edge over them anymore. Froggen agrees that Fnatic's strength is meta-related, saying, with the way European teams play, they might have the edge in the current patch just because kills are rewarded more than they were earlier in the split. As far as the rest of the season goes, Alliance is not worried. Wicked said, "Worlds is something I haven't thought about too much yet because it doesn't matter until we qualify, and I don't want to waste time on focusing on something I don't have to." Froggen is a bit less descriptive and simply said, "Even though we're on a 2-game losing streak, we are still number 1, and that is what matters. I don't want to comment on Worlds until we actually qualify." And I'm still quoting Froggen here, no Jinxerino.
All right, Shox, thanks for heading up Alliance and getting their take on the second half of their slump, or summer slump. The European teams will have a chance to change those standings right after the preview show concludes. Week 9 will begin with the Super Hot Crew taking on Rockat as both teams hope to climb the ranks. And on Friday, the Copenhagen Wolves will try to pull themselves out of the relegation zone as they face SK Gaming, and the day will conclude with Gambit trying to do the same against Fnatic. So now let's trip the light fantastic and check in on the studs, duds, and thuds from the Fantasy LCS with Jack.
Thanks, Raven. With 8 weeks of Fantasy LCS, we've seen some surprises, like the entire roster that went from a dud to a stud last week. First up, it is Rockat. If we look at Selliver and Vander, these guys both stepped up substantially. Vander saw 250 more points than he was estimated to have, and Millenium's top laner Kevin had the most fantasy points for a player in Week 8, which is incredible coming from a top laner. But as you have studs, you also have to make some room for the duds, and this European lineup of SK Gaming was awful last week. 3 points for N-rated, 5.9 for Svenskeren, and 8 points for SK Gaming as a whole. And you think it was just Europe that had a bad fantasy performance? Not really so. North America had their SK Gaming impersonators last week as well. Unfortunately, it was Dignitas. 3.2 points for Kiwi Kid, 6.7 for Crumbs, and a dismal 10 points for the overall team score. Definitely didn't want to have Dignitas players on your team last week. But let's look forward to this next week and check out a couple sleepers. Kevin, sure, he was the top scoring player last week, but he's playing SK Gaming and Rockat, 2 probably very long games, which does mean a large chunk of fantasy points. Selliver as well looks to continue his hot streak. Look at the teams he's playing against. He should be successful. And also Altec, he has a 5.8 KDA against CLG and Dignitas. And as far as sleepers are concerned, he's only being started in 14% of the league, so get on it. But we also have to talk about fantasy alerts for the next week. Airwalks, is benched, if you missed it. Coutard is also taking some time off. They do not get any points. Players who don't play can't earn fantasy points. It's science. Diamond is also back in the lineup, but he wasn't performing before he came in, or before he was benched. So when he comes back, there's no guarantee he'll be doing well. And Darian is still benched, but being started in 30% of leagues out there. So even though feeding to win was a strategy for him, that only gives you points if he's playing. He's on the bench. And remember, last week I told you that Curse would be a good sleeper pick. And if you remember, we had a little wager between myself and the stat master Claky D about how Curse would perform. So we turned to you on Twitter to see who was right. So, who won? Well, here are those of you who supported my choice. Thank you for all of those, and clearly it's not even a contest. We were talking about fantasy points. Every one of their players went above and beyond and pulled in nearly 50 points more than their estimated total. Thank you to all those tweets. It's very clear that this is...
All right, I'm breaking in here. When I said Curse would get crushed, that's what I meant. And when the team did get crushed, here are the tweets I received to back me up. I'd like to thank all of you for supporting me, especially my #1 fan, Rivington Bisley III, and American Parrot.
It's a good list of names you got there. It's a really, really long video you made.
That's besides the point, Jat. They lost both of their games, had low KDAs, and didn't even hit their estimated fantasy total as a team. The only reason they pulled in those player points was because they played the equivalent of 4 matches, which was an anomaly. So unless you replaced every single person on your fantasy roster with a member of Curse, which would be crazy, you wouldn't have reaped the benefits.
I mean, you call it crazy. I had 4 Curse members playing against you, and I beat you by like 100 points.
But the bet was whether Curse would crush or be crushed.
Yeah, in fantasy points.
You're a fantasy point.
Whoa, all right, gentlemen, hold up here. Okay, so I'm gonna step in. Technically, Jat was right. We're gonna give you that right now.
All
Securing his spot as our fantasy guru, yes, that happened. But it is up for debate among the staff, and we want you to help decide. So in the end, turn your tweets once again to @LOL Esports, and if you think Jat nailed it, tweet, Jat is right. And if you think Clark had his stats ruled and he won the challenge, tweet, Claky D was right. And whoever gets the majority of your support will have the pleasure of making their rival wear one of these fashionable and lovely t-shirts on the next week's show. So tweet now and tweet often, and we'll see who struts away with the new look on next week's show. So now let's set aside our differences and hit /all on your keyboards. Listen in as the players reveal their innermost selves to us. Yeah. It's time for all chat.
Sarah.
Yo.
I love you.
Thank you.
Wow. No love back.
Get rejected, son.
Can we all be pyramids for today? I feel like we don't win because we don't have matching icons.
Yeah.
We go. Lulu. Finish. I cleaver in a second.
Give me the
Lulu's cleaver. Yeah. Give me the penta. No. Stop. Nice. I have J. Wicked. No!
Finish. Can we end?
We can.
I can join you soon. Okay. Who's gonna defend this? Kog'Maw without flash?
All we have to do is play the map and then map the plays.
That's actually correct.
Don't overcommit on kills. Objectives over kills.
Yeah, I don't have ult, so be careful. Don't fight. We're going for just objectives. No fights.
Need to be a lot more coordinated.
Yeah.
But can we Nesher then?
No.
Don't get excited. Way too early.
Don't get too excited. Can we go for base race?
No, we lose.
So what? We lose anyway. We have to try. Maybe they will panic.
No.
Yes.
Keep him busy. Right cog.
I'm going.
Right cog. Go for the in. Keep Robert alive. Everyone off Robert. Someone get in front of Dom.
Yeah.
Oh my god, hit base.
I'm hitting it.
Everyone hit base. Just hit base. Ignore next special.
Me and Polly, we wrote a song.
I heard. You don't have to tell me.
Don't be front sun, no seeds on the bun. We be up in this drive-through. Order for 2. I got a craving for a number 9 like my shoe.
Maybe I should go into voice acting and then cosplaying.
There's no way you think Cyanid's sister is hotter than mine.
What about my sister?
Oh, my sister beats your sister, 100%. My sister beats your sister, 100%.
Oh man, I hope they don't put that in the thing.
The sister wars are real. So, all right, last week we only had one new champion kick it into overdrive and power their way into the summer split. But hey, that still counts. So let's take a look at the champion countdown. J-Ree busted out some Blitzcrank when he picked the great Steam Golem and helped Rockat grab a combined 9, 3, and 16 for Millenium's bottom lane as they beat first place Alliance. That brings us to 66 champions picked this summer, with no hope of catching up to the 84 we had in the spring split by week 9, that's for sure. So we were also impressed when those of you out there managed to predict the next champion to be played, and 2 of you out there nailed it. Both Agent that's a name, Agent Ro8 and your mom, yes, your mom, managed to name Blitzcrank as the newest addition to the champ pool in the LCS. But one of you out there also has psychic powers. El Spieltuk was able to not only pick out Blitzcrank, but he also named Millenium's J-Ree as the player who would pick him. That's some pretty impressive stuff. Spiel, you might want to think about moving to New York and opening up a school for gifted youngsters. Just saying. There's still some time for you to turn your powers of mental prowess to the LCS and tell us who you think will be the next champion to make their appearance for the first time this summer. Just tweet your predictions to @LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag LCS Preview as usual. And while you're busy tweeting your choices, let's look back at week 8 and start the highlights off with the 6 and 12 Complexity versus the 8 and 10 Curse. What's going to happen here?
Yeah, surely nothing remarkable. It is just a Complexity versus
that's right.
2 teams near the bottom of the stands. You wouldn't think. That was a nice gank, actually.
That was. The Wombo combo starts things off, so you get your blood going, right? It puts the bar up there, but can we raise the bar?
Dominate started this game so well, but then he's level 18 before he sees the next great gank, 55 minutes in, and Curse actually appears to be making their move.
Oh, then it must be over soon, because this fight just seems like somebody would push to the base. Take it out.
Don't go much longer than 60 minutes.
No, not at all.
Curse gets a lot of kills, and then they've been at it for a while, so they're trying to end the game here because they had been pushed back to their base for quite some time. This, though, is a real dangerous move. That's a big crocodile coming out of the base.
They get a good 2 for 0, do this push down mid, but then it gets a little scary. Curse always wanting too much, kind of falls back into their bad habits.
Yeah, this is such a crazy game. Cop was playing quite well. He had a really nice flash over the wall earlier. Yeah. His fantastic Borrow-Arcane barrages, and he hits the last one with his last bit of mana. You would think that Westeros ended up killing him. No, Cop got away.
No, Cop's Cogbot was godlike at that point, but at 81 minutes, Robert Exley and Bumpidub go mission impossible after the fight starts on the left side of the screen, and they go sneak.
Watching that again, it's remarkable that Bumpidub got out of that alive. Sonya's plus the spell vamp.
I said he was going down.
Ultimate kept him up, and then Robert Exley finds a sneak attack to the Nexus. Oh, you can't hit it anymore. That's because Westeros killed the inhibitor.
In the last moment, the
wow, what a game, wow. It's pretty much what we were saying.
That's what we were saying indeed, with a few other obviously choice words, but a great game coming out there for Complexity to take the win. Our next highlight featured the first of our tiebreaker matches, going for first place, LMQ versus Dig.
Yeah, and LMQ was 0-2 against Dignitas, and not in close games, mind you, coming into this one. But boy, did they look like a team possessed here.
Really great games of what they could do, but it was all about Vasily bringing out that Tristana.
It really was
his main champ.
5-0-4 before this fight, and he took over the game. You often don't see AD carries take over the game like Vasily did here, but he was just all over the place. Fastest game of the North American LCS this year was that victory by LMQ.
It's been something we've been waiting to see from that team, and they're starting to bring it out even more. Up next, we are going to have Dignitas facing off against CLG.
That move.
Another
Think
one of
a
our
little bit
classic
too
games.
close to the wall, not health potting up as much as they needed to, but who expects Thresh to be in that wall?
I would against Dignitas. Kiwikin's roam always coming so early, but you also have to expect Alframu hitting the max range bindings after flashing, also making plays.
A lot of supports wouldn't even think to make that play. Alframu actually pulled
How
it
about
off.
another one?
Right onto Crumbs. And this was CLG just running a train over Dignitas. A bad week for Dignitas, 2 quick losses.
And despite a good start for Dig there, it was just too much on double lift. He came through. Yeah. Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid in our next highlight that we look at. Just a minute and 30 in. That's all it took for them to want to focus down Mundo in the top lane. 4 balls.
Yeah, and TSM is really rewriting the book about their history against Cloud9 this split. They'd pretty much never beaten them aside from one time, and they've already beaten them in the split, plus up 7-1 coming into this fight.
7-1, and Wild Turtle finds that as a window. He puts on the shell, he goes deep, and it looks like it kind of gets chaotic here, but in the end, he looks for 4 and he gets it.
Sneaky got so low, there was nothing to keep Wild Turtle back in this fight. Because of this, actually, Demon ended up beating me in fantasy. He had Wild Turtle.
Ooh, and because of that, TSM still on the rise, and Cloud9 continues to struggle. So as the North American teams continue to jostle and jockey for position at the top of the standings, things remain pretty tight for now. LMQ and CLG remain tied in first, with TSM right behind them in third place.
And Cloud9 and Dig are tied up for fourth, just one game back, as Curse, Complexity, and EG round out the bottom of the table.
And if you were watching the North American LCS last week, then you might have noticed that one of our games was slightly longer than normal, or else you tuned in at different times throughout the day for that match and wondered why we were forcing Complexity and Curse to keep playing against each other in back-to-back games.
Yeah, but it was actually just a single game, and it was the longest game ever. At 1 hour and 20 minutes, it lasted longer than any match in LCS history, and then some. And we all know that long games mean broken records, and here are some of the achievements picked up in that match specifically. Complexity picked up the most gold in a single game with nearly 130,000. Quas also didn't die the entire 80 minutes. Robert X Lee grabbed the most CS in a single match with 709. And while on that farming streak, he also managed to pocket 31.9 thousand gold, the most for a single player in one game. To put that into perspective, he could have actually purchased some ridiculous things. If the game allowed him to, he could have had 8 Trinity Forces, or 29 Zeals, or most importantly, what everyone should have done, 901 health potions and a crystalline flask. That would be quite a party.
And it was definitely a match for the books. And while we can't track this particular stat, it's probably some sort of LCS record as well. After the game, Probably tweeted, "Fun fact, I had to pee at the beginning of Champion Select." Hoping it wasn't a long game. Probably, we salute you and your OP bladder. So we'll see if even more records get broken when the North American LCS picks back up with Week 9 beginning on Saturday. The action begins with Curse facing Team Dignitas, and a victory here will help Curse begin to pull themselves out of the bottom of the table.
And on Sunday, 4 more matches will be heading your way, including a battle for control of first place as LMQ and CLG square off.
And before today's European LCS matches begin in just a few moments, let's pause and remember the big plays from Week 8, or as Prolly's bladder calls it, the Pinta.
Coming in at number 5, it's Voidboy and Owl Dominate with the Stealth Ball Observer System on who else?
Combo off. Oh, they do! Wombo combo indeed. Served up just right. Look at Dominate, he's loving it.
At number 4, Cop can't be stopped as he flashes back in for the double kill and the ace.
Has been able to slice and dice at least 3 times in this fight. It has gone so long. A great job by Kaz. Throws down more. Cop still staying alive. One last shot. A few more for Westrice. The Acathian surprise. If nothing will take him down. The Cop is going to stay alive in the fight.
Big win out here. He flashes over the wall away from Kez. He avoids the CC, and he just runs barely out of range.
And at number 3, it's Kiwi Kid with a huge catch from over the wall.
Kiwi Kid though with the hook. Are they going for a kill?
Whoa! What an amazing play! Kiwi Kid rolls down to the top lane. Well set by Dignitas.
Coming in at number 2, it was Kerps Gragas with the huge play.
So low and Limited fancies it, and he may well get it. Oh, the Sonic Wave! Belly slammed away there. The ultimate comes out from Connex. He's going to take a lot of the golden airwax this time around. Kerp is running for his life, and he may well be able to get away. He goes back aggressive onto Limited, takes him down. The Summoner Heal comes out, and Kerp gets away with it like a big fat lad.
And your number 1 play this week resulted in a big surprise for Cutie Pie from LMQ's Ackerman.
Just
take it out. I just saw that.
And he is getting experience right. Oh, this could be genius. This is
the level.
And he's level 2, so now he can skill up his E to potentially make an escape. But Kiwi doesn't really have a reason to stand in that brush.
He literally has been in with 2 inches the entire time of Cutie Pie in this farming. How much patience do you have? That must be a full keg. I've never seen someone standing still be so interesting.
I've never seen this before. It's incredible.
Oh, he gets it finally! Where did he just come from? Wow! Fat man sprouted out of the brush. What a day.
I've been lucky enough to not run into that in solo queue lately.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be checking that brush. I'm just waiting for 5 people to be waiting there.
Cutie Pie warded it right when he came back. So if you want to relive your favorite moments from today's preview show or catch up on all of the past LCS action in bite-sized chunks, head over to lolesports.com.
Yeah, at the top of each page, you'll find the preview show hub that will take you to a grid of all the past episodes, not unlike Bruce Wayne's creepy surveillance monitors in The Dark Knight.
And soon you'll find this episode there as well. And that does it for this week's preview show. And before our counterparts in Europe take over, let's check out the end of that epic battle between Complexity and Kirch, which shows off why eloquence and command of the English language are 2 skills in every caster's toolkit, and also in today's last hit.
A giant meteor hits the ground. Oh, there they go for it, Robert!
Oh my, Bubba does immediately. He does get the probably also needs to his. Everybody's trying to go for the fast, and if it's you're gonna be on the they could look to do they see they got a Nexus to end the game. This is gonna be a through the door. They are trying to get this Robert going for the he's got a black to stay alive. He still has no actually. A few more. They the game by going in through the door. Over 80. Complexity takes down.
You guys at home, you deserve everybody.
Previously on the European LCS.
There's a shutdown! That's truly the big kill! The Rockat looking for you!
We started to win again, come back to our old shape.
Taking one down, taking two down. This is the Copenhagen Wolves surely taking victory.
We finally secured a tight 7th spot, which to us means everything.
A triple kill is there for Kurt, and they're going to finish the left on the creative.
Millenium just tore through Alliance.
We just have to find the way we used to play and everything will be fine.
And that will be the double kill for Cyanide. And again, Fnatic reading them like a book.
Yes, Fnatic is back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 9 of the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studios in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller, joined by Martin Deficio Lunga, and we're only 3 weeks away from the end of the summer split.
And as the fight for playoff slots starts to really heat up, every single win becomes extremely important. And as the teams jockey for a shot here at the 2014 World Championship.
Indeed. So let's take a look at the current standings then. After Alliance went 0 for 2 again last week, the battle at the top of the table is intensifying, and they're only 1 win ahead of Fnatic, who themselves are just 2 wins ahead of SK Gaming and the Super Hot crew.
Rockat and Millenium are also within touching distance of the top teams, and a couple more wins could put them into the top 3 spots. Meanwhile, the bottom of the table is a 2-horse race with the Copenhagen Wolves overtaking Gambit. Both teams still have a chance of making playoffs.
Yeah, and we have 4 matches coming your way today, of course, starting with the Super Hot crew taking on Rockat and Gambit Gaming versus Alliance.
And Fnatic will take on the Copenhagen Wolves, and SK Gaming will face Millenium, and action will continue after today's LCS matches with the European Challenger Series as Forever Zenzig takes on SK Gaming Prime, love the name by the way. And stay tuned immediately afterwards for a special presentation where the North American casters square off against the brand new and lethal Doombots of Doom. We already beat them.
We already beat the first level.
First level.
The first level. We were actually late for our meeting because we didn't finish it in time, sadly enough. And of course, with the players closing in, guys, here are 5 players that we're going to be keeping a close eye on this week.
So our very first player will be Taps. He used to carry Alliance in the late game team fights, but he's been playing over aggressive in the last 2 weeks. He had 19 total deaths in 16 games, but in the last 4, he died 15 times. There's a lot of deaths here from Taps. He really needs to clear his mind and then once again become the carry Alliance lead.
And Broken Shard will be making a return to Europe to play for the Copenhagen Wolves in the jungle role. Now, for me, this was a pretty surprising move, as I thought Airwax had done pretty well, to be honest, for the Wolves. Broken Shard, however, will need to be on top of his game if he's going to help the team in that relegation battle.
And then we have Svenskan. Things have gone downhill for the normally fantastic jungler. He would carry the early game for SK Gaming in the last split. But here in summer, we haven't seen the same aggression or impact from Zenzig. There's still a few weeks before playoffs, so he has time, and I hope he finds his form again and can carry SK Gaming's early game.
And I'm going to keep it in the jungle because Diamond will be returning to the starting lineup of Gambit this week. His brief absence as Lulex was brought in last week didn't last long, and we'll see if the break has given Diamond that kick he needs to get back to his previous level of form.
And our last player to watch is going to be Yellowstar. It's very hard to decide between Aframu or Yellowstar in terms of best support in the West, but if you look at babysitting your carries with kills, then Yellowstar is currently ahead. He leads both EU and NALCS in assists, but the question is for me, can he really keep up this fantastic performance the last few weeks here in Europe?
Well, form says so. Fnatic on an incredible run right now. And guys, if you'd like to find out more about the players and teams, point your browser to lolesports.com, where you can find stats, recaps, feature articles, videos, and much more.
And while you're there, visit the schedule link so you can vote on today's matches and let us know who you think will win. And you can find out how to get a seat to join us here in the studio, but your chances are quickly vanishing as the summer split will soon come to a close. So just click on tickets at the top of the page for all of the details.
And get your tweets ready, because today we'd like you to tell us which European LCS pro do you think has been the most innovative this split and why?
So we've seen a lot of different picks, different builds. I really like Sassus and his Gragas build last week, where he started building 4 items at once and then just slowly completed them, and he actually ended up winning the game for Rockat on the Gragas. So he could be one of them, also the Mordekaiser, all the picks from Overpower in the past here. But we want to hear what you have to say, guys, so be sure to send your answers to us at LolEsports, along with the hashtag LCS, and we'll check out your responses and highlight some favorites later in the show.
Well, right now it's time for our first match of the day as a super hot crew take on Rockat. The record between these two teams is currently 1-1, and only 1 game separates them in the standings. Now, last week the super hot crew were destroyed by Fnatic, and they beat a shaky Gambit team that was playing with 2 new members. Now, for me, you'd probably expect more from a team currently tied for 3rd place.
I agree. I really want to see Supa Crew become more consistent. At the moment, they're in the middle of the pack together with SK Gaming, Rockat, and Millenium. So 4 teams staying very close to each other. None of them seem to have what it takes to actually break away from the rest. They all keep on losing and winning left and right here. One thing we can say about Supa Hot Crew, they are a young team, and they have a lot of talent here on the roster. We have to say it. Kasinga also as a support has been looking very good lately. He's still fairly new, but he's actually the guy with the 2nd best KDA of supports here in the European LCS. He only played half the games. Doesn't mean it's very impressive.
Gonna need to keep it up here for the Super Hot Crew as we approach those playoffs. Meanwhile, Rockat are on a 5-game winning streak, and while 2 of those wins were against the teams in the bottom of the table, they also had brilliant victories over Alliance and SK Gaming.
And Rockat really stepped up their dragon control in the last few weeks. I mean, if you just look at the numbers, 15 out of 36 dragons was picked up in the last 6 games by Rockat. It's very impressive, and it's good to see them really focus on getting objective gold. The dual lane has been looking better as well for Rockat. Vander last week had 32 KDA, and Selva, he had 34 kills in the last 6 games. So impressive numbers from both the support and AD carry. But we have to mention the Weekgate MVP, Jankos, of course. He's actually been performing like in the spring split. And if you look at his numbers, 2nd highest KDA of junglers in Europe, and he picked up first blood in 10 out of 20 games. So he's doing so much work in the early game for Rockat. And just full on credit to them as a team. Impressive attitude. They looked very down a few weeks ago. They talked about how they didn't perform well enough. They've just been working really hard, and now they look so strong.
Yeah, confident Rockat seems to be a winning Rockat right now. And for this match, Kasing and the rest of the Super Hot Crew will look to punish Jankos' aggressive jungling, while Rockat will try to keep Selfie from leading the charge in the mid lane.
Of all the teams, Rockat are probably the ones who are like on the rise right now.
Well, we have 8-3 in the last 11 matches, so it's very good.
The jungler invades a lot, and sometimes like it's over-aggressive invades. Like sometimes he'll just invade for the sake of it rather than for an objective or something. I think that's kind of reckless sometimes. Like he can actually die from that and then possibly lose like something else just because he wants to invade.
Their best player is Selfie at the moment. I think his mechanical skill is very good, but sometimes, I don't know, maybe he's not thinking too much about the game and he's just dying for no reason.
Rockat sometimes is just throwing the games randomly. Their early game is one of the best in, I think, in EU. But then their mid game is like sloppy.
I think our mid game is really strong. if we get there. But then our late game is also kind of strong, but the problem is sometimes we throw it. So I think they're a pretty similar team to us.
They've shown that they can definitely perform, and since now that they're winning a lot, I feel like they can probably use this momentum to play even better against us.
I think we are in good shape right now, and Super Hot Crew isn't, so we have the edge.
Interesting to hear that Rockat have a sloppy mid-game and Selfie saying, we got a good mid-game. So from that, you'd probably say, focus on the mid-game here.
Also fun to hear how Rockat feels like Selfie sometimes does some dumb things and can throw away a game. And the rest of Super Crew is like, yeah, Rockat as a team, they'll just do stupid things and throw away the game. So we might see some ups and downs here in this game.
Well, we're going to find out here shortly. But first of all, here are the starting lineups. On the blue side is the Super Hot Crew with Mima in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Ralls the AD carry, and Kasing the support.
And on the red side, we have Rockat with Sasus in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower as the mid laner, Selva on AD carry, and Vander on support.
So let's take a look then at your votes from LOLesports.com. With 57% of the vote, you believe Rockat are going to continue their winning streak. One of the closer votes that we've had this split.
Yeah, and they have looked very, very strong lately as a team. I mean, been winning a lot of games, been looking confident. We keep talking about how they were so down, and now they look very happy. Super Hot Crew, I have no idea. For me, Super Hot Crew and Millenium together are like the two most inconsistent teams we have, because they're going to go in, destroy Fnatic or something in one game, then the next game they just do nothing.
Consistency being a problem. I think for a lot of teams, really. I mean, if you look at someone like Alliance, they were consistently winning. True. Now they seem to be consistently losing. So I guess you could argue that their consistency at least is good, since they've won a lot and now are seemingly
we know what to
quite
expect.
a lot as well. We know what to expect. We'll see if that changes today. But we are going to be getting into champion select here. So where's the focus going to be for these two teams?
Well, so Nidalee is actually enabled now. It's been gone for a few weeks after the rework. I don't expect to see it because it's very different. We can talk about it in case they lock it in, but I don't think it's going to be the banned or picked here. Instead, maybe something like Rengar against Super Hot Crew, because we had Rengar jungle from Impaler, and we know Mima can play it too.
Yeah, Yasuo also one that you want to take away. Rockat doing this one. Of course, we did see Selfie playing Yasuo against Gambit last week. Fizz also taken away. Overpower did manage to bring that one out against the Syndra of Jesus in that victory over SK Gaming last week, and he looked very, very scary on it.
Yeah, it was a game where he had teleport, and he didn't do too much early game, but once he picked up a Void Staff, he just killed Freddy in one-on-one, and he carried pretty much the late game for Rockat, and looked very, very good on the Fizz. Picked up a lot of farm early on as well, and I like how the bans have really changed. If you go a few weeks back, we had the same bans pretty much every single game. Like Kassadin, Kale was always, Jax was always banned away. Now, mixing it up, I mean, Fizz, Gragas being banned away here seems really weird if you go a few weeks back. But it simply means patches change, new champions come up here, and Gragas has definitely been a top pick for every region now up in his top lane.
And Twisted Fate, the final ban for Rockat, not wanting Selfie to get his hands on that. Be able to put down some global pressure with that Destiny ultimate. So for the Super Hot Crew then, where does that leave them? In fact, both of these junglers have been playing something a little bit different from the top three tier that we always talk about, the Elise, the Evelynn, and Lee Sin that's banned out this time.
So a lot of teams start to say Rengar is going to be up there with the rest of them. You have other jungle champions like Vi and Jarvan just under them here. There's a lot of jungle options. So with Lee Sin being banned away, you kind of take the top dog, but then you leave a big pile of a lot of still strong champions. I think Elise is up there with Lee Sin as one of the best picks, so wouldn't surprise me to see Rockat take Elise here for Jankos. It's a champion he's played a lot in the past, always does a lot of work on. And if they take Rengar here, it could be to take it away from someone like Impaler.
Well, Mr. R's getting his Lucian there. Don't forget, guys, we are on 4.11 here, so not the new Lucian up until now, but obviously we should be seeing that a little bit later on in the season once that does become available and we move over onto that patch. On the other side then, currently hovering over Rengar, champion which Impaler, of course, did play last week in the game against Gambit.
And build full damage with some cooldown reduction. Assassin Rengar build we have seen, especially very strong if you have a lot of split pushing going on. Nobody actually picking Lulu yet. It's been a top pick for a lot of teams, but seems to be going through the champ select here so far.
See that Evelynn was switched away, or switched to from Rengar before, and also taking the Braum for support role. So Vander gonna get his hands on that, and we were always saying that Vanda, when he was in form, specifically in the spring split, his thresh was absolute king. But last week he showed us once again, playing Braum in the win against Alliance, and also picking up Nami. No, that's a lot. Yeah, it was Nami against SK Gaming with the Lucian in that bottom lane. We'll see, though, how that team develops. For now, the Super Hot crew have, in fact, locked in Orianna pretty quickly there for Selfie.
Been one of the safe mid lane picks for a few weeks because you are so strong in the laning phase. Your mid game, somewhat sloppy, you could say, but as long as you get some good farm early on, you can rush into your Fiends, into your Death Cap, into your Void Staff, and then hit your late game point fairly early and be very, very strong in team fights. And of course, with all the utility you bring, I mean, Shyvana just locked in, put the ball on Shyvana, jump in from for a flank, and you have a perfect setup for an ulti here. So standard picks coming in from Super Hot crew, but very, very strong in team fights already if you look at all their picks.
And Maima we know as a incredibly strong Shyvana player. Played it against Gambit last week as well in their victory week 8. So that's a comfort pick definitely for him on that side.
And they can also go Rengar now with Orianna, with Shyvana. Shyvana flanks around, stealth in from Rengar, give him the ball instead, and you have some insane AoE wombo combo engage you can just try and surprise Rockat with. I mean, Evelynn is going to be a hard one to catch because she want to look for flanks as well, but someone like Braum is going to be standing next to his AD carry anyhow, so he should be able to get at least a few members together and try and wombo combo them down.
So for Rockat then, no Lucian available for Celiver. What will he go for this time around here? Did see last week played the Lucian against SK Gaming and against Alliance, so gonna have to be something different this time around. Deciding to go then for Corki. We'll also see Aatrox being locked in here for the top lane.
So Rockat definitely looking for a strong mid game here with both Aatrox and Corki, both are good laners. Very strong in the mid game point as well. Once you get Blade of the Rune King on Aatrox, you should be able to duel most champions in a one-on-one and look to split push. Late game again, you become basically a tank. Your damage doesn't really do too much, but you are very annoying to deal with because of your passive, because of the Guardian Angel. You're gonna build late game as well. And Corki, just been a standard pick against Lucian because you can deal with him in the laning phase, and because you are so strong in the mid game, will slightly fall off in the late game, but not too bad actually. Corki with Infinity Edge late game is just fine.
So what will the Super Hot crew settle with then? Elise seems like a pretty standard pick here with Evelynn over on the other side with Lee Sin banned away. Or, of course, could go for that Rengar that he did in fact go for last week. Also, the switch over here, last couple of seconds towards Morgana and then back away. So it's going to be Thresh support with Lucian in the lane and Elise jungle for the Super Hot crew.
So Elise jungle, you have Orianna, you have Lucian. Just a very, very strong siege comp here from Super Hot crew where they can group fairly early, start pushing down towers. You have a lot of range, a lot of poke. You have disengage on a lot of the champions too. It's a very, very good setup, and I'm surprised actually Rockat didn't take Elise. I still feel like she's up there with Lee Sin as the top jungler, and she fits really well with something like Corki because you can group early and then you can do the siege with Corki and the poke and the range from Elise. Evelynn is not a champion you siege a tower with. You're actually looking more for picks instead with Evelynn. So I need to see what the mid lane pick is gonna be here for Rockat with so many mid lane bans as well, like Kassadin, Yasuo, Twisted Fate, and of course Fizz being taken away. Lulu could be an option for overpower, but he's not been a champion where he's done well.
No, and we've seen very mixed Lulu performances, I think, especially since the changes, which are a while ago. Xerath, of course, which we did see him play a couple of weeks ago, was actually banned out against Rockat by SK Gaming in their first matchup in the last week. So Overpower going to bring the Xerath to the table once again.
And we've seen FLICKR played as well, once in OGN, where he destroyed people. I believe he went like 9-1 on it and just kept killing people left and right. So good laning phase from Rockat here with you have Corki, of course, Opa in the mid lane, and Xerath here very strong in the lane, or fine in the laning phase, and then his mid late game points become very, very strong. So much poke potential with Corki and Xerath here, and then if you get someone low, you can engage from it. But Super Hot crew's team fight late game is just so scary to deal with, especially because there's some immobile champions on Rockat, where Shyvana can jump towards them with the ball from Orianna as well, and you just have hit one of these, either the Orianna ult or the Shyvana ult, and you should be able to get onto the mobile targets and just kill them instantly. But a lot of poke here, and if the mid game works for Rockat, they might be able to finish the game fairly fast.
Well, guys, with those champions, who do you think has the hedge? The hedge? The edge. That would be better than the hedge. Tweet hashtag SHC win or hashtag RockWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll check out the results in the game itself. Now,
interesting one, middle of the table clash. And the fact is that since Alliance and SK Gaming up there have been having a bit of a rocky time, this, what was a very clear top of the table and mid-table, is starting to merge into one, which makes this game so important.
Yeah, remember the top 2 spots in the league go straight into the semifinals, so don't have to play a quarterfinal there. Gonna be there where basically win 1, best out of 5, and you are at Worlds. So getting a top 2 spot here, if they can manage to knock Alliance down a little bit by keep winning either Rockat or Supa would be a huge deal for these 2 teams.
Well, going to be an important one, like we said. Rockat on a bit of a roll right now, and they seem a little bit unstoppable, to be honest. We'll see, though, if this one changes here, because we're going to get into game. It's the Super Hot Crew versus Rockat, our first matchup of Week 9 in the European LCS. It's a good day to cosplayers Tryndamere, because you get to take your shirt off because it's boiling here in Cologne.
It is very, very hot. We should actually cast topless. No?
I was going to cosplay as Gragas, but security wouldn't let me in.
Well, mid lane matchup here. Normally Orianna is doing really well against pretty much everything in the laning phase. You can always pick up a lot of farm. Once you pick up your Fiends, you can go to the Wraith camp, start picking up some extra farm here. I really want to see what Opa can do against him. And if Rockat is looking for some mid-game fights here with the Corki, with the Aatrox, where they will be very, very strong, and try and get a lead, use it going into the late game, and just start poking down Super Hot Crew so they won't be able to do anything. Because I think it might be an issue here if Yanka spots him.
He's in a lot of trouble. There's the knock-up coming in from Zenzig, completely caught out of this one, and he's gonna go down. First blood coming in after just a minute here for Rockat, and he's overpowering the mid lane that gets the kill. Everyone else picking up an assist. Brilliant start.
Yeah, some very good research here by Rockat, knowing there's a high chance someone is just standing here waiting, and Sassus jumps in, lands the knock-up onto him, and they just collapse and kill him. Here's a good start from Rockat.
Brilliant start. Doesn't really get much better than that, does it? And we can see here the Super Hot Crew now a little bit scared about what they do on this bottom side of the map. A Rockat ward was put down as things went on, and we can see that Impaler and Selfie going to be coming over towards this bottom side of the map. Looks like we will be seeing lane swaps, though, being initiated by the Super Hot Crew.
And remember here in 4.11, you actually get a little bit more gold for your first spot before 2 minutes, so Opa was able to go back and buy boots from it. If you go back to like 4.10 earlier, you would actually only be able to go back, buy a potion, buy a few wards if you wanted to. But now we can actually get boots from the first spot, so even better start for Rockat.
And there is the vote, 56%, and only a 1% change from the vote from LOLesports.com. Now 2%, of course, as that continues to change. And keep tweeting us your thoughts on that one as well, so who you think is going to win this game, to @LOLesports. And right now, top lane, as I said, lane swap coming in. Mr. Ralls and Kasing going to be going up to that top lane against Zaz.
So here, lane swaps as well in 4.11 is a little bit different. The tower does more damage, and you only need 2 shots to get the 75% bonus damage from tower. So diving early on is a lot harder. And also their XP range is actually up to 1400 now, been buffed by 150, which means Mima can stay down this lane and actually get XP from the minions just by staying just around his own tower and moving back and forth like we have seen. Already hit level 2 now. It's a lot harder to zone them away unless you get the wave to push all the way up to your side of the lane, which is what Rockat is trying to do now, but at least Mima can get some XP early, which is the most important thing. You can ignore the gold. In the start, it's all about getting XP.
So we saw there as well in the middle lane, the jungle is starting to get involved. Impaler's actually coming up to this top side. Will they try something here at level 3 or level 2 as the duo lane is? Zaz, I think, taking the wise decision and starting to move away. And whilst you are right there in terms of the tower damage and maybe a lot scarier to be diving at this point, still worth it to collapse on those turrets to force that solo laner away from it and really starve him of the XP. Bottom lane might be a bit more dangerous though, because Evelyn has snuck all the way around the back.
Kasing already recalled. Same for Impaler. They're moving on towards this bottom lane here. In case Rockat goes for the dive, they might try and join in. Mima is already level 3 and running away.
Yeah, I think already got himself to safety, so whether he can get in there, and there's a nice little lantern down by Kasing, and that will stop Mima being in too much trouble. However, Super Hot Crew just trying to push them completely away from this one. There's a flash out to the land on towards Vander, but he's got no aggro from the turret, so whilst it was a good move from Kasing, they didn't really get what they were looking for, but now they've managed to catch Impaler as well. He's going to rappel up in the air. Can he get back towards the turret? Jankos falling decently low. Flash comes in.
TP
Here
coming.
comes the TP down to the bottom lane as well. Jankos is going to go down to Impaler. Impaler gets away. Mima won't though, and now Kasing going to be knocked up in the air. The damage all coming his way.
He's not
got enough. There's the stun. Zenzig gets the kill, and that will be his first, but Rockat's third, and they can even come in towards Impaler. He's trying to hold them away from turret range. TP will come down towards his bottom lane.
What are you doing,
Getting Cocoon has to flash away. Crazy stuff here.
So much action here. They were fighting between the two towers, and then we had the teleport coming down from Sasus. Mr. Rales, of course, in this top lane couldn't join in, so Rockat quickly turned it in their favor and picked up 2 kills. Early on, might go for Dragon now. Wow. Very, very risky. I mean, okay, never mind. Jankos is actually joining in.
Jankos joining in, but Supa could do have vision of this one. We'll see overpower move from middle as well, so full 5-man team at Dragon here for Rockat. But Supa crew are there, and you see a couple of men still level 3 in that one. Could still be very dangerous. Dragon's down to less than half. Zanders not going to go down. He'll get his blood well popped though. Kasing the next focus here for Rockat. Dragon's still up. Zanders is low. That should be the easy target for them. He dives on towards Selfie. He goes down for the double. We're seeing Impaler actually fall in there after getting the kill, but Mima's not done yet. That's a great stun. Can he get on towards Banda? He's got no flash. Can't catch up with him. And the Supa crew bring it back to 4-4.
So much action here early on. Rockat felt confident they could start the Dragon because Jankos returned to join the team with full HP, full mana from the base. But the rest of Supa crew was nearby, stopped the Dragon, killed some members as well, and now pushing into this mid tower to deny as much farm as possible away from overpower. So very good start by Rockat, and then over-aggressive, and Supa crew turned around. And Mr. Rales in the top lane as well, got a very easy tower.
Had that feeling as well when they kind of delayed a little bit around the Dragon, knowing a couple of them were still or already at half HP. The Supa crew, after losing a couple, had gone back to base, come back with full HP men. And, well, since all the summoners were pretty much blown before that fight anyway, not much to escape with. Leaves us at 4-4. Almost, well, not quite 1,000 gold, 500-600 gold for the Supa crew, but looks like they could be going straight back towards Dragon, if not just to check it and take a look.
Look here, with all the kills Supa crew just picked up around the Dragon, everyone went back, bought some wards, pink wards, green wards for a lot of the members here. So they're gonna try and establish a lot of vision control. Mr. Rales just want to get as much farm onto the tower here as possible. I'm not sure of Rockat, but I was a little bit surprised about how short the death timers are here early, because I don't think they expected 4 members from Supa crew after they just killed some of them to be around the Dragon so far and stop them from doing it. They were probably just expecting it. It's going to be an easy one. Supa crew will give it up. We take the Dragon. We go back to our lanes and trade it for the top tower. Nope. End up actually throwing away the entire lead.
Let's have a look down some farm here, because it's been definitely more about farming. In fact, let's just forget that, because they're doing Dragon now here on the Supa crew. We can see that Taylor is the one tanking up the most of that damage there, but should be able to juggle that around, and we'll be able to take the first one of the game here at 7.5 minutes. Manda has to be a little bit careful about this one. I don't think they can really push through, but this game just breaking all of the norms. If you look at the stats from these two teams, early tower kills for them, lots more kills than we used to by 750, and earlier Dragons than their averages as well. So a very action-packed early game.
That's a cool little trick you can do with Elise. If you feel like they don't have any wards, so you know they have no wards, you can just repel from behind the Dragon pit into the Dragon and start it. Really helps as well now with Elise, and you're building Spectral Raves, so you get some early ability power, helps you solo the Dragon here early on. I want to see if Impaler wants to build more magic penetration after his Spectral Raves. It's something we have seen where you go hunting guys and you focus on becoming very, very strong in just small, quick poke fights. And early on, you're so strong in like 1-on-1 to 2-on-2s. You will be squishy for a team fight, but if you find a counter gang, you will do a lot of damage with the early magic penetration build.
See his top lane as well when we talk about who's got the advantage. Mima got a slight level advantage over Zaz. We've just seen him hit level 6. Close to a 10 CS lead as well there for Mima. So things going well on that front for the Supa crew. In middle, they're slightly ahead as well. The 2-0-1 on Selfie is going to help him get to that strength or even stronger point on Orianna.
Another really bad thing about the Dragon for Rockat was the fact they used so much time on waiting around and start the Dragon and then get forced away where they didn't pick up any farm. So Maimer had some extra farm here. Xaxus went straight to the Dragon after the fight, where Maimer went back to lane, picked up the farm, and then joined in afterwards. And of course, Mr. Rales, who was not even in the fight. It was only 4 members from Supa Hot Crew, were just farming the top lane. So he's far ahead now compared to Celaver. Supa Hot Crew can definitely be happy. You see both junglers up in this top lane.
Maimer going to play this one because Impaler is going to be waiting here. We see there the ultimate going to be used and Impaler going to jump out, but it may just be to save him rather than anything else. And we saw that Aatrox went down to less than half HP, Bloodwell back available after it was popped and it was taken down in that earlier fight. But in the end, both junglers there, bit of damage done, but no kills coming out. Celaver will get hooked, but he's too close to the turret for any kill.
Seemed like a little bit of miscommunication from Supa Crew in the top lane. Maimer jumped all the way back to Impaler while he fired the cocoon the other way, so they couldn't actually collapse onto a target. We saw the damage Impaler could do by himself. If Maimer used ult onto Jankos, could have been able to pick up a kill here. But played it safe and just forced them away. And now taking some of the jungle, getting some good deep wards very early on as well.
Nice bit of vision and a 2,000 gold lead for the Supa Hot Crew. Selfie continuing to do the damage and rack up that CS in the mid lane, as we just saw, stealing away Wraith camps as well, which always is going to add to that total as he goes forward. Probably got enough here to at least finish off that Athene's, but no real reason for him to move. He's got 1,800 gold, but with blue buff on and a pretty free time in that mid lane, he's probably just going to stick around and farm it.
It starts already farming the Wraiths. Push out your own lane, go to either the enemy Wraith with your jungler, or go to your own Wraith camp and just pick up as much farm as possible, which we have seen from the Oriannas. Again, Xpeke and Froggen set the CS records, I believe it was last week, or in the Super Week. On Orianna, of course, against Overpower actually, where they could manage to push up the waves every time against him, force him to farm on the tower, and then just walk around the map and pick up as much farm as they want to.
Funny really as well, considering how much action we've had in this game, that both mid laners at 10 minutes are actually way above their average CS levels at 10 minutes for the rest of the season, even when we've had that Dragon attempt and the kills and the early start to this matchup. So it shows you how well they're doing on both sides of this at keeping the farm in. Both have got the Athenes now as well.
And really notice how well Supa Crew is controlling Jankos in this game here. They had a ward around the big race, so once Jankos did it, he popped out of stealth, they pinged him instantly and knew he was around the bottom lane. So Impaler, he walked down to join them in case Jankos came in for a gank. He would be able to have turned it around. So Supa Crew doing a very good job getting in the deep wards, spotting out Jankos, and making sure he won't be able to have the impact he normally has when Rockat actually win games.
And that was obviously the game plan. We heard them say it 100%. In the video before this game that Jankos is going to be dangerous, that they need to keep tabs on him. As Vanda going to dive into this one. They get the knock-up on towards Kasing. Corki going to Valkyrie in the boxes down there for the disengage, but Kasing will actually hook Celaver. Here comes Impaler. Jankos is there though as well. Kasing goes down to Celaver. Can they get Mr. Rals as well? Not quite. Overpowered even started to move down. Rockat get the kill, but no more than that single one.
So very good engage by Vanda here, popping everything, ulti, both summoners just to try and get the kill here. Did actually lose the tower because the minions were just left to deal as much damage as possible. And Jankos just joined in the very end to pick up an assist. Has been part of every single kill because he was part of the fight in this bottom lane and around the dragon. Didn't manage to get any kills by himself, however.
100% kill point shows you how important Jankos is, and we've seen it time and time again that when Jankos is not on form or not in the right place and where you'd expect him to be, that Rockat certainly struggle in these earlier stages of the match. We're 13 minutes in now, and there's about a 1,500 gold lead as the hook from Kasing starts to come out. Instant Valkyrie away from Celaver, not taking any chances, and rightly so. Dragon, the second one of the game, will be coming up here in less than 20 seconds time.
And remember, Rockat didn't have a timer on the last one. There was no ward. Vanda walked in there after the dragon had died and just saw some members from Supa Crew. So they shouldn't be able to have the exact timer. And Supa Crew did actually a very smart job here of delaying moving into the river and put down wards until about 20 seconds before. So now Rockat probably knows it's spawning, or they can already see on the minimap it's spawned. But it's very hard to react because Supa Crew moved in a few seconds before they actually spawned and put up their wards.
Oh, that's a good shockwave. I didn't think he was going to land on both of them. Did manage to get both down. Takes a lantern as well. There's the ultimate coming out of Overpower, but it's too late. No kill for Rockat, and the dragon already secured for the Supa Hot Crew.
All right, need to get into this mid lane, however, because Rockat are there to push it down. Only Mr. Rales can join in. No calling, however, so he won't be able to clear the wave, and Selfie might be in trouble.
looked to be sleeping on the job there, or at least maybe shopping on the job, and
taking
almost getting caught out, taking a selfie maybe.
It was the easy one, man.
It was. I know. I totally missed my opportunity there. They did manage to save this turret, at least for now, though, in the mid lane, moving up 2 guys, or 3 guys it was by the end. However, Rockat not looking like they're going to back away from this one here. We'll see if they can force them off with just a sheer numbers advantage. Stun goes down onto Mr. Ross. He needs to be really careful. Almost connecting there. Not quite. Cocoon, though, onto Overpower. Summon a heal having to be used by Celiva.
Rockat took a lot of damage here because they were actually tanking the tower for some of the time, both Celiva and Overpower. But a good job by Rockat, at least after the Dragon was lost, to instantly group in the mid lane, push it down, try and get a tower in case Supa just recalled. And now Super Hot Crew can do the exact same thing to Rockat and take it because Overpower is back in base.
Well, they'll do even better. There's the ultimate coming out from both Vander and Jankos. Who are they going for? They're kind of split half and half right now. And there is finally Zazas joining the party. Will flash in. Mr. Rolls will flash himself. He has to turn back around and have a go at Selfie in the culling. Almost knocked it down. Wow, last second Valkyrie away from the shockwave. Zazas had his blood well popped. Will be finished off by Mima as well after the damage from Selfie. And the Super Hot Crew once again kiting back, managing to go 2 for 1.
So Overpower back in base. Rockat didn't really have enough damage to actually fight here. The whole plan was for Sasu to teleport behind, and then Rockat had to engage in time before the tower actually went down, so that the assistance from the tower. The tower, however, Mr. Rice finished it off, took a lot of damage in exchange for it. Sasu joins in here, but now Super Hot Crew, because Mima is running from this top lane and Overpower is just joining the fight now, will be able to turn it around and trade 2 for 1. And ulti from Selfie, just missing Celiva here. Good moves.
Well, I'm not going to call it a miss. I'm going to say Celiva, nice reactions on the Valkyrie.
Of course.
To get away from it. Either way, didn't connect, managed to keep him alive. And now Rockat, I'm going to say maybe pushing in, but with the hook and still a lot of damage from Selfie, even without that shockwave available. Not worth trying to go through. So, where do we stand after that one? 4,000 gold now is the lead for the Super Hot Crew. They're up 3-1 in turrets. Still tied here on kills, but if you look where they're spread about, at least 3-1-2. Going to give him that little spike and extra gold that he needs to be more dangerous here. Approaching the 20-minute mark. We also saw Selfie now, 2-0-3, blasting 1 added in on top of his Sorcerer shoes and the Athenes.
All this early gold here for Impaler. He's going straight into Locket, giving him the extra magic resist for the rest of, or the shield as well for the rest of the team. Against a lot of magic damage from the side of Rockat here, so very, very smart. I mean, Evelyn, overpowered one. Celiva will even do some magic damage, so very good early item here, making it even harder for Rockat to teamfight here in the mid game.
Oh, Super Hot Crew charging through. Jankos, I don't think spotted there actually. Was stealthed up, and only a normal ward comes down, and then a ping coming in. So Rockat try and defend this one. Stun actually, he's going to land here on towards Impaler. Shockwave does get it this time. Comes through, and hooked as well. Overpower still alive, but Selfie gets the finisher, and that is the danger there of the chain CC coming out by the Super Hot Crew.
Such a good setup here, and they've been controlling the jungle of Rockat throughout the entire game actually. 5 minutes in, they had 2 wards in the top side, 1 ward in the bottom side, controlling Jankos, and they just keep doing it here. Find the rest of Rockat, pick up a kill, and now focus this tower.
Sorry, it is going very low. Vander actually going to be hooked in. A lot of damage coming his way. I think Super Hot Crew may be forced to back off from this. Their minion wave pushed all the way back to before the river, back to their outer turret point. We can see that they decide, okay, we are going to be backing away from this one. Also want to just touch on the AD carries a 40 CS lead for Mr. Rolls right now. See Trinity Force for Corki. Actually, Infinity Edge was the first item here for Mr. Rolls.
So with all the early farms, the towers, with the dragons, he felt like he could go straight into Infinity Edge and reach his late game point as fast as possible. Didn't need Blade or Ghost Blade because there was no real mid game for him with all the gold he's picked up. So I actually like the decision here, and also late game wise, we've already talked about how strong Super Hot Crew will be in the team fights. So getting the Infinity Edge first and go as fast as possible to your late game power spike makes a lot of sense here. Still, it opens up for Rockat, a small door where they will be a little bit stronger here in the mid game with Celiva on Corki. But because they already are behind, it can be very hard for him to actually get the right team fights now, and might be forced to go into late game here and will then need to outplay Super Hot Crew.
Well, that's the funny thing. If we look at both of these teams in their late game, the Super Hot Crew, a team that have got to the late game with advantages so many times and made that one fatal error And it's not just once or twice, it's happened fairly regularly for them. Rockat, on the other hand, they're a team that plays so super careful in the late game because they'd previously made those mistakes as well. It just goes to show that everything's got to be perfect. As we heard in the video before the game, that late game, it's about avoiding the mistakes rather than doing everything perfectly.
We have seen time and time again where even early game comps could punish a team in the late game and actually win the game. And with a player like Overpower, there's always a chance. If he snipes someone in the late game, turn it into 4v5, Rockat might be able to just win the fight and then win the game. So nothing is certain yet, and I definitely agree. We have seen Supa too many times in the late game make a very bad engage or just a stupid decision and lose the entire game.
Well, for now, they do hold a lead, so can't really knock them on that front. They're going to extend that lead here as well, taking another Dragon, almost bang on the 20-minute mark of this match. You can see that now grants them a 5,500 gold lead at 20 minutes on the clock. All 3 Dragons under control for them. One of our big points in the pre-game of this one is that Rockat have done recently a lot better when it comes to Dragon control. This game, however, they made that mistake, I would call it, around the first Dragon to end up losing kills and the Dragon itself, and have since not been able to get it back.
It was all about the very first Dragon. Started so early on by Rockat where they lost it, and then Supa managed to sneak it afterwards with Impaler jumping behind it. Selfie might be in trouble though. Jankos going for him.
Jankos diving in. We see the TP coming down onto that pink ward that wasn't quite finished off. Good lantern though from the side from Kasing will make sure that while Selfie takes the damage, he's not actually going to be falling. And that allows them maybe to sit around and siege up somewhat on this tower. We can see, that whole combo, the Elise Thresh, if one of them, if the hook comes in, the cocoon's easy, and the other way around as well. So we'll see how they manage to get anyone and whether Rockat might just be forced to back away. There is a cocoon landing. They don't follow through. They get the inner turret though.
You can also see on the item build here from Mimer, first item, Blazer and King, just full focus on split pushing. And you just saw them push up the top lane, push the mid lane, and then Mimer, once they actually got to the tower, he just went from top lane in to join the team, got a few hits, killed the tower, and can now go back to do the exact same split push as before. And it's what we talked about in Champs, so like when you have Orianna, Elise, and Lucian, like your siege potential is so strong. In this game you have so much ranged poke to the tower, to the enemy champions. And again, hook, cocoon, like you just mentioned before, even setting up an easy shockwave if Selfie wants to do it.
And speaking of Selfie, 230 CS, I was going to say, has the money for to finish his death cap and get another blasting one, which is exactly what he's just done as he goes back. He's sat at 303, and we say so often that when Selfie has these quiet games where he falls behind in CS and dies a couple of times early on, the Super Hot crew continually struggle to come back from that. But when he's in that right frame of mind where he seems to be farming really well, playing safe but still picking up kills, and especially with a champion like Orianna where he's just going to be doing so much damage now.
But I feel like we see this too often in Europe. Whenever someone picks Orianna, they get just free time to farm whatever they want, like their own lane, the Wraith camp, the Wolf camp, and the other team don't really know how to stop it. So they skip this mid-game point where Orianna normally needs to build up items and just get straight into Death Cap, into Void Staff as the next item so early. I mean, we're only 22 minutes in, and therefore Orianna becomes this very, very strong pick. Impaler here, getting stunned, taking a lot of damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Repel will put him onto the Wraith camp here, possibly actually coming right down in front and takes a lantern. Really nicely done once again. Left Rockat guessing somewhat where he was going to come back down. And in the end, Kasing saving another team member. We've seen that time and time again from him so far in this game. There's a hook coming out. They get Jankos. Actually, he's going to follow through. Shockwave will come down as well. Jankos surely going to fall here. Does get the shield coming out. Can they finish him? It's Kasing that's going to have to do this one. Sullivan now coming away. Kasing may find himself in trouble as they blast him from the side. Flashes over it towards the Dragon Pit. But there is Sullivan to finish Mimer. As you rightly pointed out, it's right in their faces. And there is the jump away. Vander had to flash out. Can he actually get away? No, double, may even be a triple. Overpower flash as well.
So Rockat were chasing for the kills here while Mimer just started teleporting right behind him. As soon as he came in, he used his ult onto multiple members and just collapsed onto Rockat here. Baron being started, 4 members, Jankos and Overpower coming in to try and stop it. Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, it's going down, that one. There's the ulti actually. Pod comes slightly too late from Overpower. And that will be the Super Hot crew taking the first Baron of the game. along with those 3 dragons as well. Gives them close to a 10,000 gold lead, a 5-0-3 Orianna, and we see here once again that, I was going to say blind hook, just killing a ward there, so an easy hook in the end for Jankos with the follow-through.
So Kazing's setting it up. It's actually with Mr. Rallis being in the top lane farming, they go for it anyway, trying just one-shot Jankos to set up the Baron. He managed to escape here. And now Rockat, they see Kazing, they want to kill him, but notice behind them here, teleport from Mimir, and they react way too late. He joins in, hits both Celebar and Vander, gets him very low. Rest of Supa crew joins in and picks up so many kills. And thank you very much to my Twitter followers for saying start Selfie this week, because he's doing really well.
5-0-3, can't complain at that one. Got a Void Staff now added in after that last fight. Also taking the Alacrity boot, so going to be speeding all over the place. Mr. Ross, let's talk about him because we mentioned it earlier. Infinity Edge first item, got the Shiv in now, and also has himself a Vamp Scepter. So we'll see where he goes with that. At this point in the game, may even end up just going straight in for the likes of a Bloodthirster for that sustain and shield.
And for the shield against someone like Overpower, so he can avoid the 100% to 0 burst he can actually do here. Celebar staying behind Supa crew. Probably need to recall, there's a lot of members here. No teleport on Mimir, however, so he's stuck in his top lane. Someone needs to go deal with him.
Gonna get onto the tower for now, at least. We do see that Celebar is coming back from this one, but Supa crew gonna do some good damage onto this one. We did also see that Jankos went for a bit of a walk in behind the enemy team, just looping all the way through. Mimir actually now gonna get sandwiched between Xaxus and Celebar. Should have the damage if they can lock him down here. There is Mimir able with the speed to get away. Now the rest of the Supa crew are coming in. Celebar and Xaxus need to be super careful about this one. Impaler going in. There's the cocoon landing. Xaxus gonna be the big target. Actually, he's pretty tanky by now, so managing to actually stay alive.
Supa crew simply moving way faster than Rockat on the map. I mean, Mimir in his top lane, 2 members collapsed onto him, and Supa crew from the bottom lane were already moving, while the rest of Rockat were either waiting in mid lane or for some reason walking around the jungle of Supa crew with Jankos on Evelyn. I'm not sure what he was looking for exactly, but it simply means another tower now for Supa crew, and they keep making the moves and they keep being a lot faster than Rockat to actually react to what's going on.
The question is now, number one, can Rockat weather the storm that the Supa crew are putting their way? Just that inventory on the bottom lane left available. And after that, can they, I think the key thing is forcing a mistake out of the Supa crew, which we definitely can't rule out, but that is a massive gold lead at this point. 11,000 gold, you see all 4 dragons, that single Baron going their way as well, and now they're trying to steal away these buffs as Jankos is going to get caught out. Actually, the hunt missing there. There's a shockwave though onto 2 men. Where's the follow-up? It's Impaler that's out the front. Mimer's going to come in. Cocoon will land. Jankos flashes over, and there was the heal coming out there as well, which managed to keep them alive. It was actually Overpower's summoning heal, but it forced them away, and this inner turret is going to be surely going down for the Supa crew.
So Xaxus in the top lane, he can teleport down behind or actually to the side of Supa crew if they want to try and do anything. For now though, he's just going to go towards the tower. Should be able to pick it up fairly easily. So at least trade tower for tower. Nobody died for Rockat here, and getting some global gold now, which they really need.
Sadly, the tower's not worth 11,000 gold.
They should be.
That's what they need at this point, and only the second tower of the game that one was. And look at how much gold is still to be spent here. I've actually seen them recall in a way so that they could pick up a couple of those items and spend all of that cash. You see the BF sword for Mr. Also looking like he will be going towards that Bloodthirster. Haunting guys, a Locket of the Iron Solari for Impaler. Shyvana now got Blade of the Ruined King and that Randuin's from earlier, and now he's going to get some more magic resist in there too.
Everyone is so rich here, the side of Supa crew, except for maybe Mr. Rallis, only the 4 assists. Unlucky for him. The rest of the members can be very, very happy.
Still 1,500 gold more than
I don't think he
Celebar.
complains. I mean, he's not exactly poor. There's a lot of gold here. Supa crew didn't break into the base yet of Rockat, just been taking every single outer turret away and get as much gold as possible. Focusing again on getting dragons. Put a lot of focus on the Baron before. You might see them wait for the next Baron now before they want to do anything and try and take it again, or bait Rockat into the same kind of situation where Rockat is forced to go in and try and stop them, and then they land the hook or land an engage and just win the team fight.
We see Rockat trying to set up somewhat of a trap, or at least get some vision down as the pink is put right on top of Vander's ward, and that'll mean he's got no vision there now either, and the Baron will be coming up in less than 2 minutes time. Not that the Super Hot crew particularly need it at this point, but they either, at this stage, I think with that kind of lead, force Rockat to come and go for it, or leave it and get a free Baron anyway.
We have to remember though, there's a lot of poke on the side of Rockat here with both Overpower and Celevan. Celevan actually 4-2-2 on his Corki. A champion he always does well on. Can also do a lot of damage here with his Rockat, and if he gets to stand here and fire away on someone like Mr. Rylas or Selfie, should be able to visualize them. That's a lot of damage too.
Wow, there's a shockwave coming through. Vander actually blocking out pretty much what would have been a double kill there with the Culling. It's going to be enough though for Rockat to be sent packing back to base, and the Super Hot crew able to then pick up the turret. Zenzig's going to dive in there though. See how low he falls, and there is a Bloodwell pop. The hook comes through, which is a little early, but they get the kill nonetheless. This should be in the inhibitor as well, and you see that Selfie, so much damage. He's a full death cap ahead of Overpower right now, just to show you how far in front he is, and that is the first inhibitor of the game going down. Top wave as well, which means they're going to have to sit there, defend that one, and should mean an easy Baron for the Super Hot crew.
And now going back again to even buy more items and then regroup around the Baron, spawning in 30 seconds. Again, as you just said, they don't actually need it. They could just go up mid lane, do the same thing, go down to this bottom lane. Impaler though might actually die here.
May die. Die.
May.
We'll see about that one. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to throw the cocoon into the flash from Celeber. And May, and that's exactly what I may die, because I had a feeling. Jankos gonna come around. Doesn't have his ultimate available. Doesn't have a flash to chase. Impaler got no flash either. There is a hate spike coming through. Yeah, that's not gonna really bring you much, but Impaler will he go down? Another cocoon coming in there. The lantern, and Impaler escapes what looked like 2 certain deaths. And now he's going to recall in peace.
It bought him enough time for Kasing to flash lantern him and save him here. So they really wanted to keep the jungle alive. Weird enough, because they want to start the Baron. Now just waiting for him. The rest of Rockat still staying around. They're getting actually some very good wards in their own jungle. Some pink wards to make sure Super does control everything on the map. And might look for Rockat to try and set something up if they can manage to steal the Baron. Pick up a few kills. All of a sudden, they are back in the game. It's a big if.
It's the mistakes from the Super Hot crew that we've talked about and seen even time and time again. If Rockat to come into this one, they need those, maybe not even just one mistake at this point. It's possibly going to take more from them. It's 13,000 gold that Super Hot crew have a lead. There is the Baron start off. Jankos is off to the side. Actually, he's going to be spotted and hooked. That means he's blasted down. Finished off here in the end by Mr. Raz. And they can either go back to the Baron, which I think they will, with Jungler down, and take it for free.
Yeah, they got the rest of Rockat already backing away. See Sasus defending the base, and Opa will try and steal it with his ult. Nope. They can just delay it now and wait for his ult to run out. Already cancel it. Back to ways. Baron for Super Hot crew. But another pick here from Kasing, setting it up with a hook onto someone. Yeah, it's actually been Jankos both times. The setup.
And if you look at Kasing, we talked about his KDA and how well he's fit into this Super Hot crew team. Yes, he's died 5 times, which is a lot more than the rest of his team combined even, but he's had such important hooks and probably even more importantly lanterns earlier on in the game to really save a couple of his team members. And you never quite know if those kills had maybe gone Rockat's way, could have been different. Right now the Super Hot crew pushing in onto that second inhibitor turret. Bottom lane was pushed out and Minions done about half damage to the inner turret in the bottom lane, but they've not got enough power here to stop the Super Hot crew just walking on in, taking the second inhibitor. Celeber got caught out, he's died to Mima, and that's now a 5 versus 4. This could be the game for the Super Hot crew.
They're pushing upward, waiting for Super Minions. They're coming with this top wave up here. Needing to get into the tower. Still a little bit too early to just tank up 2 towers. Selfie, however, he doesn't actually care.
I was going to say, you say that, and then Selfie just walks on in. Mima right at the front there as well. Ulti actually coming out of Vander, but that's only going to delay them, not really stop them from doing anything. They focus down both Nexus turrets. Did he actually get the drawing there as well from it as well? Either way, nicely done, the Super Hot crew here. Finish it in 33 minutes and 33 seconds exactly. A very convincing win for them.
A very, very strong performance by Super Hot crew. Didn't even take any chances here. I mean, they only went Baron once they picked up a few kills against Rockat. Then they took the Baron. Second time around again, waiting for Jankos to show himself. Landed the hook here, killed him as well. And then they took the Baron. So very dominant performance. Everything started at the very first Dragon, which Rockat started himself, and then Supa just controlled the game.
And that didn't look like a team. Rockat won so many. You were on that little streak going forward. Didn't really have much to say in this game, except if we go right back to the very beginning, where they started off, I think they were 4-1 up, or 3-1 up certainly, until they did that move down the bottom where they were fighting in between turrets. They had to flash left and right. Vander in particular got, I think Cocoon it was, underneath the enemy turret and was taking it. And then they said, okay, we forced them away, let's start Dragon. But it was still about 6, 7, 8 minutes into the game, and the Supa crew simply healed up or respawned in for the couple of guys that they'd lost and came in full HP, able to take the first Dragon, and they didn't give up Dragon after that.
Just kept taking the Dragon. It's got a lot of towers as well. The early siege they could deal with Lucian, Elise, and Orianna, of course. They used it really well as soon as they got ahead. And the mid-game combo, the mid-game AD carry at least, or AD carry in top lane, was what I'm trying to say.
All of them in the mid-game.
All of them, except for Overpower, who was strong in the late game. The rest was mid-game champs from Rockat here. Never really got to a mid-game point where they were stronger, so they never had anything to do in the game. We were just waiting for one mistake from Supa crew. It didn't happen. And you pointed out how Kasing, he died a lot, yet he did so much in the game. And it's the thing about a support like Thresh here. It doesn't matter if you're 0-20. Your team is probably pretty mad. However, you can still land hooks, you have your lantern, you have a lot of CC. Like your overall kit is just so strong as a support, and it's what we saw him use here to give a lot of kills over and save a lot of deaths actually from Supa crew.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're 0-20 as long as your team's got 40 kills from all those assists and fights that you've actually kicked off there. Really great performance out of Kasing. Have to point and look at Selfie once again though. 5-0-6 with almost 350 CS. And you said this during the game that a lot of these Orianna players, we've seen Froggen, we've seen Peke breaking records in terms of farm, we've seen Selfie having one of the easier games that he's probably going to get to play. Is that because of the nature of Orianna, number one, and the safety of her, or are people picking the wrong champions against her?
I think they're picking the wrong champions in terms of shutting you down early on. And then the junglers against Orianna, they never really seem to focus mid lane early on. They go top lane, they go bot lane, which means Orianna just has this very easy laning phase where you pick up so much farm. And once you get rolling, once you get the first blue buff, nothing is going to stop you from farming here. So we need more jungle focus on the Orianna. And maybe people need to pick assassins against her to try and kill her with the jungler.
Well, for an insider's view into that game, let's head over to the stage where Shox is ready to speak with the Super Hot Crew's Selfie.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm EFU Shock supporter here on stage with Selfie after that win, another win for the Super Hot Crew. Selfie, it was very aggressive that game from the very start, lots of kills. Talk me through the beginning phase of that game for you guys.
So basically, I tried not to choke at the game like I did last week and played really bad. And we just played our standard game and they kind of threw at the Drake, so it was easy for us.
Everything up going when you got that Drake. You went on to win the game, and you mentioned it yourself. You're very nervous going into these games, and it also a lot depends on you. If you do well, the Super Hot Crew generally does well. How does that influence you now that you're going into these very important stages of the season?
We're trying to practice better than we do right now. We're not screaming a lot, and we're not taking scrims as serious as we should. So I think if we can make our scrims good, we can do good. Yeah.
All right, well, a great victory for you guys here. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we got to go back and rebuild our Nexus, but when we come back, Gambit with Diamond once again in the lineup will face Alliance. We'll be right back.
My heart's beating, my hands are shaking.
But I'm still shooting.
And I'm still getting the headshots, like boom, headshot.
Headshot.
Flash comes in, here comes the TP down to the bottom lane as well. Jankos is going to go down to Impaler. Impaler gets away, Mima won't though, and now Kasing going to be knocked up in the air. Stun FC, he's going to land here on towards Impaler. Shockwave does get it this time. Comes through, and hooked as well. Overpower still alive, but Selfie gets the finisher. But there is Sullivan to finish Mima. As you rightly pointed out, it's right in their faces. And there is the jump away. Vander had to flash out. Can he actually get away? No.
think most people are actually rooting for the teams themselves rather than individual players.
I think some teams are definitely bigger than the players. It's slowly rising.
In League of Legends, first you need like a really good lineup, so you create like a strong organization and a strong presence.
A great example is Team Solomate. Only Dairos is old school player there, but still they have so many fans. You can hear crowd cheering TSM on every single LCS week.
I think still though the players are a bit what like makes the brand, you know, like FLICKR, Reckless for Fnatic.
The fans will obviously do the link between that, but if it ever happens, if we replace them, I think they will still like Fnatic because it's an entire team. It's not only about a player.
If you don't have a famous player on your team, then the team is obviously more famous. I mean, when you say Rockat, you don't think any one player out of them. And I guess the same is for us.
Even though SK was always known for having Ocelot, I think that the new players have done very well as well.
When you change a player, you know, player is very important, but not that important as the whole team. When you change the whole roster, it's just completely different story. You know, it's not the same team anymore like it is with Gambit right now.
I still consider them as Gambit. Like, when I think about Gambit, I think about the lineup right now.
It's really tough, at least for fans, because they're watching and they're rooting for players like Darian, who was in Gambit and 5 like for 3 years almost. I think like most of the fans understand that we're struggling and we just have to try to change anything, like something to at least get to playoff. A lot of people like saying when Alex left team, like no Alex, no Gambit, but it's not like that. The organization is still gonna survive and pick up new players. The true fan is not gonna go anywhere.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where Gambit Gaming is about to take on Alliance. But first, I'm joined with Gambit Gaming's analyst, Dimitri. Welcome. And we actually heard the players talk about it themselves just before. There has been this huge change in the team. Let's take it back to the initial change, deciding to bench both Darian and Diamond. What was it in the team that made those players be on the bench?
Good day, Miss Deporter. It's not about Diamond and Darian being that bad. Well, they actually underperformed the whole split, and they were brave enough to admit it. But one can't blame 1 or 2 players for the performance of whole team. So it's just more about the whole situation when the team was kind of paralyzed. They can't give some kind of feedback why they're playing bad. So we have had to use this kind of shocks therapy and bench for a while.
And actually reversed a part of that shock therapy because Diamond is back in the lineup after a brief 2 weeks, actually. So what was it? What change did you see in Diamond that said, okay, you deserve to be back on the lineup?
Well, first of all, I want to point out that Lolix played actually very well. I guess there is no other jungler who received 4 respects ban in a row, and he actually did. We didn't see his Lee Sin play at all. We received a lot of information and a lot of feedbacks, both from the players and from clearly minded fans. And we, I guess, understood our mistakes and what we actually need to change. And right now, it's not about who is in the jungle. So for the team, right now, it's easier to play with Diamond procs. And we ask him to join us again.
All right, so that means the team is back complete in your eyes. So what are the main challenges for the roster as it is now going into this crucial part of the season?
Well, actually, from my point of view, we are quite relaxed since all other teams are more concentrated. Will they have enough time to prepare to Worlds since in playoffs they have to play best of 5? But we are not looking that far. We are just concentrated more on our games versus Alliance and Fnatic. And yes, I guess we achieved some kind of coordinates between the players, some synergy. And if we can perform as well as in scrims, we probably can manage to win some games in this split.
Well, best of luck to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well.
All right, guys, we're going to dive into this game, Gambit versus Alliance. So let's go over to our casters, Joe and the Fee Show.
Thank you very much, Shox, and we'll see how Gambit performs as they face Alliance right now. Last week was tough for Gambit, there's no doubt about that. They had 2 brand new members, and even though they faced the Copenhagen Wolves, who were back then the last place team in the league, they lost that match along with dropping a game to the Super Hot crew. It was definitely a harsh welcome to the LCS for Kubon and Lulex then.
Yeah, big communication issues and also shot calling issues as a team, but it's not really a surprise when you bring in 2 new players in the middle of the split here. So there was gonna be some issues, and there was too many issues, to be honest. I want to talk about Nick in his mid lane, because I actually feel like he gets too much flack when you read around on forums and stuff, because Nick himself had some very big shoes to fill after Alex, of course, but if you look at his stats, most kills on Gambit, second most assists on Gambit, and second least amount of deaths. Also, he's the player in Europe with the highest kill participation at the moment, so everything Gambit does involves around him, and there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and he's actually performing really well, in my opinion. Now they play Alliance, play Fnatic tomorrow, so a very hard week. If they can take just 1 win, they should be happy here.
However, you have to feel that things may just change this week for Gambit, because they decided that Lulex wasn't the fit that they were looking for, and Diamond is back in the roster.
Yeah, Diamond is back, and hopefully he can bring some stability and some communication to the team, which was what we saw lacking last week. And also, we actually often see when players get benched, they kind of, in their mind, they change the attitude, they really start tryharding, really get a new positive energy, and just comes back into the team and plays completely out of their mind. We might see the same thing here with Diamond, because we know he has the talent to be the best jungler in Europe. It's just about him finding it once again and really proving how good of a player he is. And Gambit, they need him to perform because they want to get into these playoff spots.
Meanwhile, across the Rift, Alliance has been having their own issues. The team recently held a commanding first place lead, but that's just shrunk now to just 1 game. In the past 3 matches, they've been beaten by Millenium, Rockat, and the Copenhagen Wolves.
And especially the Rockat game for me was very, very strange, because they fell very far behind after Alliance engaged 24 minutes into the game onto Rockat, who had an insanely strong mid-game comp. And yet Alliance, they took the fight, they lost it, and it actually shows to me Alliance, or it seems like Alliance, has the same shot calling issues Gambit had last week, because it was wrong decisions, there was some individual misplays, and they ended up losing the game. It's what we have seen the last 2 weeks from Alliance here, and it's something they need to fix. I mean, they could have gone back, reset their mind here and say, okay, let's focus next week. We are still a very, very strong team. Let's not go and tilt or anything or panic too much before playoffs, and just try and fix our issues slowly, but fix them, and then come into playoffs as one of the favorites alongside Fnatic.
So let's take a look then at the starting lineups for the 2 teams. On the blue side today, we have Gambit Gaming with Kubon in the top lane, Diamond returning in the jungle, Nick in the mid, Genja the AD carry, and Edward on support.
And on the red side, we have Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen as the mid laner, Taps on AD carry, and of course Nif is his support.
So before we then head to the Rift, let's take a look at the voting from LOLesports.com. It's no real change here. 74% of you think that Alliance are going to win this one. I think if we'd had Lulex still in the team, I think that number might have been higher.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people seeing, okay, Diamond back into the team, that might give Gambit a bit more of an edge here.
I mean, imagine the story. You have Diamond, he struggled beforehand, Gambit, they bench him, he comes back and he just carries the team. It would be beautiful. And Gambit, they actually have nothing to lose now. They said themselves, we know there's a very, very high chance we have to go down and play relegation, we have to try and requalify for LCS, and they know that if they manage to get into playoff, it's just a huge win for them. There's actually no pressure anymore other than just try and get as good as possible before relegation.
Going to be a tough fight for them though. Alliance are in a similar position in terms of, is there really that much pressure on them? Despite these losses, they're still sat in first position, and okay, they can afford to lose 1 or 2 more. Not something that they'll probably be wanting to do, but they're up against Gambit here, and they'll see this game as probably the fixture to turn around their fortunes.
For both teams, yeah. You have to get the win now, break your losing streak, and just start looking forward.
Well, here we go then into Champions Select. Let's see exactly what comes down in this game. Already we're seeing focus on the mid lane. Fizz, Twisted Fate taken out by Gambit. The other side, Kassadin, of course, red side ban, and also getting rid of Evelyn now that Diamond's back.
So 2nd game in a row where we have Fizz being banned. Actually, a lot of the mid laners have picked him up now with Fiend's nerf, really made him strong again in these one-on-ones, and just overall a very good assassin pick, and one of the few assassins who actually work at the moment. Twisted Fate, of course, against Froggen. Very, very standard. We have seen him first pick it a few times already.
Yeah.
So you need to take it away.
Not being scared of first picking that Lee Sin taken away from Shook and Elise. So the three main junglers taken away from this game. So that means we're going to see possible some interesting picks. Especially, I mean, when Diamond's in the team, you can pretty much guarantee now there'll be something different in there. Kog'Maw, however, was the first pick here for Genja.
So Gambit really changing up the style a little bit, AD carry-wise. Genja used to play Kog'Maw so much in the past, and it is such a good pick here. Trinity Force first item is what we normally see. Strong laning phase, fine enough mid-game with Trinity Force and Blade, and then late game, of course, you are the monster we always know. So, such a good pick overall, and a pick we really see the other regions respect a lot, sometimes even ban the way.
Yeah, and we've been seeing in Korea that first pick Kog'Maws are a real thing that they value highly. We'll see if Genja can do the business on him today. For Alliance, though, took no time in messing around, really, picking Gragas straight away. And we'll actually lock in Xerath here as well. So Froggen bringing that to the table.
The new flavor of the month pick here for Europe, it seems. 2 games in a row as well. Gragas top lane was banned the last game, was open this time on Alliance. Quickly take it after the first pick from Gambit. And it's just such a good and safe top lane. I mean, your late game is not the best. You're not going to go in and just one-shot people as Gragas. You can build in many different ways, however. He can be full tank, full AP. Not the best build, but we've seen it before. I want to see what Wicked actually wants to build in this game here and what style Alliance wants to play. If they're looking to just poke away early on, like Rod of Age's first item as Gragas, to get some early AP at least, and then just start poking with Froggen and try and do as much and siege as effective as possible.
So, Rengar we were expecting with that Elise, Lee Sin and Evelyn bans coming down, that Rengar would be making an appearance here today, and it looks like Gambit will be the ones that get their hands on it. Also taking Nami for Edward.
So Nami, Rengar here. If they do pick something like Orianna for Nick, they have such a good engaged teamfight comp here. And it's actually funny with Diamond. The week before Super Week, he spammed Rengar in solo queue, practiced him as much as possible. Then Rengar sadly got disabled. Now he's back, of course. Diamond is back himself, picking up the Rengar. Such a good pick overall.
So what will Alliance go with then? Already have the Gragas in there and Xerath, thinking for that top lane and mid lane. We could, however, and we have already seen Gragas sliding down the team listing and ending up in the support after picking it up very, very early on. And see there Wicked laughing as Froggen changes over on towards Zillion. It's actually going to be Riven here locked in for Alliance. Wow.
Is this Wicked playing Riven? And then we will, of course, get to see the support Gragas for Nip. We've seen it once before, worked out pretty well. They've won the game as well. But I've never in my life seen, well, I've actually seen him play Riven top lane, but it's many.
Riven's a girl.
I've seen Wicked play Riven in the top. I've seen him play Riven in the top lane, but it's a long time ago, so I didn't really expect him to pick it here, unless it's support Riven.
No.
Probably not.
I'm just going to go out there and say probably not.
Probably not.
We'll see though where that one ends up being put. Froggen's actually sat on Ghost and Flash right now, so we'll see about that once it actually once we see their final pick here. But what about Gambit? Yorick for Kubon. We saw it played by him actually in their game last week against the Super Hot Crew. Still not sold totally on the Yorick pick. Can work in theory, hasn't worked in practice so much. And a Syndra lock-in as well for Nick in the mid lane.
So Yorick is very strong with a hyper carry, especially in the late game team fights here. Only issue with something like a Kog'Maw is you don't actually get the W bonus with the % magic damage here. And Gragas is going to be Riven jungle, of course. Shook's going to play Riven jungle here.
This could be...
It is Wicked, yeah.
It's Riven jungle. Actually locked in there as well for Alliance. So jungle, Riven, Gragas in the top lane, Xerath in the mid lane for Froggen. So going for a couple of very new picks here, especially from Alliance's side. It's not the first time, of course, that we've seen Xerath. Going to be the first time that we see Riven here in the European LCS, I believe, ever, to be honest.
I don't actually remember if we have seen it before, but first time jungle Riven, at least here. And with all the junglers being banned away, Alliance banning 2 of them themselves, they really must feel confident here, believing in Shook on Riven, and he can actually carry the game. I really want to see what he's going to build. Well, how he's gonna play it.
They see that 3 of those big junglers that Shook pretty much only plays, actually, and that's going to force him onto something pretty exciting with Riven. So, guys, which one of these lineups do you think will come out on top? Because I've got no idea. Tweet hashtag GMB win or hashtag all win to @LOL Esports, and we'll check your responses once this game gets underway. But certainly an exciting one, certainly something different here from Alliance, trying to curb that losing streak.
Yeah, changing things up, trying to surprise some people. I mean, we talked about how the Siege combo already they had with the first 2 picks of Gragas and Zerath here. Put in a Corgi as well. I mean, the Siege potential you can do in the mid lane to late game is very, very scary. And then if Shook can just pick up as much farm as possible in the jungle, he can become very strong in the team fights as well as the Riven here. But he's going to need some items and he's going to need some gold. Could see him be aggressive for the first few kills or just stay in the jungle and farm for as long as possible.
Definitely got the mobility coming out there, got a bit of CC, or I say a bit of CC in there, got decent amounts of CC and the damage certainly going to be there as well. So first time we're seeing Riven jungle here in Europe. We'll see how it works out for Shook of Alliance as we get into game. It's Gambit versus Alliance, both teams looking to break a losing streak. Still, it's a different story for both teams, though, because it's Alliance on a losing streak at the top of the table and Gambit on a losing streak at the bottom. For both teams, though, we're talking about moving in to secure the best possible playoffs and possibly even securing a playoff spot at all, if you're talking from Gambit's point.
Of course, and Alliance want to get the top 2 spots, so they're straight into the semi-final as well. And then come in as the favorites with Fnatic towards the World Championship. If they do actually manage to now fix some of their mistakes and start playing well once again. But really like these new picks we're gonna see here. Taps hasn't been playing a lot of Corki either, even though it's a pick we've seen a lot in Europe. I don't actually recall seeing Taps play too often. So some new things changed up here. Still can't believe I actually thought Wicked was gonna be the Riven, because my brain was like, when did I ever see Wicked play Riven in this top lane? It's been like maybe 2 seasons ago.
Even if that, I can't really remember it at all, to be honest. As you see the first wards going down there, Edward.
It happens, fish on land, you just splash around.
Yeah, splashing around. Needs to get into the river to survive. Or something like that. Nif's just warded over on the top of that ramp as well. Looks like we're actually going to be seeing standard lanes here from both sides. Alliance already got Corki. Gambit already got Cogmore down on that bottom side.
And we have actually seen Yorick being picked into Gragas a few times, if you look back to last week, where Yorick is supposed to win when it comes to farm, but none of them can really kill each other. They're gonna need the jungle to come up and help, and that's where Gragas definitely has the advantage, because he can set up ganks so well. He has the slows, he has his own knockback, of course. So in that case, he should be in favor of Wicked, but a straight up one-on-one farm. If you look back to last week, Kuban should be actually winning out, just at least like 10-15 CS. We need to see what he can do, because last time he played Yorick, he actually fell very far behind and didn't do anything in the game.
Just seen there a lot of help as well for Shook to get him underway on this blue buff. Diamond pretty much soloing his out, so we'll see as both junglers going to be crossing over the map soon, where their first port of call is. And interesting to see as well how both of them go about it as well, whether we see them spending most of the time just farming up as much as they can to hit that level 6 point, and also see where they go on builds, because we've seen from Rengar players a couple of different options.
A lot of different options for Rengar. We have seen full assassin from Impaler, where you focus on picking off people who split pushing in the side lane or just basically standing by themselves, and you just jump them and you try and kill them as fast as possible. And then we have seen the more standard full CDR tank Rengar with maybe a Feral Flare, and you focus more on engaging team fights or ganking very often with all your cooldown reduction. Because cooldown reduction on Rengar is such a good stat. I mean, it opens up for more ganks, you get more stacks as well, and you can engage fights.
We got a massive ranged battle in the mid lane as well. Syndra versus Zerath, pretty much going to sit just outside of their own turret and just do the damage from as far away as possible. So we'll see, probably going to be the time that one of them's a little bit pushed up too far in that lane when Riven and Rengar have the chances to get him. We're actually seeing Riven recalling here, so Shook going to be going home for the first time in this one. And Wicked going a little bit aggressive there onto Kuban, who typical Yorick style, just going to annoy with the ghouls and get a bit more health back.
Did actually get pushed down in the start here because he was helping Diamond on the blue buff, and Wicked was already in lane starting to push it, so he got early level 2 and could now force Kuban away from some of the farm. But we see Kuban here on Yorick again against Gragas. You just keep running up, you keep poking him over and over, and Gragas won't be able to out-sustain you. You have flash, you have potions as Yorick, and you're just so annoying.
Well, Wicked looked like he may have been recalling for the first time there. Kuban just stepped out, and that will give Kuban this wave for almost free. Wicked is saying, okay, don't want to go home just yet. Still a little bit of farm to be had before I decide to actually do that one. Teleport, of course, will be able to bring both of them back into lane when they so decide to. In the bottom lane, it's been pretty much Gambit here, putting the pressure on, trying to keep Nif and Tabs out of things in these early stages. Always going to be dangerous there with the bubble coming out from Edward and the extra damage he can throw down.
Just a great poke lane from Gambit here, constantly pushing the wave into Alliance, trying to deny as much farm as possible away from Tabs. But he's been doing a good job farming on the tower here. You also have the Relic Shield on Nif to even help on the tower to pick up whatever CS Tabs won't be able to get.
So, Diamond finally going to be moving towards a lane. It's probably going to be too late for him though. We already see Wicked going back home, and Shook was there as well. Actually, there is a hook coming down onto him. All he's slower, the root that comes down, and Shook was able to just jump himself away on towards that turret. But a lot of damage, aggressive play out of Diamond, but no real threat there of kills. However, Diamond now having a look for something in the jungle. There's not really much there. The Wraiths have just respawned into that one. Mid lane has gone back as well, so not too many opportunities for Diamond in the mid lane either.
We do see Diamond going towards Feral Flare from Rengar here, so we'll be looking to just farm as much as possible and stack it up as fast as he can. And then if he wants to build damage afterwards, or will focus on going tank, will be the question we have to get answered later on. He's still staying around his top lane. There's no stacks now, so won't be able to get the root from his E, however.
Going back off then to just farm things up. Actually, Shook here taking a long route around, and he's not being spotted by any wards. And if he comes through the Tribush, Gambit aren't going to see this one coming. There is a minion wave just going through now, and Shook will come out, and they're going to spot him any second now. There we go. So Shook coming through. Can they actually get him? Nif trying to get in there. Edward going to get hit by the Q. Can they actually get him stunned up? Yes, they can. There is a stun, and this is first blood, and it goes to Shook as well.
I have no idea why Edward didn't just flash the Q so he didn't get slowed by Nif and could actually have escaped here. Kuban in trouble though.
In trouble, but I think we'll survive there. Wicked hit level 6 before him and went full aggression, throwing his ultimate out straight away. Caused Kuban a few problems there, especially since that is a triple Doran's Ring Gragas.
Full lane focus here from Wicked, and of course the tier for Kuban, which doesn't actually give him any combat stats, so you need to stack it up here, making him slightly weaker at the moment. And Wicked with triple Dorans and just full lane focus, needs some early AP, the early health as well. Just looking to trade back and forth, but he went aggressive because he had level 6 before Kuban did. And now we're just back to the same old Wicked pushing the wave, and Kuban just sitting here farming, trying to poke Wicked as much as possible.
Shock so far has come out of lane that pretty much one single time. Not going to count the one at top where it was just a slight exchange around the Tribush area, and was able to make it count. Although you can also attribute that to the fact that Gambit were right up the lane with no real ward protection around them. It's all well and good having one there at the bottom of the river, but if he comes out from the blue buff area and then goes straight around the back of Dragon Pit, not much you can do without having vision. Now we do see finally the first blue buffs respawning in. Will be given over to the mid laners.
So Diamond actually hit level 6 here, been farming in the jungle for most of the time. We did see him top lane just for a quick moment to fight against Shook, and then he just went back to the jungle, kept on farming. And Shook should be hitting his level 6 very, very soon as well. Mid lane actually been very even. He's been farming. Yep. Both mid laners here. We haven't even seen them poke each other too much. Just straight up kill all the minions and just go back to your own tower and wait for the next wave to arrive.
Yeah, as I said before, just playing the range that each of them have to their advantages and not getting too involved, not taking any real risks. Diamond, meanwhile, will be getting his red buff upon its second spawn, and then we'll see if he tries to get into any lanes. Bottom lane is not much of an option for them right now because Gambit once again push Alliance onto their tower.
Yeah, so they have at least denied some farm from Tab by forcing him to see us under the tower. Pretty much every single wave actually, but they still gave up the first blood because Alliance could run down all the way behind him. And again, Edward, he should just have flashed instantly as Nif came towards him to dodge the Q and not even get slowed from it. Maybe he would have survived for now. Gambit doesn't seem to mind too much the fact they got ganked. They just keep pushing up here, and They still don't have a ward in the mid lane around the entrance to their own Wraith camp, which is what you normally do to avoid someone roaming down behind you. But of course, Riven is able to actually jump over the Dragon Pit and then come in behind them in base.
That's true as well. Got the mobility to just go around a less wow, can't even remember the word. What is it? Come on, official, help me out. Conventional. That's the word I'm looking for. A less conventional route into this bottom lane. And, well, we'll see if that actually happens. Diamond, in the meantime, is actually coming towards mid. Level 7 now, so can stealth straight in there, and that's exactly what he's going to do. But will he be able to get Froggen, who's sat right on top of his turret pretty much there? And Froggen's like, nope, not going to fall into that one. The stun actually missing there from Nick as well, so not a successful move at all there out of Gambit. And Diamond is just going to get back onto farming. Get himself up towards that Feral Flare. Actually, ulti going to come out here from Nif. Good bubble from Edward, but will that be enough to save them? Tidal Wave comes out as well. Kenja didn't get stunned up there, and Alliance throwing a lot at that gang. Gambit, though, surviving with without any real problems.
So look at this bottom lane here and the Summoners. There's no flash on anyone here. Only the heal from Taps actually has the Summoner spell, and of course the Ignite from Edward, but still fighting a little bit. None of the junglers actually showed after the very first gank where some of the flashes was used. Just been ignoring the bot lane. Actually, both junglers just been farming the last few minutes, which is expected from a Rengar who wants Feral Flare and the Riven, which we didn't really know what's going to happen. Kuban is in trouble though.
Kuban is in a lot of trouble. No flash for him, and Shuk will finish off there with the ultimate, and that looks all too easy for them. It was Wicked that was tanking it up. Triple Doran drink for him gives him plenty of health to make that happen. That's a nice kill. However, Gambit now going to look to reply in the way that you'd expect them to here after losing the man in the top, is to assert their power down on the bottom side. They need to be careful though. Look at Nip moving in already.
Wicked can TP.
Will be there as well. There's the ultimate coming out. Froggen Nip though is going to fall down. Now Nick is in trouble. TP from Wicked brought him down. There's a barrel to knock Nick right into the middle of them. He will flash away though. Can he actually escape? There's a push through the stun, and surely the finisher, he gets the stun back, but Wicked with a body slam will get the kill, and that will be a kill back then for Alliance. Leaves them 3-1 up now.
And the Dragon. And the Dragon for Alliance here. So because they killed Kuban up in his top lane here with both Shuk and Wicked, Gambit felt they could start the Dragon because Shuk wouldn't be able to join in time. We're just going to see it again. And Wicked already recalled and TP'd down, and everything from Nick was used onto Nif, the support. Once Wicked joins in, he throws the ult here. Nick actually delays his own flash, so he gets knocked back here instead of flashing the ult from Wicked, and therefore they can just chase up towards him now and pick up the kill.
Good double stun from him, and actually Froggen missing the last charge there as well, and didn't really matter in the end. They had Wicked as soon as that CC wore off. They were able to get through. First Dragon in the game to Alliance as well, and they've got a very healthy lead. 2,300 gold in their favor. As Edward trying a sneaky little recall. Nif not going to let that one happen. And if we look down some of the items after that one, Wriggle's Lantern was bought by Diamond, so going to start working his way up towards that Feral Flare. Other side, Wicked, since we're in the top lane right now, is going Rod of Ages first after that triple Doran start.
So we see two normal starts from Gragas here. I saw a lot of Lich Bane first item if you look over to OGN here. But in Europe, it's been Rod of Ages first item on Gragas most of the time. And it just makes you very beefy. You get a lot more sustain as well with the Catalyst for your laning phase. And you just want to get it as early as you can to start stacking it up and get into this late game point. Or not late game point, but get it fully stacked. And then you can start grouping up with the rest of the team and sieging down the tower. Or look for team fights like we saw before here with Alliance. Using the teleport really well from Wicked to stop the Dragon, pick up some kills and get a good gold lead for the team.
Blue buff then for Froggen. A clean start for him and for Nick as well. The AD carries both headed towards Trinity Force, although taking a slightly different path towards it. Sheen Phage for Tabs on Corki. And Genja obviously wanting that extra bit of attack speed earlier on has gone for Phage and Zeal, but both headed in the same direction. Nick will also be getting his blue buff here to return into that what has up until now been a very quiet 1v1 lane. As I said before, all about the range, just get the farm going. It's Froggen that has a lead on that front, but it's 10 CS only.
I want to see how Nick will play the team fights, because Alliance has a lot of tools to actually deal with him. If Nif manages to get in front of Nick here with his shield up and Nick fires his ulti, the shield will like to take a lot of the damage. And yes, okay, Nif might go down, but you can trade your support for all the damage from a Syndra in these late game team fights. And also, when you have Braum ulti, when you have the stun from Froggen against Shook and Wicked can get onto an immobile champion like Syndra, it means the teamfights are going to be very, very hard to play actually for Nick. And they're going to rely on Diamond going in, lock down the target, either follow up with Bubble or stun from Nick and just try and burst down the very first target they can get to. It could be an issue because if Wicked is in the front with his big fat belly, it's going to be hard to get back to the squishies or get behind him and get the squishies.
So Diamond there just coming towards his bottom lane, but Alliance not extended to the level that we saw Gambit being extended earlier on in that lane. But he's going to come around. They got that pink ward that they cleared out the vision of Alliance just a few moments ago. However, we see Diamond is actually recalling away from that lane. So no push from him down there, no looking to get a kill, and in the end remains pretty quiet here, Diamond. 0-0-0, so not been involved, well, I say in the kills, in that one single kill that Gambit have up until now. But he will go home, and it's all about stacking up that feral flare for him.
I believe he's on 24 at the moment. Need the 30 point, of course, to actually make it into the feral flare. Shook just staying down this bottom lane. They're taking some very good damage from Froggen here.
Max Rain.
Here comes the ult.
Ultimate going to come out here and actually landing 2 out of 3. That third one might have been enough there to actually kill off Nick, and funnily enough, show the first real action in that 1v1 in the mid lane. Either way, he's going to force Nick to back completely out of the lane, and Froggen's at the point here now with that extra blasting one where he just destroys the waves.
A good little juke though by Nick in the very end to dodge it. Diamond might be in trouble, stealthing up already. And oh, beautiful. Jumps over to Wicked.
Oh, that might not be as beautiful as we think though. Shook is coming in from this one. He's got Kubon to give him a little bit of help, and Shook decided not to actually chase on from that one. Really well done by Diamond to actually escape from that scenario.
Yeah, used his ult there to get vision of Wicked and jump straight down to him. He got the ulti afterwards as well, even shot him further away. So good escape here by Diamond, but still he had to use the ult to actually survive this one. And Froggen is putting a lot of pressure on his mid tower because Diamond was forced away. He couldn't go in and try and hold it after Nick went back to base.
Look at that, Nick does come back in there, and Froggen just trying to blast him down behind that turret whilst not taking any aggro himself. You can see from Nick's side, Sorcerer's Shoes, double Doran's Ringen and Athene's there, so lacking on the raw power that Froggen will be able to put his way for now, as Nif once again keeping this lane actually pushed quite far up.
Just telling Edward to shut up every time he tries to recall. The lovely Nami sounds. And once again, Nif going over stops the recall from Edward, and actually now he got back to base. Alliance is staying, gonna push out the wave. This top lane, however, is a very, very big issue for Gambit. I mean, Yorick is supposed to be a very strong laner. Yes, Kuban got ganked by Shook, but he was behind in CS from the start of the game. Never really did anything towards Wicked except for forcing his teleport once. That was everything he did. Just poked him early on, Wicked went back to base, teleported to the lane, and just been very happily farming and actually building extra AP. Should be an Hourglass coming in, unless he wants the death cap for even more poke, but if he builds Hourglass here, just makes it even harder to be someone like Nick and actually find a target to kill.
And we saw Kubon, after getting that initial tier, as you would expect, struggling really to stack it up, went for that Manamune to help out with that to get it there a little bit faster, but he's still only at 340 of the 750 bonus mana from that one, so really taking him a while. Not going to have that, I'm guessing, by that 20-minute mark here. If you compare that to the raw power that Wicked has right now, that could mean trouble. And Wicked's masses and masses of CS ahead of him, close to 70 CS. Wicked has a lead there. Despite the early harassment, really, that Kubon did to him, Wicked got straight through that, really, with that triple Dorans.
Yeah, so it's the triple Dorans, which was the only thing he built for the lane. Normally, when we see Lichbane first item, it's to make you very strong in one-on-ones. Didn't go for Lichbane, could just go Rod of Ages and keep extending his goal lead, really showing how much stronger Wicked are in this lane here compared to Kubon in this game. And he's basically just looking very good towards the team fights. If there's going to be a dragon fight here and he teleports down, he's going to be twice as strong as someone like Kubon.
Well, Kubon's also going to have to pick, okay, who do I actually put my ultimate on here? Not going to be on himself, you'd imagine, unless he gets caught out Nick not got masses of damage at this point either, but look at this, Nick getting bubbled up, Diamond going to come in from the side. Shook is there, however, that tidal wave going down, Diamond actually going to be caught out from this one. He's gone far, jump in, double TP, cancelled actually by Kubon. Think it was the right decision, and with that kill, Alliance free up the Dragon.
But why did he jump in? He saw Shook come in with the rest of the bot lane from Alliance, and yet he jumps in all by himself. Both Genji and Edward had already backed away. Instant stun from Shook, instant ult from Nif, and you just kill Diamond. I mean, he's still very squishy. Yes, he's building some HP now, and he's going for the cooldown reduction build, but you need way more time before you can actually tank some members.
Was it a call from Gambit there? Was it just pure? It looked like pure confusion because
it did.
The rest of them were like, nope, let's not take this one. Shook's there, and Diamond just jumping literally right into the middle of them, losing his life. And that will cost Gambit dearly here because it's not just a kill. The Dragon followed on afterwards, and a very healthy lead for Alliance as we approach 20 minutes into this game. Not looking good for Gambit.
Definitely not looking good. I mean, Shook on Riven, a champion who can really snowball into a point where you can't deal with her at all. Picked up the first few kills, already has a brutalizer. Diamond in trouble once again.
Well, Diamond may just end up going down from this one. That CC train coming in as Shook is going to finish up through the wall with the ultimate. Had vision there from the brush. It's a 4-0-0 Riven, and it's not a snowball anymore, it's an avalanche.
Looking very good here. Flashed the stun from Nick, so he wasn't going to get bursted down, and then just use his ult to pick up the kill. And now pushing on this mid tower will take it even more gold from Alliance. For Alliance.
Lots and lots of gold for them to be spending at this
Wicked
point
too, now
as well.
taking blue buff.
Yeah, Wicked gonna steal that one away. There's 2,000 gold over, almost 2,200 for Froggen to spend. Wicked's got 1,000. There's 2,000 for Shook as well. Gold all over the place here for Alliance, and that gold's gonna translate into items for them here, which means not only are you already losing out on kills now, but once that gold's spent, it's gonna become so difficult for Gambit, especially, you know, the likes of Genji and Edward in this bottom lane, Nami and Kog'Maw. Not exactly the tankiest of champions around.
And the only member you have who can actually jump is Rengar. The rest are stuck where they are unless they have flash ready. Riven is gonna get onto you. Land is done, Lantern combo. Wicked has a lot of targets here with his ulti if he wants to knock someone back here, and the same goes for Froggen with his stun, with all his abilities. It's gonna be so hard for Gambit to move around in these team fights and dodging everything Alliance has to offer, which simply means if there should be a big team fight now, Alliance can pick whatever target they want and just burst it down instantly and win the fight.
And that's the key here, surely, for Gambit. Don't team fight. They can't afford to get in a battle with Alliance because they've seen time and time again here that it's just costing them. One thing we should point out, though, all the kills pretty much on Shook here, although the other lanes, you also have to point out that 208 to 185 CS with the 2 assists between the AD carries. Top lane is just, well, we can almost stop talking about that one because it's such a big advantage for Wicked, not to mention the 1-0-1 scoreline as well. Mid lane, I've said it before, it's been very quiet, very much a farm-orientated lane. However, typical Alliance style now, they're starting to get that vision down in the enemy jungle with this outer middle turret down. Surely means a matter of time before Alliance are pushing turrets and forcing them to fight.
This has sadly been a bit of a standard Gambit game lately, where there's a lot of individual mistakes. There were 2 times where they delayed flashes in this game here, and actually end up dying for instead of just using it instantly and survive. Nick will often hold his own. We see the same thing here, 1 kill, 1 death. Been farming pretty well against Froggen. So that's a few issues. Lost his tower, of course, with also the help from Shook. But still, he's been doing fairly well by himself, and we often see Genji just try and farm and not really get involved in anything. Nothing wrong here at all. I mean, he's just trying to get as much farm as possible. But Gambit as a team just have so many issues. I mean, they pick the wrong fights, they get outplayed, to be honest. When you just look at the small skirmishes as well, they've been outplayed in this game by Alliance, and therefore also fall behind. In laning phase, Kubon on Yorick, it's not good enough. When he played against Supa last week as well, it was an easy time for Mimer.
You've got to wonder how Gambit are going to look to hold on to turrets here with the likes of, you know, Wicked there, 270 AP on Gragas. You've got Froggen, who's got all the range in the world. It's going to be hard for them to get in and actually defend these turrets. There we see the vote, 62 to 38%, actually coming down somewhat from the 74%, I believe it was, on LOLesports.com before this game. But I think Alliance probably have more than that 75% chance right now, considering how these first 24 minutes of the game have got.
100%. Just waiting for the Dragon now. 1 minute and 20. Should be Alliance Dragon, fairly easy. Probably don't even have to use anything actually to get it. Just put up a few wards, walk in, take it, and Wicked can stay in this top lane and keep pushing it down and keep farming and just save the teleport. Genji, however, will at least get some farm down his bottom lane. It's gonna be the guy Gambit is going to rely on in the late game when you have the Yorick as well to put his ulti onto you. So Genji just needs to get as much farm as he can and get as strong. But Alliance after this Dragon might just group up 4 members and use the siege to have, or even 5 members if they want to, and use the siege comp here with Corki, Seraph and Gragas and just start poking down Gambit, force Gambit into an engage, win the team fight and get a Baron or maybe even win the game.
Oh, look at this Alliance here, waiting around that red buff. Gambit trying to force them away, but they're playing a dangerous game. They're going to try and dive on top of them. Tidal Wave comes out. Diamond knocked up once again. Froggen putting the damage in from range. Diamond almost going down. But what's Nick doing? What Nick in the middle of nowhere there will fall down. And that's a 1-for-0 red buff taken. Alliance trying to get even more from it. Diamond was recalling. Unfortunately for Wicked, his ultimate was knocked away. And there was Diamond actually recalling right under their noses. But that positioning from Nick, not what Gambit were looking for.
Nick was actually trying to get away from Nif, who stood right in front of him with the shield from Romy. He tried to move around him so he could get the ulti onto Shook and kill him. But because Nif just kept standing right in front of him, Nick was forced to move into the middle of Alliance. Not a good decision, and end up dying for it. But he just wanted to get to Shook, take him down, get the shot down as well, and maybe flash away a trade 1-for-1 and just say worth it. We're just gonna see it again here. We have to notice Nif later in the fight. First of all though, Gambit want to go in and fight for it, even though they are so far behind and they're caught in a very bad spot where they take so much area damage from both Shook and Froggen. Notice here Nick, he wants to just get away from Nif, get away from the shield, and in try and kill Shook here. Trade 1-for-1. Doesn't happen. Well played by Nif. Being very manly.
It was a flash in the end from Genji that got him away from, he'd imagine, certain death if that barrel had have actually knocked him back into the team. Meanwhile, Alliance go back and are going to get themselves a Dragon. Gambit not able to come in there and do anything about that one. And there is a 10,000 gold lead coming in for Alliance with their 3rd Dragon of the game. Looking like they will be breaking that 4-loss streak that they're currently on. Still at the top of the table though, so losing streaks not always all they're made out to be in terms of where you actually stand in the table. But look at this, Alliance again waiting and hoping that Kubon's going to come up. Wisely enough though, he decides against it.
Backs away, and sad thing for Gambit is when there's so much mixed damage here on the Alliance side. I mean, you have a lot of magic damage, you have a lot of physical damage because of Riven Jungle, and Riven Jungle being so far ahead. It's very hard to actually buy enough defensive items at this point. You can see Kuban here is forced to go into early magic resist, also to lane against Wicked, which means if taps with his auto attacks or Shook gets onto him, he's insanely squishy and will die very, very fast.
Yeah, actually spotting them there, and well, nothing really coming of that one. He just puts up the unbreakable and will be able to walk away. Shook also getting more vision down on that bottom side of the map. We also saw Wicked picking up a Morella Nomicon now as well, so he's continuing to build further and further, and is almost just 1 CS away from having a 100 CS lead. There it is.
And he's really building just to teamfight and siege here, and we actually see Alliance finally grouping up after they took down the Dragon. They got the fight they wanted in the jungle as well, and now just start grouping up with the good combo, push it down, get a tower, can keep going. Diamond actually used his ulti, was looking for an engage, he just forced away instantly.
Oh, get spotted there. One Alliance try and jump on top of him. Don't think so. They're on the top of a ward there as well, so that will actually give Gambit vision of their current position, which they not sure what they can really do with, other than know that they're at least not on top of the Baron. In fact, they got a couple of Baron wards down there anyway, and Alliance will be forced back a little bit. Gambit just trying to keep them as far away from their base as they can, trying to build up as fast as possible in this game.
And it's going to be a good way for Alliance to also try and shut down the engage from Gambit if they do get some wards in Gambit's jungle, so you can spot Rengar while he's still unstealthed, and you can see him stealth start his ulti, and you know, okay, now he's coming in. So you need some deep wards to spot him. Started a bit like against a Nocturne, where you also need some deep wards to see him before he actually activates the ult.
Now we see Gragas' zoning power as well, a barrel down to stop them coming through, and did manage to get the stun onto Wicked, but as mentioned before, tanky enough with Zhonya's in there with that Rod of Aegis already finished charging up. And this is just Alliance going to try and use the power that they have, the range and the siege potential to get in there and take down this inner turret.
Diamond coming in here, ult already popped. He's going to move all the way around him, look for the rest of Gambit to go in, and never mind.
Half HP, and they've actually just spotted him there with that ward over the top of the wall, so Diamond trying, looking for an opportunity, but not able to get in. Genja, I was going to say, recalling a dangerous place there with Wicked having his ultimate available and the stuns that can come out very quickly from Alliance. And I think Gambit are facing a very uphill battle to hold on to this tower. That's actually a good little combo, but it's only going to slow the inevitable. And Alliance take their 5th turret of the game.
So how do you stop a siege comp from taking your towers? You engage onto them. But if you're so far behind and you can't find the right engage, there's nothing you could do other than just wait for the siege comp to take your tower, move on to the next one, do the exact same thing again. And if Alliance managed to pick up a Baron, so they get the extra regen as well, it's going to make it even harder for Gambit to do anything. We saw Diamond twice now try to engage and then back away because either Alliance spotted it or the rest of Gambit didn't feel like they could actually go for a proper engage.
Engage with what exactly is my question here. When
Jumping.
Diamond jumps in at half HP, probably going to die before the rest of Gambit there, who are a little bit zoned behind their own turret, would be able to get in. We did see Kubon actually leave before as well. He just went off down to clear the bottom wave. And that left them 5 versus 4. Does have TP, let's not forget that, so could have come back into things if needed. We've got less than 2 minutes for the next Dragon to come up, all of which up until now have been thoroughly controlled by Alliance. You can see the CS totals really getting out of control here, especially in that top lane, still like over 100 CS now. Mid lane as well has started to build a difference at about 40 CS in favor of Wicked, 20 CS in the bottom lane as well, and just overall Alliance got a strong control over this matchup as a whole. It's 13,000 gold. We've just hit the we're just about to hit the 31-minute mark.
So Alliance has been farming a little bit now, looking for a few key items before they really want to start setting up around either Baron or potentially pushing down another tower here, because they are so far ahead. They should actually be starting something, forcing Gambit into a bad situation. Now they're just giving Gambit some time to pick up some farm here, so I want to see what Tabs actually picks up once he goes back. Should be the last Whisper. Will be actually the last Whisper. And now Alliance as a team can either take the Baron in and go for the finish, or just try and push straight down and take up as many towers as they can before they try and finish the game.
I mean, those items, those Randuins picked up for Diamond, as you mentioned, last Whisper for Corki. Froggen's not been back yet, but when he does, he's currently sat on 2,000 gold as well. Death Cap, Themes, and Void Staff is what he currently has. That means that Gambit facing more of a struggle on that front as well. I mean, Genja is doing a decent job here of trying to get as much farm as he possibly can. We see Alliance just waiting on Dragon, knowing there's no real pressure going to come in from Gambit whatsoever. They're having to deal with the top lane and the mid lane that are already pushing down towards their base.
Alright, so let's see what Froggen wants to spend all this gold on here. He could go towards an Hourglass, unless he wants an instant item now. He will actually go towards the Hourglass. And it's very smart, because who's Nick gonna kill? If even the squishy members has like Hourglass or Banshees or something, there's not really a target for Nick to focus and just take down, and then it's up to Alliance to just collapse onto him instead and kill him, because he doesn't really have an option right now. He needs his Voice Staff, he needs an Hourglass. Everyone from Gambit needs a lot of items before they can even team fight.
Not exactly close when you compare that scoreboard. Shucks. Jungle Riven, first time that we're seeing it here, and something tells me it might not be the last time, considering how well it's gone for him. 4-0-1 after 3 big jungle bans, the main 3 jungle bans coming out. We expected some differences considering those bans. Wasn't quite ready though for the Jungle Riven to be coming out here for Alliance, but worked wonders for them. He's got 4 of the 6 kills that Alliance currently have, and they're starting to squeeze them in.
Oh, there was
Nick
the target.
catching out Tabs. We talked about the target before. Who's got the protection? Tabs is one that doesn't really have the protection, and Nick able to find that pick glimmer of hope there maybe for Gambit. Actually, they're going in here, but I'm not sure this is the best decision. Wicked going to come across the side. Froggen throwing his ultimate in there. And Shook gets himself another kill. Diamond on the top side will be left all alone. And Shook just going to chase in here. If he can manage to land what he needs to land. 3 of them on top of him, and that will be Wicked taking down Diamond. Froggen here, gonna be jumped on by Nick. These 2 men though, Froggen takes a big burn inside of the Baron pit where Flash didn't have it available. Use it just a little bit before that, but now Alliance starting to close in further. Good stun on towards Shook. Nick still alive. Kubon gonna be the big target, but Wicked is coming around the side. Actually flashed in there as Kubon uses the ultimate on himself. Still kind of in the middle of no man's land here as a Baron rolls in, misses from Wicked. He's actually turned away to go for Kubon, who himself has flashed away, and in the end, they get neither of them.
Well, still, actually a good team fight from Gambit here. Very messy, a lot of small fights everywhere. Everything started from Nick, instant killing taps, and then he actually kept going here, flashed over, got the stun onto Froggen, and managed to get a kill on the side of Kubon due to Nick playing it really well. We're just gonna see taps here. Poor little taps getting completely destroyed by Nick, getting a very good kill. There was no benches yet from taps, so he could still kill him here. And the rest of Alliance, they want to fight. Kubon is down this bottom lane. He needs to teleport in to join. There's nothing he can actually teleport on to join the team fight. So Alliance can pick up a few kills here. We're just going to see Wicked, Shook, and Nip. So joined in, of course, by Froggen. Take down both Diamond after some time. And Nip, but I don't even think it's a team fight. It's just a lot of small fights everywhere. And now Froggen, because Kubon actually teleported in behind him, just joins in and Nick wants to go for the kill. Flash after him. Get the stun on him right here. Get another kill. Decent trade by Gambit. Well played by Nick.
That's what they've got to do, and they probably need to do it now 2-3 times. Obviously, the longer we go on, the more that Gambit can do with those single couple of kills. Diamond just trying to keep Nif and Shook away from them. Actually, Nif goes around the corner, spots that Nick is there. Ultimate out of Froggen, almost 100% Nick. And now he's in all kinds of trouble, and he's surely going to go down here. Going to throw everything at Shook, but he's tanky enough as well to actually survive through that one. And Alliance get that kill. Looks like they're going to head back to Baron.
Yeah, Kubon is in the bottom lane without teleport. Remember, he used it before. And we just see here what a Seraph can do late game, especially against a target who can jump away from your ult, hit the first one, hit the second, hit the third, and Nick was down to 10% HP, just from Froggen's damage with his ult. The rest of Gambit actually, except for Kubon now, still down this bottom lane. Looks like they want to try and stop the Baron.
Froggen is actually trying to, or managing to, keep them zoned away from that Baron area. Tidal wave was slightly late, just trying for a bit of a cheeky steal there at the end. And I don't know, you know, his ultimate's down, but worth the chance and worth the risk either way. And Alliance once again now are going to go returning to base with good chunks of gold. 1500 on the AD carry. There was plenty in there for Froggen as well. Froggen finishing off his Zhonya's Hourglass. Ruby Sidestone was done, albeit a smaller item for Nif there as well on Braum. And just generally, Gambit managing one glimmer of hope there, managing to catch out tabs. We'll have to see if they do it again, because when something like that happens, usually Alliance are going to say, guys, be careful. No going alone right now. We don't need those kind of little errors and to be caught out around the map and risk this game.
Yeah, credit to Gambit for extending the game, but Alliance have been so far ahead for the last 10, 15, 20 minutes. They should have been able to pressure Gambit more than they have done. Should never get in a situation where you trade 2 for 2, like we saw before here. And it was actually fairly close. I mean, due to Nick's plays, picked up 2 kills and they couldn't even take him down. I'm not sure if Nick, if Wicked actually killed him in the very end. Seems like he did, because he got an extra death here. But still, Alliance not really been able to use the massive lead to try and close out the game, but now with the Baron, they might be looking for finally pushing into the base of Gambit.
Also a death cap for Wicked. Put that on top of his Zhonya's, Rod of Ages, and Morellonomicon, so got a full-powered Gragas. Able to zone you away from your turrets, I think most importantly at this stage of things. Nick himself, though, obviously can stay back and has got good damage. We've got Genja as well, who's got that range. We'll see if Alliance are able to break through this one. It's going to be about if Nick can land a good stun onto someone like Tabs, I think, as to whether they decide to jump forward and try and have a go at it. And even then, you've got Wicked, who can just throw down his ultimate and knock you straight back away.
Diamond is staying in the base here, so he won't be able to flank around them because they will spot him if he stealths towards them from the base here. So it doesn't look like Gambit actually want to engage, just try and poke onto Alliance and clear the wave as fast as possible every single time and delay Alliance from actually getting the tower and therefore trying to waste the Baron buff Alliance picked up.
There we go, it's actually getting the bubble onto 2, but it's Wicked and Nif that get bubbled.
Still a very good one.
Yeah, Wicked actually losing more than half of his health. Gambit side, they still need to be very weary here because Corki gonna be doing the damage. Froggen in particular, see they're blasting, doing lots of damage to Edward. Ulti coming away, force the flash. Wicked actually going in. Well, Zonya's there, tidal wave coming through, and I think that Alliance wanting to just slightly back away from that one. They do force Edward to move away, but I think that Gambit might be able to hold off at least for this next wave.
But we have to remember, Wicked is built to poke a lot and to have some burst damage with all this AP, but if he goes into the face of Gambit, then he's not very tanky and he can die very, very fast. So we saw him go in, instant hourglass and flash away afterwards. And Alliance couldn't actually go for the dive because they don't really have a tank at the moment. They couldn't just tank or keep have someone diving in, tank the tower and try and kill Gambit because they are so far ahead. They're all about poking and poking and poking. And as long as Gambit dodged around it, they forced Alliance away. Didn't even take the tower.
Now tower down and do get another dragon there at the end, which extends their lead to 17,000. It's a massive, massive lead for Alliance. Oh, this Baron buff looking like it may be timing out with no objectives. Actually, I guess we could say they took a dragon from it, which was completely free for them, considering their pressure on the map, but not able to get in there and finish off turrets. However, pinging now towards that mid lane. Gambit have got 3 men on the bottom side of the map. Yorick just recalling from the top side, so pushing out these lanes as far as they can, meaning that Alliance either have to back away completely and push those lanes out, or focus on the mid lane, which Gambit have done a good job of defending up to now.
Didn't even have to use anything from Diamond or Kuban. It was all about the bubbles from Edwards, the wave clear from Nick, and then Genji staying back and trying to poke as much as he could together with Nick. And did manage to keep them away because, again, there's no tank on the side of Alliance to actually go in and lead the tower dive. I mean, if you go in an hourglass, the tower just instantly switch target anyway, so not exactly much use to have Wicked going in first. Shook did pick up his Randuin's Omen, so he might be the one looking to go in and tank tower. Nif could also be the one, but
I mean,
Nif would be the only tank on the lineup or for Alliance here, but I'm not sure he's tanky enough to actually go in front and survive someone like Genji and Nick.
Funny thing is, if Shook could have not gone into damage, maybe he wouldn't have that 5-0-3 by now. They would at least, though, have a very, very tanky player with all that gold that he's managed to earn. Let's see then as they come back up on the steps towards this mid lane. There's Nick taking a big blast out of Froggen. That might be enough to force them away. Diamond and Kuban at the front, though, just trying to keep Alliance out, trying to get a slow or something up onto Tab so that they force him to Valkyrie away there if he's really feeling that danger. But for Alliance, it looks like they're just baiting or waiting out the time here for those waves to come through. A little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there. Ultimate will push Diamond to the side, but not enough to actually kill him.
They just keep poking, looking for the chance here. Wicked wanted to push Diamond towards the rest of Alliance and just kill him. And he does take a lot of damage. Same goes for Genja.
Yeah, I think that might be it here. Good dodging away from Diamond, but I think that might be enough for them to get a turret. Nick also going low there at the back. They got the stun on towards Kuban. He flashes away. Shook coming through. Gets himself one. There's a kill for Gragas as well. Ultimate was used by Nick, which took Shook low, but wasn't enough to kill him off. And now Alliance have got a wave coming in on this top lane, and that means 2 in-hits.
All they needed was 1 kill, and it forced the rest of Gambit back here to push through the towers. Staying around, Gambit still maybe looking for a fight here.
Maybe, but Diamond getting knocked up. There is Wicked diving in as well. Not quite enough to finish off. There's a flash from Tab to get that kill, though. And that means that Alliance coming through. Nick will go low. Double kill. Max range rocket from Tab. Second in him. 3 men dead. This is surely the game for Alliance.
This will be the game here. The meant to poke him so long. Genji will go down.
Genji's going to fall as well. Or not just yet, because he gets the ultimate out of Yorick. But Not sure how much as that's really going to give them to defend on these Nexus turrets. Kenji will slowly but surely be timing away from this one. Got a last little present for Alliance, but those turrets going down, and that is going to be the game here. Tidal Wave going a little bit wide from Edward. He's just throwing things left, right, and center. Alliance looking maybe for some more final kills on top of the fountain, but the Nexus being hit by tabs at the back, and Alliance break their losing streak. But for Gambit, things go from bad to worse.
And a bit like Supa in the last game here, Alliance were ahead for pretty much the entire game and just tried to play it very, very safe. We had one team fight where they traded 2-for-2. Otherwise, everything was about Alliance in this game here and just making sure they didn't give Gambit any chances to actually come back in the game.
So I have to ask you then, at this stage for Gambit, Diamond coming back into the team after they had Lulex and of course Kubon replacing Darian. It's always hard to really tell after one game, but there was, for me, no real marked improvement. Yes, okay, this was, let's not make any mistakes, first place against last place here. But did we see an improvement from Gambit? Because I don't think I did.
No, I agree. And I honestly feel like there's too many individual mistakes. We talked about it in the game how delay your flashes, all of a sudden it's too late, you die anyway, wrong decisions, early mid-game from Gambit as well, led to them fall behind, it led to them lose all the dragons, and once you start losing every single dragon, you just fall even further and further behind. Kubon in the top lane couldn't do anything against Wicked, like lost the lane by 100 CS or something, which is not supposed to happen when you play Yorick. Then why do you pick Yorick? I mean, it's not like late game, you're just going to carry the entire game. So, just a lot of issues for Gambit, still a lot of individual performances which weren't good enough. Credit to Nick, he tried. Genji as well picked up a lot of farm, but it was never enough to do anything because the Alliance were so far ahead.
And I think a lot of problem we saw Kubon in that lane. It was 151 CS by the end of it, by the way. We saw him bullying at the initial, at the start of that laning phase when there was a single orange ring. Wicked came back in with 3 and instantly, as soon as he hit level 6, forced him to back away. And from that point on, Kubon didn't really have any kind of chance in it. And we saw that mid lane as well. I want to touch on Alliance's picks here because Xerath, a new one for Frog, and Riven, of course, in the jungle. But first of all, Xerath, 0-1-9 for Frog, and not picking up hundreds of kills from it. However, he played what you could probably say is a perfect Xerath game. Died only the one time, 9 assists coming in, sat as far back as he possibly could, and just doing the damage from a distance.
The whole idea about Alliance comp was just poke. Poke and siege, poke and siege. We don't have to dive, we don't really have a guy who can go in and tank the tower, so we just stay back and we keep poking. Perfect pick from Froggen. Worked out for Wicked with the full AP Gragas as well, because he never really had to go in and tank anyone. They just poked. As soon as someone dropped low or someone died, they could take towers, take objectives, and it was just a whole game plan for Alliance. And because Gambit could never engage, remember when Diamond tried to engage twice with Ringer? There's never an option. I mean, Alliance just backed away or had a ward on him, so never really a choice for Gambit to engage onto Alliance.
And we saw the top tier, let's call it, of junglers, the 3 main ones panned out. Shock brings Jungle Riven to the table and ends up 7-0-3 by the end of it. Brilliant win for Alliance. Well, for now, we're going to send it over to Shocks and Quickshot, who have Alliance as Shook standing by.
Thank you very much. Shook brought Riven to the table. We brought Shook to the table to talk about Riven. Circle is complete. Shook, tell us about the strategy going into picks and bans, because you guys banning out the Evelynn and the Elise, how much of the fact that they banned out Lee Sin did you think was going to happen? What were the factors that led you to pick Riven here?
I actually wanted them to play Lee Sin and play Riven against it. Like, I've had success within the solo queue in scrims, and overall Riven, I think, has a great potential to shut down Lee Sin.
Well, it definitely worked out very well in this game, regardless of the fact you were not up against Lee Sin. We also seen the Xerath in the mid lane, Gragas top really working out from Wicked. You guys had a slightly different approach to picks and bans because this is the first time you've not played Lee Sin, Elise, or Evelynn, and you also picked Froggen's mid lane champion very early on. How long ago did you plan this, or was this just on the fly?
Like, we've been practicing this comp quite a lot. Like, we're confident in our comp. It works well together, but I felt like we played too sloppy this game. We played too passive, like we should have forced more, and overall it worked out in the end.
Yeah, talk me through that a little bit more, because you, of course, got ahead really quickly with Riven. Kind of tell us what the factors were that made you get that advantage with Riven really quickly, and why you thought it was quite slow, because it looked pretty fast to us, at least in most of the mid game.
No, we should have forced more with Seraph. Like, we should have grouped earlier. We should have forced Baron way earlier. And with Riven, I just think you can win every fight. If Riven gets ahead, you cannot lose.
It is a little risky, though. If you don't get ahead, of course, you're not going to be able to survive in those team fights. With that win over Gambit, it was quite convincing. You've now broken your losing streak. What was going wrong? We haven't heard from you since the end of Super Week and all of last week. That cost Alliance 4 games back-to-back.
I felt like the patch affected us a lot. Like, the gameplay, the meta shifted, and we slowly adapted to it. Right now, we found our groove, I think, again. And we're just working together way better again, and our synergy just got better again, and now we're winning again.
Okay, so if it was the patch related, 4.12 has just hit live. We should be expecting an LCS within the next week or two before Gamescom. How are you going to prevent losing 4 games again when a new patch hits?
I think we're just going to study patch way more better. Like, we're going to figure out what champions are best. We're going to figure out what comps work good together, and we're just going to bring it into play.
All right, then finally, if you think that that's the way you're going to make it, does that mean that you are 100% confident that you guys will win the split, and who will be the biggest threat for taking that away from you guys?
I think we have a high chance of winning the split, but I think Fnatic can always put up a good fight. So I'm looking out for Fnatic.
Yeah, we'll see that clash next week, of course. Thank you very much. Very impressive, Jungle Riven.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll take a moment to track our points in the Fantasy LCS, but we'll be right back here in 3.5 as Fnatic take on the Copenhagen Wolves.
We will kill your enemies. That will be fun.
Nice, nice.
Getting bubbled up, Diamond going to come in from the side. Shook is there, however. That tidal wave going down. Diamond actually going to be caught out from this one. They're going to try and dive on top of him. Tidal wave comes out. Diamond knocked up once again. Frogger putting the damage in from Ray. Actually, they're going in here, but I'm not sure this is the best decision. Wicked going to come across the side. Frogger throwing his ultimate in there, and Shook gets himself another kill. Also going low there at the back. They got the stun on towards Kuban. He flashes away. Shook coming through. Gets himself one. There's a kill for Gragas as well.
Welcome back to the European LCS. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and I'll be joining Deficio to take you through the next two matches, along with this awesome crowd behind us, starting with a battle between Fnatic and the Copenhagen Wolves. Now, Fnatic have been on an absolute tear lately, going on a 6-game winning streak, demonstrating some of the most dominant games yet. They also own the head-to-head over the Copenhagen Wolves 2-0 this split. So we'll see how this works out. Every single member of Fnatic could have actually secured OP player in the last 2 weeks.
100% agree, and especially the dual lane from Fnatic has really impressed me lately here. I mean, Reckless and Yellowstar together. They just get better and better for every single game they play. Reckless, he has a KD of 12 on Lucian, his main champion, and Yellowstar, 209 assists. The most in EU and NALCS. Really impressive by the dual lane from Fnatic.
Yeah, I completely agree. And Fnatic, they've actually taken the mantle that was once worn by Alliance this split as the top team statistically in Europe in a whole bunch of categories. We've actually got a few numbers that we want to show you regarding Fnatic, starting with the fact that they have secured the second most kills in the whole league behind the very pick-heavy Millenium.
And with the most kills, often comes the most assists, which they have as well, and the least amount of deaths. It means Fnatic as a team has the best team KDA in the entire league. Very impressive. And they put a lot of focus on invading the enemy jungle. They lead the European LCS in stealing away the other team's buff with 66, so a lot of focus on counter jungling as often as possible.
Yeah, and of course that heavy buff control can also be attributed to their fantastic warding. They've got the second highest number of wards placed, interestingly behind Rockat, another team which was winning a whole lot of games. And of course Fnatic themselves have killed the most wards in the EU LCS. A lot of importance on vision.
A lot of importance, and once you have good vision control, you often end up getting objectives. So Fnatic, of course, are the team in Europe who's taken the most dragons, they've taken down the most towers, second most barons, slightly behind the Lions, boo-hoo Fnatic, but rest of the things, they're definitely looking so strong.
Yeah, and unfortunately at only 34 dragons, which is the lowest in the European LCS, it means it's going to be a tough road for their opponents. On the other side of the rift, there is the Copenhagen Wolves. They had a very difficult season, although we have seen moments of brilliance, like their performance against Alliance during our final match in London, and then they actually beat Alliance 2 weeks ago. Today, they are playing with two new players, as both Airwax and Coutard are both off the roster. They have been replaced by Broken Shard, formerly of Complexity in North America, as well as Soren, who's playing in the mid lane.
So Broken Shard, he played 6 games in the NALCS for Complexity, where he went 9, 25, and 19. So not exactly the best stats, but we have to remember Complexity started out pretty slow, now been picking up the pace. He also qualified with the Dragonborns in the 2013 LCS, didn't actually play a game for them, but still managed to qualify. And lately, he has played for SK Gaming Prime in the Challenger scene, where he's actually been performing pretty well. So I'm looking forward to see what he can offer to Copenhagen Wolves here in the European LCS. And then, of course, we have Soren. He's a new player to the pro scene. He actually has no real offline experience, except for maybe some small LAN events back in Denmark, which doesn't really count when we're looking at the LCS and the big picture here. According to himself, he actually has the same playstyle as Coutard, so it could be the reason Copenhagen Wolves trust in him to carry on after Coutard stopped.
Well, we'll have to keep our eyes on that because the Wolves, they have had a rough start this split. They had to rebuild synergy after losing 2 of the members at the beginning. They have looked better, and they did go 2-0 last week, but once again, these 2 new members mean rebuilding synergy, rebuilding teamwork, and rebuilding communication.
Especially communication is very important. Soren himself is a very vocal player, according to Copenhagen Wolves, again, according to himself. But he has no experience, so it would be unfair to rely on him from the start to control everything and be the shot caller of the team. So Copenhagen Wolves, they felt like that to make a second replace or second roster swap and get in a vocal jungler instead of Airworks, who wasn't a very vocal player. Broken Shard, of course, enters. He used to be a shot caller for Dragonborns. He used to be from Complexity as well. And we need to see what he can do.
Yeah, we all know how vocal Broken Shard can be. Well, the Copenhagen Wolves, they are hoping that their unpredictability will keep the red-hot Fnatic off balance, while Soaz and company aim to exploit the Wolves' early mistakes.
We've lost twice to Fnatic this split, and both games were decided by very, very early mistakes.
We usually lost in early game, like we got stumped early game. So if we don't get behind from like jungle invade or something like that, we should be fine, I think.
Everyone can win against everyone in LCS, but I think we are stronger than Wolves.
Soaz has his strength is his real champion pool that no one knows how to handle. but his weakness is his weird champion pool. It's not in the meta. That definitely will be important. The fact that we can't outban him, but we can pick a stronger pick that's more useful than his.
Wolves are kind of capable of beating anyone in a way that they are not afraid to try cheesy stuff. But I think in a normal scenario, we should be able to beat them most of the time.
We're preparing some strats that they won't expect, maybe to catch them off guard, but I think we're on a good way to become a solid team which doesn't need to rely on special strats to beat the opponents, but just by sheer force.
It'll be very interesting to see how Fnatic handle the Wolves, considering they got 2 new members.
I like the fact Unlimited actually talked about Source and his champion pool. Nidalee is now enabled. I've seen he's been playing it in solo queue. Trinity Force, split push Nidalee. I actually hope he's going to pick it.
Well, we'll see if he does. Let's head on over to those starting lineups. On the blue side, it will, of course, be Fnatic with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide playing the jungle, FLICKR in the mid lane, with Reckless and Yellow Star as the AD carry and support.
On the red side, Copenhagen Wolves with their 2 new members. First of all, we have Yombug in the top lane, then Broken Shot in the jungle, and Soren in the mid lane. Woolite as the AD carry, and Unlimited, of course, on support.
Well, before we hit picks and bans, let's see who you voted to win this one. With a whopping 90% of the vote, Fnatic owns it, and the 90% curse means Fnatic might be going down.
Yeah, if it sticks to what we normally see, and 2 new members from Copenhagen Wolves, gonna be difficult.
We'll see if it works out. This is a good time to remind you guys that you can still get seats to watch the European teams compete in the summer split, but the clock is ticking. So head over to lolesports.com, visit the tickets link at the top of the page for all of the information. We're about to jump into picks and bans. And it'll be interesting to see what Soaz plays. Like you said, he's been playing the different AP top laners. Nidalee's available. Maybe he'll be the first one in EU.
Could be the first one. We didn't see it banned or picked in the last 2 games. I want to see Fnatic targets towards Soren in the mid lane, because he's a solo queue mid laner. Often tends to have smaller champion pools than we normally see. I know he likes Orianna as his main pick. Could it be an easy ban for Fnatic? Or a pick on to FLICKR, of course, who's played it the last few weeks and really been performing well on it.
Yeah, we'll have to see how their strategy goes. The mid lane bans have definitely been the trend in 4.11.
Exactly.
Last week and this week, a very large portion of all the bans have been going towards those mid lane champions, and we're about to jump into our first picks and bans. So let's take a look at how Fnatic handle the Copenhagen Wolves. Slow start to picks and bans, nothing out of the gate.
Nothing yet. We've seen Fizz, Twisted Fate and Kassadin as their standard bans the last few games here. Kassadin, of course, by Copenhagen Wolves, instantly banned away. Very standard. And we do actually see Fnatic here ban away Orianna against Soren. So I like it because it is his main champion and you really want to push this new guy out of his comfort zone.
So just a quick highlight. Braum and Orianna banned away from Fnatic. Kassadin and Twisted Fate taken off the table by the Copenhagen Wolves. That mid lane focus is definitely prevalent. 3 of the 4 bans going that way, but all of the junglers are still up and available. So Fnatic may be able to go first pick Lee Sin, maybe throw some doubt into the Wolves' mind. Could be Soaz, could be Cyanide, if they go that route.
Yeah, very true. Both of them have played it, but with all the junglers open, you don't have to necessarily first pick it. We could see Reckless pick up Lucian for himself, been his main AD carry, and always been using the Blade Rune King and Ghostblade build. And Evelynn is the last ban, so really respecting Evelynn here from Cyanide, or they want to push Cyanide onto a champion with skill shots like Elise or Lee Sin.
And completely catching both of us off guard with an insta-lock Fizz. There was very little thinking from Fnatic's side. Lee Sin, Elise still available, Lucian still up and available, and some preferences from the Wolves. So Fizz for Fnatic, Lucian and Elise for the Wolves.
So again, yeah, Fizz banned the last 2 games, being a very strong pick after Phoenix got nerfed, so there was less magic resist on the enemy mid laner, making it a bit easier for you to get the kills. And then with giving up Elise is not really an issue for Fnatic because they still have Lee Sin as the perfect option if they wanna pick it here for Cyanide or delayed because they don't need to pick a jungler. So we do see actually Reckless as well, picking up a different AD carry now. We saw him play Vayne last week once Lucian was taken away or banned, I actually believe it was. Could try and do the same thing here.
Yeah, it played really well with Vayne last week. It'll be interesting to see how Soren handles himself. Not only is this his debut game on the LCS stage, and truthfully, the biggest LAN stage you can play on in competitive League of Legends, but he's coming up against FLICKR on Fizz. It's going to be a difficult task no matter who he locks in.
Oh, definitely. Fizz is so annoying to deal with. Not so much in the laning phase, but coming into middle late game points, once Fizz get a few items, he's just a pain. He's very good in one-on-ones. He's very good in team fights as well, because you often build Hourglass. You can go in, draw a lot of members close to you, you pop your Hourglass, get your E back up and jump out again. So just very hard to deal with. I've seen Soren play a lot of Yasuo in in solo queue, but because they didn't take Lee jungle to get the knockback with Yasuo, I don't actually think he's gonna lock it in, and possibly looking for a different mid laner. Otherwise, they have 0 knockups to actually help him yet.
Well, the rest of Fnatic's champions, of course, that's going to be a Gragas top lane, as well as Yellowstar getting his hands on Thresh for the 9th time this split. He's got a 12 KDA on that champion. Yellowstar, you have to think, is the strongest Thresh player in Europe at the moment.
100%. Every single time he plays it, he sets up so many kills. We saw Kasing earlier today from Subaku do the same thing, but Yellowstar can just do it consistently every single game. Gonna be very hard to deal with for the Copenhagen Wolves, especially also when you have a Fizz. So if you do land some good hooks here, or you have the Lantern as well, it means Xpeke can just go really aggressive and then take a Lantern out to safety.
Well, we'll see if they synergize in that particular route. The Wolves have locked in both Ryze and Renekton. So Renekton and Elise for some early game aggressive moves, and Soren, we're expecting to take that Ryze in the mid lane. Should, in theory, be able to scale, but that's a fairly immobile champion to deal with Fizz from Fnatic.
Yeah, well, Ryze is a good laner. Should be able to farm pretty easily here in the mid lane and become very strong. So we see Copenhagen Wolves with a lot of focus on the team fights with the Ryze pick. Elise as well, very good team fighting jungle. Where Fnatic now, when you have both Vayne and Fizz, I mean, you're looking just to 1-3-1 split push here and never really go into straight up team fights unless you're very far ahead. And you have Lee Sin as well, who can roam around and join in for these small fights and be very, very strong. And you even have Wave on the Gragas now, sitting in the mid lane by himself. So Fnatic really setting up to a very strong pick/split push comp, which is something they love to play and have been playing the last 6 games where they've been winning.
Yeah, and very reminiscent of last week's composition where they had the Vayne and the Shyvana top lane to play that 1-3-1 split push. This time around, maybe going to use the Fizz in that regard. So Fnatic definitely got their comp and theoretical playstyle locked in. Copenhagen Wolves running down the buzzer, and we are going to see another Blitzcrank.
Wow,
second player in Europe to run the Blitz.
Alright, so Blitzcrank here, Unlimited definitely looking to try and stop the split pushing, not by joining in for the one-on-ones, but to actually set up kills in the mid lane, land a good hook here, take down a member from Fnatic, and now you actually force them to recall from the side lanes and join in with the rest of the team. Otherwise, Copenhagen Wolves as a unit can just start pushing down or go towards Baron. So with the Blitzcrank here, if he can set up some kills, he will remove the split pushing effect from Fnatic and force them into defending objectives together and therefore get into big team fights, which should be in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves, unless something like the Fizz or Vayne gets completely out of hand, which we have seen before when we have Xpeke and Reckless playing them.
Very, very big words indeed. If he can set those kills up. Jay Reed last week helped Millenium pick up a win against Alliance. We'll need to see if Unlimited can do the same thing for the Copenhagen Wolves. So guys, which team picked the better champions in your opinion? Tweet to us at LOL Esports with hashtag FNCWin or hashtag CWWin, and we'll see if these lineups manage to sway your vote. Remember, it was 90% in favor of Fnatic, and traditionally this split, 90% fan votes have gone against the favorite team.
Then you end up losing, and it is Europe. We often see top and bottom here. Maybe not too much this split, to be honest, where we had these 2 front runners in the Alliance, and now Fnatic was SK early on. So maybe Fnatic can actually take it. I think if Reckless gets a good start, he got this one. Or Xpeke.
We will have to find out. This, of course, is the potential 7th win for Fnatic. They're 6-0 in terms of winning streaks. They went 7-0 in the spring split before crashing down an 8-game losing streak. It was Gambit that started that one. Copenhagen Wolves will be looking to do that this particular game. So we are jumping into game for number 3 of the day between Fnatic and the Copenhagen Wolves. So let's take a look at how they handle themselves. A lot of pressure on Unlimited and the Blitzcrank.
So every single time we see Reckless on Vayne, Fnatic will always lane swap. And this has been what they've been doing in the past to avoid the weak laning phase for Vayne. And we often actually see them go into the enemy jungle at level 1, get some deep wards and try and spot where Copenhagen will send their dual lane and just make sure Reckless can get his lane swap. Both Gragas and Renekton, however, are 2 very good top laners in case of lane swaps. Only issue for Renekton is he's going to be less useful in the late game if you just look at utility he brings. So if he falls a lot behind early, he won't really have much of an impact in the game. Where Source on Gragas, even though he falls behind, still brings a lot of utility with both stuns, knockbacks, and slows.
Well, I do believe we have Unlimited's reaction to the picks and bans, so let's pull that one up onto your screens in just a moment.
Ziggs is banned, so yeah, we'll probably go with Fizz.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, the Fizz first pick. Okay, that's interesting.
Well, definitely not expecting the Ziggs ban, considering Soaz ran at top, considering Peke's run at mid.
And I think they wanted Fizz actually for Soren. If I got it correct, he was talking about they wanted to pick the Fizz, but then Fnatic just first picked it. So definitely something the teams in Europe have been scrimming a lot. It seems pretty much all of them actually play Fizz.
So very, very smart pick and ban phase then from the Fnatic squad. If they have put Copenhagen Wolves into an uncomfortable spot. What we did miss when we were looking at the listen-in, look at the mirrored wards. Identical starts from both Fnatic into Copenhagen Wolves jungle and vice versa from the Wolves into Fnatic's jungle.
So both teams simply trying to spot out, okay, where's the dual lane gonna go? Copenhagen Wolves want to see it so they can set their dual lane to go against Reckless and Yellowstar, and Fnatic of course wants to avoid it. It is Copenhagen Wolves, however, taking the blue buff. Same goes for Fnatic over here with both top laners and junglers helping each other. And as we often see it, Fnatic will get the lane swap.
Yeah, exactly like you talked about. Reckless and Yellowstar heading to the top lane to be quite comfortable. We do see Yellowstar
be careful.
Gonna run into some trouble. Youngbuck and Broken Shot, they're gonna catch him. We'll see if they can catch him out. That's a level 1 Youngbuck. Yellowstar's gonna take a few auto attacks, and absolutely nothing happens. We do see Unlimited doing a very similar situation. Hook City, as it were, Thresh and Blitzcrank, both chasing their opponents, junglers and top laners through the river.
So at least they know where the other junglers started, and Unlimited trying to be a scumbag and take away the red buff. Didn't actually work for him because Fnatic pulled it a bit away from its starting position. So both teams now know where the enemy jungler is, where they started. We'll have the timers ready, and we do have the lane swap. Unlimited and Yellowstar actually can both roam around and try and set up some plays here early on.
And we'll see who can roam more effectively. Last week, we actually seen Kiwi Kid with a fantastic death sentence through the Wraith camp wall into the mid lane to help secure a kill. We know for a fact Yellowstar can make those plays happen. Anyways, let's take a look at those buddy systems. Youngbuck and Broken Shard clearing out the jungle camp, moving towards the top lane. And we do see that Soaz and Cyanide still holding hands. Going to check out Larry White. We'll see if they're going to go for the objective or potentially a tower dive. Now, Fnatic did this in both of their games last week. Very early tower dives onto their opponents. It feels like Broken Shard is aware of it. He set himself up.
Yeah, Copenhagen was they expected. There's no E on Broken Shard, however, so no cocoon from him. Only level 2, didn't actually get the last small bit of XP, but did at least put up a ward, so they expected Fnatic to move here, but Youngbuck might still be in trouble.
Youngbuck does have flash available. Broken Shard gets caught. That's a lot of damage from Cyanide already. We do see that in the top lane. That's a condemn into the wall. Reckless tumbles away as the death sentence holds Youngbuck in place. The silver bolts come out. Ignite is ticking, and first blood secured by Reckless. It's not over yet. Cyanide is looking for some spider pudding, and Broken Shard's going low. 100 HP on the flash forward. They trade 1-for-1. Yellowstar gets the last hit, 2-for-1 in favor of Fnatic.
So while Copenhagen was expected to dive here, they couldn't actually do anything against it because Broken Shard, first of all, he's only level 2. Youngbuck's back here. This is risky.
Well, we'll see if Fnatic want to re-dive. So as if he takes it up, maybe. Youngbuck gets condemned against the wall. Reckless down to 200 HP. The death sentence goes wide, and Soaz is on his way out. There's no support from the rest of the walls, and that's a flash from Reckless. I think that was smart. He would have been in trouble.
All about Yellowstar landing the hook here. He missed it, so Youngbuck was safe. But the very first dive by Fnatic was very well executed here. First Yellowstar tanked it. He went out of tower range. Reckless went in. Actually, it was Reckless who started, tumbled out of the tower. Yellowstar joined in and did manage to actually get the very first kill, even though Broken Shard was nearby. We did now get his E ready for another fight.
We'll have to see how Yellowstar handles himself with these double buffs. If he gets some auto attacks down with that red buff, it's really going to make the Wolves' life difficult. But while all of the action was going on in the top lane, Limited and Woolite going to grab themselves the first tower of the game. Woolite, interestingly, not ahead in CS. And considering Fnatic have had effectively 2 tower dives, that means Reckless is doing a good job at CSing while securing kills.
That's what we normally see from him too, especially when playing Vayne. Also making sure he gets all the farm in his lane swap, because for him early on, if he gets a bad start on Vayne, he might never really catch up and be a factor in the game. And he loves to split push, so he needs to get going early. Therefore, a lot of focus on the farm, and did actually also get a kill. So not a bad start for Fnatic.
Well, we do see Cyanide in the mid lane. Soren is being jumped on, instantly flashed away. I wonder if Peck is going to keep doing that. Remember, this is Soren's first game. When you see how he handles the pressure.
Yeah, okay, so while Fnatic did get the 2 kills, we just saw the bot tower go down. We see Copenhagen will start the dragon here with both Yellowstar and Reckless being in the top lane. And at the same time, look at the farm. Youngbuck, because he teleported back and avoided the second dive, picked up a lot of farm, while Source couldn't really get anywhere to pick up anything. So, farm-wise, definitely in favor of Copenhagen Wolves now with Dragon 2.
Yeah, farm-wise and as well as objectives. When you see how Soaz makes himself relevant, remember he does have teleport and flash. So if anything were to happen, he could pull himself into play. Copenhagen Wolves in the mid lane.
Such a good play here. There's no wave clear on Xpeke unless he jumps into the minion wave, and then you have a Blitzcrank to just catch him and pull him into your team. It's a very good early move because the bot tower is gone and the dragon to force Xpeke now to lose some farm on the tower and get some damage on this mid lane.
So the Copenhagen Wolves with a very strong start to this game. It looks like their shot calling seems on point. If you contrast that dragon call from a few minutes ago to a dragon call from Copenhagen Wolves 2 weeks ago, it is chalk and cheese. It was disastrous when they were playing earlier in the split, and this time around, they've got themselves a 600 gold advantage and a lot of damage in that mid lane.
So the average first dragon for Copenhagen Wolves is 17 minutes. This time around, 5 minutes, 30 seconds, something they just go straight for the dragon because they saw Yellow Star and Reckless in the top lane. Very, very good communication and shot calling. Reckless still gets a lot of damage here and want to take down the tower.
Manages to take the tower down, unfortunately. Took a couple extra shots from that turret than he was anticipating. So objectives even, 1 for 1. Peke gets rooted in place by the Rune Prism. Soren's doing a lot of damage back. Here comes Broken Shot from the side. Chum the Waters was available though. Peke decides to hold on to his little fishy. Doesn't throw it in Soren's smiley face direction.
So Soren here, slightly behind in form. Was of course part of the dragon, so lost a bit of CS there, but Xpeke lost some in the mid lane too. And so what's coming in for a gank?
Well, you see Rockat Soaz gets caught, the fat man's pulled in, and he's just going to get bursted down. Flashes over the wall, but the overload follows through, and Soren with his first kill of the LCS.
And it's so important to get some early kills on your new members. Of course, Broken Shot, he has the experience. He might not be as nervous as someone like Soren here, but getting an early kill on something like Ryze and your new member, very, very big deal from Copenhagen Wolves. Very nice setup by Unlimited. We talked about how he needs to land the hooks.
And he did land it. Now we see Soren being jumped on. Peke, he gets exhausted out, so Chum the Water's damage is reduced. He's going to be able to hop, skip, and jump away thanks to Playful Trickster. And I just want to mention, Broken Shot was scrimming with the Copenhagen Wolves earlier this week, and he actually put a tweet out saying how excited and happy he is to be back scrimming with and against LCS teams. Just talking about how the communication and the level of play is just all that much higher. He's a little behind in CS. The kill and an assist to his name. Definitely doing well. And consider he was brought on board for his shot calling ability. So if the Dragon Call was his, you do have to give credit to the man.
100%. A bit of a tough start because he was only level 2 once Fnatic actually dived the top lane. Yellow Star with early Moby boots here, which we often see, going towards Youngbuck.
Well, we'll see if they can catch him. The Reckless does throw down that Hunter in the Night. Youngbuck is stunned against the wall. Death Centered backward. That's a lot of damage on Reckless, but we should see Youngbuck going down. Gets dropped and Reckless for the second kill of the game.
Just a few seconds before the flash was actually ready for Youngbuck here. Couldn't escape it. Good setup. Nice early Moby boots here from Yellow Star to roam around between the lanes, something he often likes to do. Something Unlimited actually likes to do as well. Just be part of all the lanes as a support and leave your AD carry to just farm by himself. We have seen the same. I mean, Unlimited is once again in this mid lane. He just keeps going back and forth, same as Yellow Star.
And something that Yellow Star has been doing on Thresh, traditionally starting with Relic Shield and eventually selling and going towards Ancient Coin. This game just started with those boots and really relying on that mobility. We do see Peke securing blue buff for himself. Got a CS advantage over Soren. Soren, of course, with that kill. And the Dragon Gold to back him up means that he's actually ahead in total gold at this point in time. So Copenhagen Wolves, they've lost that global gold lead that they built up from the early Dragon. Should be respawning soon. Maybe we'll see a fight.
Still, if you don't manage to stop a Fist from farming early game, you won't stop him in the late game either, because he just becomes stronger and stronger. Same can be said about Ryze, of course, but still, the fact that Xpeke can pick up so much farm and Reckless on these two late game hyper carries is an issue for the Wolves, but they are trying to set up some plays here. Unlimited once again roaming into the mid lane, joined by Woodlight.
Well, we'll see how Reckless performs. He's got a 10-minute Blade of the Ruined King. Woodlight working towards that Infinity Edge on Lucian. So in terms of power spikes, Reckless should be stronger for the next few minutes.
Scary.
Look at Fnatic setting up in the mid lane. Peke is going forward. Chum the Waters goes out. Goal as Woodlight has to flash over. Rocket Grab does not connect either.
So both hooks missing here. Copenhagen Wolves with the same idea as before. Because the bot tower is already gone, Woodlight, he pushed it out or got it to slow push towards Fnatic, and then he just rotated to the mid lane to try and punish Xpeke for not really being able to wave clear. This time around though, Fnatic were ready with all the members. Even Source actually moved from the bottom lane up towards the mid lane in case a fight would happen.
Remember, all things considered, that's a flash down on Ro8. So if he does get slightly overextended, could be in trouble. Level 5 Yellow Star, no box available. Look for the death sentence. We'll see if he can connect. Youngbuck slices once and sidesteps. Yellow Star with a very rare miss on his skill shot.
Soren here actually built some early magic resist on Ryze, so he's gonna delay his Rod of Ages just by a few minutes, but still, it's always about getting it as early as possible, together with your tier, of course, and just start stacking them up here. But one of the early magic resist against Xpeke and Source.
Yeah, definitely should help him out. On the topic of items, you can notice Soaz actually got himself a chain vest and a giant's belt. So, you know, we've been seeing Gragas' in Korea go Lichbane first. You were talking about in the previous game. We've seen a lot of AP being built by Wicked. And Soaz also going to go his own direction for this game. So Dragon's up in 5 seconds. It looks like the Wolves have got positioning.
And it really shows to me how Source wants to make sure they actually have a real tank in the front here. Oh, nice!
The death sentence connects. The box is down. Youngbuck gets slowed, but he's going to slice and dice his Valve away. Reckless continues to chase as Yellow Star is tanking up the turret. So Youngbuck forced to flash away. The rest of Fnatic have grouped themselves up. Cyanide goes in. He's stealed like only Cyanide can. He gets rocket grab backwards though. A second kill to Soren. Dragon for 1. They've got to be happy with that.
Same deal here for Wolves though. Oh, Roccat in trouble.
He's going to repel away and still get nommed. Earth, the manatee, is hungry and he's eating spiders for breakfast. Youngbuck sidesteps away. He does throw down Dominus. Reckless is melting through his HP. Yellow Star and Reckless counter the kill with a kill of their own, as well as getting Dragon.
And really not the best few minutes for Copenhagen Wolves here. First of all, it was supposed to be their Dragon. There were 4 members. Sanad stole it. Yes, he went down for it, but now up in his top lane. Reckless just picked up a kill. Xpeke got a kill as well. Remember, you can repel to avoid the knock-up because you're up in the air, but you still take the damage as the least, and will die. Oh, if he had landed that hook, man.
Well, I thought it was going to happen, that's for sure. Unlimited almost
would have been a mad life.
Makes an LCS big play, but it was not to be. Reckless and Yellow Star get themselves up. Another kill, another tower. Fnatic accelerate to a 2,000 gold lead, and 1-for-1 in Dragons. I think decent call by Copenhagen Wolves, but better steal from Fnatic.
It was the right call by Copenhagen Wolves once they had sold again the 2 members, both Yellow Star and Reckless up in the top lane, to quickly take the Dragon, back away and go up and help Youngbuck up there, who shouldn't actually have stayed after he was forced to use Flash before. He went back in trying to wave clear and Fnatic just jumped him, or Reckless and Yellow Star jumped him, picked up another kill now for Reckless, so he's looking very, very strong.
Well, take a look at the items on the map. Sunfire Cape completed for Soaz now, going tanky. Youngbuck still yet to complete anything other than that Bilgewater Cutlass. We got a lot of damage on the junglers. And as you pointed out on that mid lane rise for Soren, has not completed his cat's Rod of Ages rather. Negatron Cloak really delaying his stacking items. So it'll be a while before Rise is that Terra tank frontline that you expect him to be.
Ooh, Sanad, pretty risky here going in all by yourself. Yellow Star is nearby with the lantern in case he needs it. But Copenhagen was really making sure they can get this blue buff over to the side of Soren so he can keep farming.
A lot of investment here on the side of the Wolves. They've got 4 members actually on the buff. Oh, they've hooked Cyanide. He comes back with flashes over the wall. Should be able to make it up. Soren wants blood. He flashes forward. Rune Prison goes down. Lantern shield. Plus the little dash means Cyanide can get away. But that's Soren flashing aggressively and not managing to get the kill. Look in the top lane. Peke has shoved the wave all the way to the inhibitor turret. Reckless looking for blood on Youngbuck. I wonder if he's going to start the fight. There is, of course, the scrying lanes. Youngbuck gets taunted up, Blade of the Rune King down. Youngbuck is just getting decimated.
All right.
Too easy.
So, if you're against a Vayne and a Fizz who's getting early kills, you don't build damage on Renekton as your first item. You are so squishy. Your only choice is to go full tank and just try and defend your own tower. Source, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Knocks him away. And of course, Unlimited and Broken Share tag teaming to take down Soaz. Easy kill backwards, just Soaz a bit over-aggressive.
So Unlimited has been doing a good job trying to get a few kills here, but still these solo lanes, or these side lanes, sorry, is gonna be so hard for Copenhagen Wolves to deal with. The Blade of the Rune King, it's something Youngbuck always builds on Renekton, but you're not gonna catch Vayne anyway, or Fizz for that matter, and Broken Shard in trouble now.
Oh, he does manage to sidestep Chumble Waters. That's a flash over the cocoon. Peke grabs himself another kill. Beautiful Urchin Strike straight through Unlimited. It's knocked up in the air. We'll see if he can get away. Peke manages to playful tricks to the silent. Ro8 is looking like he's going to get taken down. Red buff slow. Last hit gets secured by Reckless. That is a 5-0 Vayne. Fnatic group up. They've set their sights on the mid turrets.
just because they have the carries are so fed from Fnatic, it really also explains their tank build here from Source, because they don't need more damage. They just need someone to tank everything Copenhagen has to offer. And FLICKR once again jump around, sword and drop.
Oh, he gets knocked back with the death sentence. Connects onto Unlimited. That's one secured. The rest of Fnatic dive forward. Cyanide once again goes down as Reckless. Flashes forward for the Lantern out. 2 for 1. And Fnatic are playing out of their minds. That is a 7-0 Vayne. 10 kills to 5, 3 towers to 1. There's very little Copenhagen Wolves can do to contain Fnatic at this point.
Simply Fnatic outplaying Copenhagen Wolves. You're just gonna see it again. It's FLICKR jumping around, dodging the hook. Sana jumps in, kicks back Zoran, there's no flash. Jumps in then, hook from Yellow Stars to Lantern to Unlimited, so he flies in, gets the flay as well. And notice the Lantern being pulled down here. They know Reckless, he's like, I'm gonna go for this one. And Yellow Star puts the Lantern, Reckless knows he can flash after it and take it back to safety.
Aggressive Reckless, which is not what we were seeing at the beginning of the split, when he was playing passive and playing scared. One of the few 80 carries in Europe to pull Vayne out. He had a fantastic game last week, and he's off to one hell of a start this week.
So 15 kills, 17 minutes in, 2 Dragons, 1 for each. Even though Copenhagen Wolves are now far behind, and if you look at just like the big table here with a 7-0 Vayne, they've had some good calls. I mean, the Dragon was the correct call once again while there were 2 members up in the top lane. Youngbuck has had a lot of issues, however, in this game. I don't agree with his build, and I think that he shouldn't have stayed around to die a second time to Reckless up in his top lane.
Oh, Cyanide's got
good hook again.
Cocoon into hook. That means he's down. Cyanide definitely feeding for Fnatic. I also want to highlight, it's the new players for Copenhagen Wolves that are shining. Soren, 3-1-0. Broken Shot, 3-3-2. Definitely putting up a good performance for their debut on the Copenhagen Wolves squad.
And of course, credit to Unlimited. Landing the hooks here, and onto Woolite.
Oh, Woolite gets caught. Yellowstar flashes into the hook. Gets pulled backwards. Chum the Waters is down. The damage does connect into Unlimited in the background. Reckless has got his first. We do see FLICKR securing the second of the fight before he playfuls once. Trickster's out. Reckless is chasing Unlimited before he turns back onto the giant crocodile of Youngbuck. Youngbuck has got a Doran shield against a 7-0 Vayne, and he just gets turned into a pair of boots. Before Copenhagen Wolves are on the retreat, 1 for 3. And Fnatic just surround the Wolves.
Dragon is up here. Sana died before. Remember, he got hooked in by Unlimited, but he will be back now. Take the Dragon with both Source and Reckless. So Fnatic extending the goal lead. You have a 9-0 Vayne at 18 minutes.
There's nobody on the Wolves side that can deal with Vayne. If Soren finds Vayne, he has no armor. He's got some HP from Rod of Ages, but Blade of the Rune King plus Ghostblade plus Negatron Cloak, Reckless is just playing phenomenally. And you know what? This is just Fnatic. They're looking like they want to go 7-0, playing the map, moving around, and their rotations are back to epic levels that you expect.
So to be honest, they didn't actually rotate in this game at all. They have just been in their lanes, either split pushing and just diving onto Copenhagen Wolves or just looking for teamfights in the mid lane. They never really actually had to do any rotations around the map. Yellow Star stuck with Reckless up in his top lane, got the first tower, moved on to the next one, killed Youngbuck, got the second tower. Fnatic, hook onto Yellow Star.
That's a hook for hook. Yellow Star on a limited trade, but Yellow does have the support of Reckless. Ignite is burning, should be able to survive, and if Youngbuck jumps over the wall, he was going to be in trouble. So they traded hook for hook. That was Hook City at its finest.
Yep.
And Yellow Star gets away with his life.
Youngbuck is staying around the tower. Very, very squishy, but the rest of Copenhagen Wolves are nearby in case Fnatic wants to try and dive him. And therefore they back away after all the wards being cleared by the Wolves.
Well, the last blue buff that spawned for the Wolves required 4 of their members to secure under threat of a Fnatic invade. They've got the numbers in the bottom half of the map. It's Reckless that is now on the front line. Look at that drop down. 1 kill every 2 minutes for Reckless. That's a very difficult stat to maintain. But
yeah, he needs to hurry. Up. If you want to keep it going, he really needs to go in and just dive Youngbuck now and kill him. Come on, you slacker.
Well, he'll be very disappointed if he doesn't maintain that stat. Fnatic going to push the lanes down. They know they've got a strong advantage. You were talking about how the Wolves would be good in team fights. When you're this far down, Very difficult to see how you'd survive. Their sentence goes out, connects with Youngbuck. Tower's being secured in the background, and Youngbuck is going to get dashed on. Chum the Waters connects on Woolite, the best target possible. The exhaust was used on Peke, so damage was reduced. First kill secured by Reckless. We do see that's a double kill as he sidesteps the Cocoon, looking for the triple. Reckless has got a triple. He's looking for Broken Shot. That's the quadra. He's looking for 5. Tower's down the back line. Reckless makes the penta. Reckless with a pentakill in the summer split. Fnatic 18-8. They are dominating Copenhagen Wolves.
And Reckless has just been part of everything here, picking up kills for himself. Even got the penta here. He even died by himself too. Just look at the fight here. First hook onto Youngbuck. They take the tower at the same time and just keep chasing up here. And it doesn't even matter what comp you have. When there's so many kills on a Vayne this early, the team fights will be in your favor. We see Rex here, got 2 kills. Dodges the Cocoon, goes for the next one. So much damage onto Woolite. And now the rest of the team just want to make sure he can get the penta. Hook actually misses, but there's a lantern onto Reckless. He's getting the last spirits while the rest of Fnatic will tank the tower.
Absolutely phenomenal. Pentakill Fairy reporting in, and Reckless grabs Penta here in the summer split. Truthfully, there is just so little that Copenhagen Wolves can do to contain him.
At this point,
Vayne is back. If you can get yourself the farm, if you can get those items, you know Reckless has got the mechanical ability to deliver.
So first of all, they got the lane swap, which they always want to have on Vayne. And also they actually got the first dive where he picked up the first kill.
Well, I do want to highlight at 1 kill every 2 minutes, that stat has now been adjusted because Reckless has bought himself 5.5 minutes to breathe with those 14-0-1. If anyone has Reckless in their fantasy team, well, congratulations on your Week 9 victory.
Thank you very much. I'm not even sure who I'm playing because I'm so far ahead in our caster league. I don't even care who I'm playing anymore, actually. I just win games.
Humbleness is what you were lacking, my dear friend. Their sentence goes out, doesn't connect with the Wolves. Fnatic, you got an 8,000 gold lead. It's not as much as you might expect at this stage. Cyanide maybe playing the sacrificial lamb. Yellowstar gets hooked in, box goes down. Teleport coming in from Soaz. The kick from Cyanide knocks up the Wolves. Here comes Peke. We see Reckless with the first kill of the fight. Now Youngbuck in the back foot. Reckless has got the double. The Chum the Waters is on Broken Shot. Killing blow lands on Cyanide. Scumbag Cyanide indeed. It's not over yet as Peke is looking for the dive, and Woolite finally decides to back away. 3 more kills. Fnatic turn away, maybe considering Baron.
Should be a very easy Baron here. They can even kill the ward with their own pink. Just take it on. Unless Woolite wants to move in and try a steal. He's all alone, decides to back away.
And of course, Yellowstar, after being hooked by that rocket grab, actually survives the entire fight. Fnatic secure the Baron, and just look at the item. This is full tank Gragas from Soaz. Banshee's Veil and Sunfire Cape. We see Cyanide building himself up some MR. DFG Lichbane completed for Peke, as well as those Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Eye-Edge, Ghostblade, Blade of the Rune King for Reckless. Over on the other side, Youngbuck has only got a Blade of the Rune King. There is no tanky stats at all to survive the incredible amount of damage that Fnatic has available to them.
Honestly, just a mistake to even build towards Blade in a game where you know it's going to be Fizz and Vayne split pushing against you. It's all about just staying alive as long as possible and wait for your team to make moves around the map and then force the split push back or go and gank one of their squishy split pushers from Fnatic. So, invested the gold wrong, been dying a lot, and the early kills for Reckless, every single one came on to Youngbuck up in the top lane.
Oh, Copenhagen Wolves are considering the pincer move, decide against it. Look at the recall from Unlimited down the map. The rest of Wolves not in position to defend. Fnatic are going to secure potentially 2 towers. They've hooked Broken Shot, nobody's committed yet. Second tower, a couple auto attacks away as Reckless does secure it. And that looked like a Talisman of Ascension popped from Yellowstar in anticipation of an engage. So Fnatic 2 uncontested towers. They extend their lead even further.
An open inhibitor now can just move straight in. Either force Copenhagen Wolves to try and engage. I mean, we need a hook from Unlimited here onto someone like Reckless and just blow him up instantly. Otherwise, the team fights are going to be near impossible for the Wolves to win.
Well, we'll see if Unlimited can make that happen. He, of course, does not want to hook Peke into the middle of the team. Just gives them an easy Chum the Water setup. So Unlimited, Overdrive is up. Peke manages to Playful Trickster away. Cocoon connects to Cyanide, who has given up 5 deaths of his team's 8.
He's been hooked a lot of times by Unlimited, actually. Always the target, get hooked in, he died for it, but then the rest of Fnatic just joined in and picked up some kills.
It's difficult to criticize him when you see what happened after he dies.
Very true, very true.
Maybe, I mean, making good bait.
the same again for Copenhagen Wolves early on. The team play was fine. The calls were okay. It was just all about this top lane going horribly wrong for them. So there was so many early kills onto Vayne. And then once we had the first few team fights, well, you were already very far behind and they just kept losing them and kept losing them.
Individually, Fnatic just outplaying Copenhagen Wolves is the story of this game. FLICKR once again moving to the bottom lane to shove the wave up. He does not have teleports available. So we'll see how much pressure he can put on that turret before the Wolves respond. And you have to feel it is just a matter of time. The amount of damage Rekkles has, not even sure the Wolves can win a 5v4. So Broken Shot lining up, trying to set the Cocoon. Unlimited is back. He gets played. He is insta-gimped by Fnatic. Broken Shot is just getting destroyed as the Silver Bolts are up. Death Sentence comes up, does not manage to connect with the champion as Cyanide is once again going to give up his life. Rekkles did not die for the fight. Instead, he was trying to focus the tower down. While all of that was going on, FLICKR was unable to get to that bottom lane turret. It looks like Youngbuck was sent to defend.
Both these solo laners here, or Youngbuck against FLICKR, both actually used the ulti in the fight. And now just pushing the wave up once again. But it's all about this tower here for Fnatic. We actually saw them. Two members kept diving on while Yellowstar and Rockat stayed behind and just hit the tower because they want to take down the towers. They don't need more kills. Now it's just all about opening up the base, get the inhibitors, and wait for super minions.
Copenhagen Wolves leave the base for a second. Fnatic just stroll in. They've jumped onto Rekkles. He's instantly going to move away. Down to a low amount of hit points. Soaz below 1,000 HP. Broken Shot connects with the Cocoon. Soren bursts him out. Copenhagen Wolves grab themselves another kill, but they did lose another tower.
So at least he has 6 kills onto Broken Shot. Been doing actually a good job of being at the right place, at the right time, getting the kills. Obviously, you want to have it on someone like Woolite, or even more kills on Soren. But to be honest, with only 3 and 4 assists, it's not like Broken Shot has been taking the kills away from them.
Unfortunately, Copenhagen Wolves have not necessarily been able to get those team fights they may have been looking for with their comp. Well, and yeah. Youngbuck, 27 minutes, Blazing King. That is all he has to his name. If you look at gold difference, he's actually only 1,300 gold behind Soaz, which is maybe not as much as you would expect, but the money has just been invested into a blade, and he can't survive. He's relying on dominance, and it's just not enough.
With Soaz here building full tank himself, he's not exactly going to be the guy to walk around and take kills now. He's just going to be the guy tanking up with Cyanide, sacrifice themselves so the backline with Rekkles and FLICKR can just do all the work in these fights here. So I don't even think they care about the fact they have quite some deaths on both Cyanide and Soaz at this point.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy. I can't see them worrying too much. But much like Alliance in the previous game, we've hit this mid to late game stage of the match. Fnatic have definitely slowed the pace down. Rekkles still not in danger of losing his 1 kill every 2 minutes stat. He's got himself a nice healthy lead. Interestingly, if he hits 19 kills, he will equal Skara's Master Yi game, where he secured 19 kills in 1 game. 20 is the record for the highest number of kills in an LCS game in the history of the LCS. Wonder if Rekkles is aware of that. And one more team fight, actually, he could secure it.
Yeah, I don't think at this point he can even avoid killing people. I mean, close your eyes and just start auto-attacking left and right, and people will die when you are so far ahead. He's going to be the target, though, for Copenhagen Wolves. They're going to look towards him and try and either flash forward with Soren on Rise if he does a flash for the next fight, or land a hook, or stun from Youngbuck. I mean, we can see everyone from the Wolves just try and pile onto Rekkles and kill him. And then maybe they might actually be able to win a fight, even though they're very far behind, because if you look at the damage, we talked about it on Soaz, on Cyanide, they won't really be able to kill anyone by themselves. They need the 2 carries, both FLICKR and Rekkles, to kill people.
Very, very positive, Mr. Deficio. There's a whole lot of things Copenhagen Wolves need to do right in order for that scenario to happen. But I do agree with you. I do feel that if they can survive FLICKR's burst, ideally maybe dodge Shamble Waters, that would be a good start. Soaz does not have the support of any damage dealers around him. Fnatic playing the split push game, but it's with Soaz and FLICKR, not actually with Rekkles and FLICKR, which is what we were anticipating.
Well, it was early on until he picked up all the kills. I think they just want to keep him now with Yellowstar, so they make sure he has the Lantern as well, and Yellowstar to try and peel for him. Just try and, yeah, what they're doing now, get onto inhibitors.
Well, 4 members of Fnatic in the mid lane. FLICKR is up in the top lane. He's pulled the support of Youngbuck. Youngbuck and FLICKR traded ultimates a little while ago. Playful Tricks has been used. Hourglass as well as Flash were available but not even needed. FLICKR just sidesteps away. He's jumped on Youngbuck, DFG, Chumble Waters. It's a whole bunch of damage. Manages to urgent strike in. FLICKR gonna throw down the hourglass. Here comes the rest of the team. The question is, can Rekkles get killed? They've hooked onto Soren. He gets pulled into the team. Rekkles manages to not secure the kill. Turns his attention to Warlight. That's a flame. That's kill number 18. He needs 1 more for the tie. He needs 2 more for the win. Fnatic onto the top lane inhibitor. There's not much from the Wolves to defend these Nexus turrets, and Fnatic have set their sights at the last few objectives, not before they try and kill Broken Shard. Barrel is just waiting for him, and can they burst him out? Decide against it.
Side against it, so Rekkles will be stuck on 18 kills, sadly for him here, but the Nexus towers will go down.
And that is going to be the game after 31.5 minutes. Fnatic obliterates the new look Copenhagen Wolves. Rekkles unkilled at 18 kills and 3 assists. Look at the smiles. That is a very, very happy young man.
I think you just said everything there is actually to say about the game, because teamwork-wise, I mean, we can actually look at this game and just say it reminded us of a solo queue game, because it was just small fights, getting kills left and right here. Not really any big team fights, before it was way too late for Copenhagen was to actually team fight. And then it's just about random kills. Your hyper carry gets 5 kills the first 8 minutes or something, and from there on it's pretty simple actually to pick the right things.
Well, Fnatic definitely concluding that game in style. I do think you have to give some credit to Copenhagen Wolves for their very early Dragon Claw.
Yeah.
And the reason I call that up very specifically is just how many bad Dragon Claws they've had in the last 2 or 3 weeks, where they lost a lot of momentum and gave away large leads. This time around, it was the right call. It was executed well. Unfortunately, after that, they were just too far down, and Rekkles just wrecked them.
And in this game here, good one, player for player, Fnatic were just a lot stronger. I mean, they always came out ahead in the fights here. The 2 new members from the Wolves, however, actually did a fine job. I mean, Broken Shard, he picked up 6 kills on Elise, Soren went 3, 5, and 4, I believe, on Rise. So not exactly a bad performance from the 2 new members, but it's very hard to do anything when all of a sudden it comes down such a fed Vayne.
It's actually something that we see from Copenhagen Wolves and from Gambit, where the new players that are brought in actually perform fairly well, and it's the old players that are struggling. With Gambit, Genji and Edward have had a tough time in the bottom lane last week. They gave up first blood this week. Similar story with Youngbuck. They brought in new players for the Wolves, and he really just got picked apart and destroyed by Fnatic.
Completely destroyed. The very first dive in the lane swap where Broken Shard was only level 2 was a big deal, so he couldn't really join in fast enough, and Rekkles could get the first blood, and Fnatic the first few kills. Started the whole snowball thing, actually, and everything went in favor of Fnatic.
Well, we'll see what Shox has to say to Rekkles. Let's throw it over to her on stage.
Thank you very much, guys. So Rekkles, pentakill here in the LCS, first one this split. Highest amounts of kills ever in the LCS. How high were those things on your bucket list going into this game?
I never actually expected to get a pentakill on a offline tournament. It was my first one, I think. I've had a couple on online tournaments, but never offline, so it was an amazing feeling, actually. I was a bit shaky afterwards. And then getting 18 kills in a game is kind of insane. You never expect to get so many, but Vayne is one of those champions. When you get 1-2 kills and you start rolling, you can get as many as you want.
Yeah, the most kills in Europe in this game. And then talk me through why you went for that Vayne, because last time versus SK Gaming, Lucian was banned, so you went for Vayne. Now very confident in that, not even first picking it, a first pick for the mid lane. So tell me about that strategy.
We've actually been practicing Vayne this week a lot, since I felt after the SK game last week that Vayne can actually be really strong in this meta, because it's changing a bit to Assassins mid, and it's still with this tanky top laners. And these Assassins mid are usually countered by Cleanse or Quicksilver Sash. So Vayne is one of those champions who can really make use of these 2 defensive abilities. And I really felt like when they picked in the Renekton and they had the Ryze mid, which is hardly countered by the Cleanse, I could just go for the Vayne lane swap, try to punish the Renekton as much as possible in the early game, and I think I put him 0-5 by chasing him around the map all the time. And then I had the Cleanse for the Ryze Flash W. So I was really safe in this game.
Yeah, actually the exact same plan as you did versus SK, the lane swap with the Vayne and get rolling. And you mentioned it as well, you feel confident that you found something now in this meta that works, because we've heard from Tabs, for instance, that he feels like, I don't feel like I'm doing that much in games anymore.
I think Vayne is just one of those champions that I'm really comfortable on personally. I don't think it's the best champion to play, because it's really risky, and at the same time you don't get
as high reward as you can do with others because she's really hard to siege with, for example. So she's just one of those niche picks I have in my back from like season 2 when I just spammed her like 1,000 games. So I know exactly how she works, even if I don't play her in solo queue.
Pentakill, pretty big reward, I would say. Talk me through how you feel in the team in general. We know you're one of those young, hungry guys who feel very bad if you guys go on a losing streak and take it very much to heart. So what's the atmosphere like and the efforts going into the rest of the season?
Right now, it's actually really good in the team. We're all happy, making jokes, and just living our life pretty much because we're after all on a winning streak, and RNA came in and like fixed the issues we had before. So everything is going really smooth right now, and the playoffs is coming up with Worlds as a main goal, and we're really looking forward to that and already planning for the playoffs because we really want to get to Worlds this year, and I want to prove myself.
And get more pentakills, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but after the break, we're going to break down this game with Impaler and SK Gaming takes on Millenium. But first, we're going to take a look at that fantastic highlight reel from Reckless.
Everyone knows that the XPEC has some problem. Joking.
What kind of...
It's Reckless.
Youngbuck gets taunted up, Blade of the Rune King down. Youngbuck is just getting decimated.
All right.
Too easy.
And Picker once again, jump around, sword and drop.
Oh, he gets knocked back with the death sentence. Connects onto Unlimited. That's one secured. The rest of Fnatic dive forward. Cyanide once again goes down as Reckless. Flashes forward for the lantern out. First kill secured by Reckless. We do see that's a double kill as he sidesteps the Cocoon. Looking for the triple. Reckless has got a triple. He's looking for Broken Shot. That's the quad shot. He's looking for 5. Towers down the back line. Reckless makes the surrender. He gets it.
LCS Super Hot Crew's Impaler has joined Joe and I here for some analysis for that last match where Fnatic beat the Copenhagen Wolves. Welcome, Impaler. Thanks for joining us. Let's start by breaking down what happened before all the glorious pentakill stuff. The picks and bans, and a first pick for the Copenhagen Wolves in Lucian, which maybe has been their demise if we look a little further in the game.
Yeah, I think the Lucian pick was pretty standard. It's a very first pick away to carry. It's the strongest, I think, to blind pick, and they didn't really expect the Vayne to come out, so that's why they then came in with this lane swap, get the Vayne far ahead, and then he can easily duel the Lucian.
So let's talk about that lane swap a little bit, because possibly the most important thing in the game, that's what got Vayne started. What was good about that from Fnatic, and did the Copenhagen Wolves play that wrong?
I think they both came in with this ward start to try and see where each other starts, and then Fnatic just transitioned to the opposite side, so they got the confirmed lane swap. And both supports were trying to do the same in this game. They're both Blitzcrank and Thresh. They're trying to get early presence, roaming around, getting them Mo boots. And I think Fnatic just did it better.
Well, of course, we can't judge too much of this game for the Copenhagen Wolves, but they had two new players coming in, Jungle, Broken Shard, and Surin in the mid. Is there anything you could take from this game that you can judge them by, or?
I think Broken Shard's calls are really good. When they were in the lane swap situation, they reacted correctly. They got the early dragon, they forced it well, and it was free. Just, I think, Unlimited could have roamed a bit more because he was in lane with the AD carry against nobody, and that's how they got this really messy dive top. I think Unlimited could have recalled and then met up with Broken Shard and fought them at top with Youngbuck.
It's funny, really, because the thing that the Copenhagen Wolves seem to have been doing well the last couple of weeks is having unlimited roaming around the map, something they may have looked to do better this time. I want to talk about the jungle swap, obviously, bringing Broken Shard in there. For me, Airwax wasn't doing all that bad for the Wolves. What do you make of that switch out of players?
I think Airwax was one of the strongest mechanical junglers in EUCS. He played really solid every game, and Broken Shard's back now, but I think Airwax and Broken Shard are similar caliber. Airwax is better mechanically, but Broken Shard's better strategically. So if that's what Copenhagen Wolves need, they need that strategic jungler, then I'm sure it'll work out. But if not, I think Airwax should have stuck around.
All right, well, talking about mechanics, let's actually take a look at Reckless's pentakill. Let's get that up on the screen, because it was the first one here in the Spring Split. Impaler, talk us through how they played this.
Okay, so Fnatic's team comp is all about splitting them up. So as soon as they're all split here, this is prime competition for Vayne to get free kills. So her aim now is just to lock down targets along with Fizz, and when they're spreading out now, after some good hooks, it's just pretty much free kills. She prioritizes most important target, which is here, Woolite, and leaves Broken Shard until Cyanide kicks him in. And after that, Cyanide's like, I got you, I'll tank this, and Rekkles just cleans it up for the penta.
Really just impressive. I mean, and we heard it from Reckless himself, and said, you know, once that Vayne gets going, it's very, very hard to actually finish it off. Did have a few problems closing out the game, maybe because of the Vayne itself. You know, you can only get so close without risking really being in danger.
Yeah, I think they couldn't siege very well because they only had the two range people, which were Thresh and Vayne. And Gragas and that were constantly at risk of getting hooked by Blitzcrank. So it took a little bit longer than expected, but who cares? Reckless got more fantasy points, so it doesn't really matter.
Not for me, though, sadly.
Damn. Yeah, he was saying to me before the interview, I didn't want to kill him anymore, but I just couldn't help it. Well, that's what happens when you are so fed, of course. Well, let's move on to what you guys have been talking about at home, because at the start of today's show, we asked you to tweet and tell us which European LCS pro do you think has been the most innovative this split and why. And here are a few of your answers. The first one is from @Cyclohex saying, the most innovative player has to be Soaz. We're pretty much used to Yorick at this point, but the Ziggs top, genius.
Yeah, so Soaz has been for as long as we can really remember. I mean, we go all the way back and we were always talking about Soaz is one of the guys that surprises us a lot of time, brings out sometimes seemingly random picks into this top lane. The Ziggs in there, he was the first one to really do the Yorick, and I think we're going to continue seeing newer styles from Soaz because that's where he seems to really excel, and that's where he seems to have the most fun in the game, when he can pick different options.
Absolutely. The second one is from @NeilW tweets, Kerp, branded as an assassin mid laner, has pulled out a good number of champions over the split. Impaler, what has been your team's experience playing versus Kerp here?
Kerp is considered by our team to be the most patient mid laners. He loved this like assassin pick where he can just hide somewhere. He's willing to wait as long as it takes to get that one kill that can snowball him. And yeah, when he is innovating these new picks, he was really strong on LeBlanc. It's just scary to come up against his mid laners that can burst you out in any second.
It's funny that we talk about Kurt being innovative when he plays on a 1980s trackball mouse as well.
The third one is from @ChuggyHouse. I think it is overpower. He can play melee assassins like Yasuo or playing long-range mages like Xerath and Lulu. A little less this split as it was in the beginning of last, but still something that you can never predict what he will do.
No, and I think that's the danger of a player like that. We saw Mordekaiser back in the spring split that you've always got, even if your enemy targets 3 band swords, you've always got something new to pull out.
All right, well, thank you guys very much for sharing those with us, and you can reach us anytime on Twitter @LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag LCS throughout these matches. We'll head back to Quickshot and the Physio for the last match of the day, but first, SK is fighting to hold on to their 3rd place spot, and their support in Rated is having trouble explaining exactly what is causing their recent slump.
I'm a little worried right now. It seems that we are a lot more shaky and we've problems with some standard situations that we've handled quite easily before. I feel like that's a team thing, mostly. I don't think that individually we're playing less or we're training less than before. I don't feel that we're training less efficient as well. It's just overall a thing of the team that we're starting to struggle having the right decisions, making the right calls in the right moments. That's just an overall thing and everyone's standing a little more shaky.
Strong words from Enrated. We'll have to see if we can figure out the problems. So, welcome back, everyone. Things are set for our final match of the day with SK Gaming taking on Millenium. These two teams are tied at 1-1 in the head-to-heads. And last week, SK Gaming had a very rough showing. They lost both of their games, one to Rockat, one to Fnatic. And there's actually only one match that separates them in the standings from Millenium. And they don't look like the dominant team that they were at the start of the split or the end of the last split.
So in my opinion, the new picks from SK Gaming, they simply don't work for them. I mean, we can take Freddy as the example. 4.10, or before 4.10, sorry, Freddy was playing champions like Renekton and Aatrox, and he was performing really well. However, as the top lane has now changed, the picks have been different, then we have seen Freddy try his luck on Yorick, we have seen Gragas, without any success for him at all. He simply can't use his split push style, and he's forced into team fights, which was never really the thing where Freddy shined as a player. So I would actually like to see SK Gaming go back to something that worked before. Freddy split pushing, and then you have Jessis or Candy Panda sitting and wave playing in the mid lane.
Well, we'll see if they can, and you know, if SK can return to a style that works for them, it may be good against Millenium, because for them it's been a story of only working on pick compositions. All split long, we've seen an extreme focus on picking of champions before challenging for objectives. And this is actually a very high-risk, high-reward style of focusing on kills only, as opposed to the likes of like win conditions. But it does mean that Millenium ends up being inconsistent, and they seldom demonstrate a strategic understanding of the game. They definitely need to expand their skill sets if they actually want to break away from the middle of the table.
They are the biggest wildcard team ever. I mean, beat Alliance last week, and then they lose to Copenhagen. It was completely random. And as you just said, there doesn't seem to be much of a strategy because they need a very good start in every single game they play, otherwise they do nothing. I mean, they've been ahead in gold in 8 out of the 10 wins at 20 minutes, which really shows how important it is for them to start well and just try and snowball the game, because they rely on getting these kills to get the gold. So if they do fall behind in laning phase, we've seen it time and time again, they end up doing nothing because they're too weak to actually teamfight or go for kills, and just end up sitting back and slowly lose the game.
Well, we'll see what they can do. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for this match. On the blue side, it will be SK Gaming. We will, of course, have Steady Freddy playing up there in the top lane. Svenskeren trying to regain some of his former jungle glory. Jez is in the mid lane with Candy Panda and Enrated as the duo.
On the red side, we have Millenium with Kevin in the top lane, Codnex in the jungle, Kerb as the mid laner, Creaton, of course, as the AD carry, and Jiri on support.
Well, as it is the final LCS game of the day, we don't want to lose our featured matchup. Today it takes place between both of these teams' AD carries, Candy Panda and Creaton. Both of these guys have had their ups and their downs at different times, but you can't deny that they both have fantastic mechanical ability.
100% agree, but Candy Panda has been looking a little bit shaky together with the rest of SK Gaming lately. However, I do feel like he's actually been the best on the team, even though they've lost some games here. He's a very strong player, and he has actually a very big champion pool for AD carries. I mean, he's played 7 different AD carries already, which is very impressive, considering that we have some AD carries in Europe who plays like Lucian Caitlyn every single game. Creaton, on the other hand, he's actually looking better than ever now. 4.9 KDA in the last 6 games is very impressive. And he's actually one of the AD carries who sticks to 1 or 2 AD carries. 12 games on Lucian, and Millenium have only won 2 games without Creaton actually playing Lucian here. So very, very important or we might see SK Gaming, focus on taking it away from him.
Well, we'll have to see how that works out, especially with Lucian changes on the next patch.
Oh, yeah.
We're on 4.11, where he's still strong. Before this match begins, let's tally up those votes, see which team that you guys have picked to win. According to lolesports.com, you've actually picked SK Gaming by 57%. That is not a very strong vote, but I do think strategically, SK are a stronger team. On the assumption they don't fall behind in the laning phase, they can beat Millenium.
Yeah, so I think SK Gaming coming as a small favorite here. However, with Millenium, you can never predict anything.
Well, we'll see if Millenium get their hands on Fizz. It is Kerp's most played champion. It's something that we're seeing banned and played fairly often. We've seen Jez's pull out Syndra last week for the first time. And he did fairly well. I think he went 4-4-1 if memory serves.
Still.
The rest of the team gave up a whole lot of kills.
So it's one of the new champions, and Jez is looking back to last split. Whenever we saw him play LeBlanc or Zed, SK Gaming would lose games because they didn't know how to play with these assassin types. They could only play with him sitting on Zig.
Nidalee is available.
Nidalee is enabled, but not as an AP anymore. Would be a pretty weird pick at least.
Well, we'll have to see if Comfort maybe helps counterbalance the weaker kit.
We'll see.
We are jumping into picks and bans. This is, of course, SK Gaming taking on Millenium. First ban out of the gate is Fizz. Nobody's surprised by that. Instant reply with Millenium taking off Cassidy. I'll quickly reel off the others. Irelia denied from Kevin. Orianna denied from Jesus.
So Orianna taking away here one of the farm-heavy champions, and a champion we see very often here in Europe. Irelia, I think actually Europe is one of the only regions who really plays Irelia, and Kevin is one of their top laners who loves to pick her as often as he actually can, and will always do well. So smart ban here, SK Gaming, targeting straight towards him.
I'd put an argument forward that Europe's top lane plays different champions than the rest of the world. We see a lot of Yorick, we see a lot of Aatrox. While they feature periodically elsewhere, it's a standard in our region. Anyways, last two bans. Evelyn taken off the table by Freddy, leaving Lee Sin and Elise's junglers. Lee Sin taken away from Millenium.
So Millenium here trying to put SK in a situation where they need to decide, do we want to take Elise as the only jungler left as the top picks here? Or will we take the Twisted Fate, which is a champion Jez has spammed in solo queue the last few weeks really to prepare and make sure he can play properly. SK Gaming are fine with giving Elise over to Millenium, so they take the Twisted Fate.
So locked in, going to give a lot of map presence and pressure to SK Gaming. If Svenskeren plays an aggressive jungler, then of course he will have that backup and support that Jez's on Twisted Fate can offer. So as you've highlighted, Elise available, the last of that trifecta of top-tier junglers, arguably the strongest dragon jungler in the game,
100%,
especially early game.
100% agree. I really think she's very good, and I like when people build Spectral Wraith on her, get some early ability power, and become very strong in these small fights. Yes, you're squishy, but you have a lot of damage, you have a lot of nuke potential as well, so you work well in a pick comp with this AP build. We just talked about top laners, what they love to play, and no surprise here from Kevin. It's funny because if you actually ask the top laners, why do you play Aatrox? He's like, he's good in lane, and I like the way he dies in the teamfights late game, and I like to be annoying and just revive again and again and again, because I don't actually do anything else in the late game teamfights.
Well, it definitely plays into Millenium's style. Aggressive champion, capable of helping you secure picks, and of course Elise once again backing that up. Ooh. We do see Jez's with the Nidalee hover. We talked on the fact top lane Nidalee could be Freddy. Be a lot of poke and very little front line for SK Gaming. It is locked in indeed.
Alright, so SK Gaming falling back to the old style. Might be some new picks here with Twisted Fate for Jez's, but still, wave clear mid laner, wave clear AD carry with Lucian, and Nidalee now is a split pusher. So he's not supposed to really go into big teamfights because you're not building an AP any longer. You're building Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruined King. You're very, very strong in the early game, in the laning phase. Once you complete your Trinity Force as well, you can find people and just destroy them one-on-one. But you're not really looking for teamfights here. So Freddy, he's gonna be split pushing like Hotshot GG used to do on Nidalee many years ago.
Many years ago indeed. I do want to highlight though, if there was one team that it was risky to do this against, it is Millenium. Millenium only play engage, in-your-face aggressive champions. With Jay relocking in Leona, it is one of his most played champions, 7 games this split, 4 games secured his victories, and he is very good at engaging. One of the best things to do against that range poke and split push, jump on whoever's left.
I really love the way he plays Leona and the way Millenium plays as a team around it. It's whenever someone seems to be slightly out of position, Jerry will just try and fire his ult. If he lands it, they take a kill, take an objective, and move on from it. And Seraph being locked in for Kerp here. Cool thing about Seraph is he can perform multiple roles. He works as a pick comp because of your stun and your high single target burst. And at the same time, he's really good at sieging towers because you have such a long range poke here, so he can work for Curb here. And if Jerry locks down the target, you have so much upfront burst potential with both Corki and Seraph here from Millenium.
So we've highlighted Millennium's comp over on SK Gaming. We didn't mention that Jarvan and Braum were the 2 last champions secured. So there's definitely some disengage and some CC from those 2 champions. But you could argue they're not necessarily the strongest with a Twisted Fate and Nidalee. Maybe in those smaller skirmishes, they can, of course, help secure those kills. But slight mix and match from SK and some more new champions on the table.
Yeah, a lot of new champions here this week. Last week, people actually stuck to what they were used to playing, but now they've had another week, figured out some new stuff here. I do feel like SK Gaming teamfight-wise might be too squishy here. It's very hard for Jarvan as well to become tanky enough to actually tank someone like Corki and Seraph here. So Millenium and teamfight-wise might look to just burst down the target and actually win the fights from there.
Well, we'll find out if they can. You guys at home, we want to ask you, which featured AD carry do you think will lead their team to victory? Tweet at us, at LOL Esports, with hashtag CandyPanda or hashtag Creatine. And there's, of course, CandyPanda playing Lucian, and there's, of course, Creatine playing Corki. We'll check in on those results later in the game. It was a small lead in favor of SK in terms of the victory for the game. Lucian versus Corki, definitely the standard ADCs. And interestingly, with the changes to Lucian, we're not expecting him on 4.12. Should most likely be banned away, which means players like Creatine will need to find something else to play.
Yeah, Corki is a good option here and already locked in with the Seraph, so strong mid-game poke here. We need to see what they can do.
All right, we'll see if they can make that count. We are jumping onto the Rift for the last LCS game of the day. SK Gaming taking on Millennium. SK are looking to stop the rot and regain control of the top of the table position. They held second for so long in the summer split, faltering now to Fnatic. And I think they've got something to prove. You heard and rated in the pregame video. It's a team problem that we need to solve, and we'll see if they've taken steps.
I want to see what Freddy can do late game on Nidalee, because in my head, and also just from watching some of their LCS top laners play here in solo queue or talking a little bit with them, generally the idea is Nidalee is not very strong in the late game. She doesn't scale really well, so you have to like win your laning phase, split push like the monster you can be in these one-on-ones. A bit like the old school Renekton, we could say, in a case. And then teamfight-wise, late game, you don't offer too much. Millennium side, though, we already talked about how they have pick potential with Leona, with Cotnex on Elise, and of course Kevin on Aatrox, and we have a stun from Curb. Also has some pretty good siege potential with Corki and Seraph. So a lot of 2 different options for Millennium they can use in this game.
Of course, we are on 4.11 as we've highlighted. Nidalee was changed in 4.10. Actually received a slew of small buffs in 4.11 just to help counter her power. And just the one thing I do want to highlight is the change to her passive. When she lands either the Javelin Toss or the Trap, it's going to add a small hunted marker to their opponents and gives her additional movement speed when running towards them. We'll need to see how Freddy makes use of that.
It's all about roaming around, chasing, trying to find kills by yourself. Millennium, though, invading on his blue buff, forcing SK Gaming to back away.
Yeah, SK did have vision in the river though, so they did anticipate, they did see it coming. It's Millennium who appeared to be starting the lane swap. You can see that
so smart.
Creatine is up in the top lane, got the support of J-Ree, and the numbers advantage for Millennium means it is an easy blue stolen away.
So while Aatrox is a good laner, I really like the fact Millennium lane swap to try and shut down Freddy here, make sure he can just get his early Trinity Force and become very strong here, and just align the fact that late game Kevin can become a mega tank who just keeps dying over and over and will keep coming back, so you have to kill him again and again, where Freddy won't be able to have the same impact. So I really like the lane swap here from Millennium to try and shut Freddy down.
Well, we'll see how effectively they can make that work. The Corki Leona lane actually takes me back to, I think, Season 2 days.
Oh yeah,
that's 5. Very, very old school, and a lot of burst, especially once they stack Corki's phosphorus bombs with the sunlight damage.
Yeah, park the passive again.
Gatling gun keeps popping all the passive, so we do have a very brief pause. This is just explaining what the problem is.
That's pretty good explaining here.
Yeah, Spazzy needs to keep an eye on that, you know. Fancy hands, the Jet Hands video comes to mind instantly.
Yes, we can show our lovely pause screen here.
So much has happened.
So many things. I mean, look at this. Millennium, 100 gold ahead already. Game is over.
GG. I mean, you can't come back from that.
Oh, look at Curb. He's winning mid lane as well.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Really good. Kevin winning the top lane, Connex winning the jungle. Everyone except actually for the supports.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's decisive. We can just end the game right now. Yeah. So we will hopefully get this pause solved relatively quickly. I do think, I just want to highlight once again, Millenium, they really are sticking to the tried and true. You look at the champions with Leona, with Elise, with Aatrox, it's just all in all the time.
Yeah.
And Kerp, he has been known to play those ranged poke champions. His Gragas from Battle of the Atlantic comes to mind instantly. And he can play Assassin, so we need to see how effectively he can contain the Twisted Fate, because Xerath is notoriously immobile.
It could be an easy target if SK Gaming managed to catch him out of position. However, he never really has to leave the mid lane. He can stay in there with the rest of Millenium. It's going to be all about Freddy split pushing, and then Jesus can help him in the split push if Millenium try to stop him, which is why Millenium now lane swap to make sure he doesn't get strong in his one-on-one. Because teamfight-wise, I really want to see how SK Gaming wants to play them, because they don't really have too much synergy with a Jarvan, and then you have Bruce on Italy top lane and a Twisted Fate. I mean, you don't have like Orianna or something to put the ball on Jarvan. There's no real synergy, and I feel like the teamfights are going to be very hard for them.
Well, we'll see if they can actually play the map. I mean, Fnatic, they return to their double teleport. They return to their split push style of game, I would say 3 or 4 weeks ago. They've been doing it exquisitely in the last few weeks, but they've built themselves back up to that point. If SK can play the map, they theoretically may never need to teamfight, especially with a Twisted Fate ulti that can reveal everybody, buy you the time to move away. But it is a very brave strategy, because you can't always ensure you can do that.
So it's definitely the idea. 2 people split, pushing the side lanes, both solo lanes can go to the side lanes. You have the wave clear mid lane from Lucian, or if Twisted Fate if to keep him there. And once they get ahead in gold, we might see them look for teamfights if they feel they're strong enough. Otherwise, they're just looking to pick off targets with someone like Jesus or Svenskern. If you find someone without a flash and just pop gold, Jesus can join in as well and try and get a few kills.
Well, we'll see if Sven can make it happen. We are back in game for SK Gaming versus Millenium. I definitely think my eyes are going to be on Svenskern this matchup, because he was such a dominant jungler in the spring split. Single-handedly put SK Gaming on his back and carried them to the mid to late game many times. And unfortunately, has simply not been as terrifying or as present in the summer splits.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easier for him in this game, because remember, Evelyn and Lee Sin were banned away. Elise went over to the side of Millenium. And Elise is so strong, especially with Spectral Wave's first item. If he finds someone like Svenskern, he will be able to burst him down very, very fast and force him back. So it could be a bit hard for Svenskern to find the lane he actually wants to gank. And we do see Connex and Kevin around his mid lane. Oh, Jess, you're in trouble.
He has been caught up. Does the cocoon land? Yes, it does. Gets knocked up in the air. First blood secured. Millenium make that look easy.
Almost looked like he was sleeping here and looking elsewhere on the map. Had both Flash and Ghost. None of them were used. Cocoon landed, didn't even try and flash it either. So just ended up dying here in first blood. Over to the side of Kerp and already pushing down the lane.
Strong roam as well from Kevin. Being that buddy system, Freddy gets caught out. There's that little hunted marker we talked about. Freddy takes a massive amount of damage. You talked about Millenium trying to shut down Freddy's Nidalee. He's technically on the same amount of CS as Kevin. Kevin is, of course, has helped and secured first blood.
But it's not about how much farm or, well, it's not about how far ahead Freddy is compared to Kevin at this point. It's about delaying the very strong one-on-one from Freddy and making sure he never really gets too strong to do anything against Millenium. And again, Kevin late game might not do more than Nidalee in terms of damage, but he has a CC and he has his passive to just revive.
Oh, look at the setup here on the mid lane. 3 members of Millenium. Svenskeren does get stunned up. That means he's slowed as well. Kevin is looking for more in the background. Cottonex is trying to play. That's a flash burn from Sven. And Cottonex forced to flash over the wall. So jungler's flash for jungler's flash. Jesus jumps in. Kevin still has his passive available. They've caught Freddy out. Now Freddy's in trouble. There's the Unbreakable from Enrated, blocking a lot of damage, but the Ignite is ticking on the background. We did see the heal from Freddy coming out, helping him survive. But a lot of summoner spells blown and a lot of champions involved in the mid lane party.
And definitely some miscommunication here from SK. Jesse's flashed forward to land his gold card, and then nobody from SK was even close to being able to follow up. They were very far away, so he ended up basically wasting his flash here and putting the rest of the team in danger, because they tried to follow up way too late because they were out of position.
And keep in mind that Jesus does not have flash, and there's already been 2 ganks. Forced to use both. He gets caught. There's a flash from J-Ree, stuns him once again. Sunlight passive proc, gold card is up, isn't going to get selected because you've been locked down. And Millenium making it very, very clear which lane they're investing their ganks.
Well, it kind of helps when he uses the flash for nothing. And yeah, you have Leona to lock down a target, Curb with a long-range stun, you have Elise joining in as well as so much CC on the side of Millenium, so if one of them hits, the rest will follow up. Svenskeren still wants this pink ward down, and both AD carries just stuck in the side lanes farming, like we often see now with the lane swaps.
Well, that pink ward is what started off that whole engage in the middle lane. And you see Ro8, he's going to find Kevin to play with, and this could turn interesting. And you see a trade of skill shots, and nothing else happens. And we do see Kevin for the first time, actually, hinting towards going to a lane. He's been involved in this buddy system roam. He's a level down behind Kevin. Also gone for the double Doran start. Shield and Blade. Freddy on the other side has gone Doran's Ring and Doran's Blade. So an investment into some laning, sustain, and survival. Obviously feeling a little bit of the pressure.
Freddy does have 10 AP from either runes or masteries here, from most likely his runes, or a mix of both, so we might actually see him. Just a guess here, maybe he wants to build AP, and SK actually don't really want to split push, but want to siege towers instead with Twisted Fate, with Lucian and Nidalee. Would surprise me, however, with the changes here, her scaling on Q is not very strong anymore.
They'd have to definitely avoid those solar flares. All right, SK Gaming, they're on the Dragon. It's going low. Curb has got his ultimate available. That's 1. That's 2. He's looking for N-rated. Dragon does get secured by Svenskeren, but in the background, Cotnex is forced to retreat. Should have Repel available if he needs to. And you do see the slow getting caught into J-Ree, and here comes the stun. Freddy's going to have that movement speed increase. That's a flash forward from Candy Panda, only to back away. Nothing secured, but SK get the Dragon.
Okay, they got the Dragon at least there. Freddy was down, he actually moved from the top lane. One of the good things about Nidalee, you can move very fast around the map in your Cougar form here, so he joined in for the fight, got the Dragon. Nobody died, however, from Millenium. And another weird flash. I mean, Candy Panda flashing forward, everyone from Millenium were out of range.
Yeah, you do see SK, they've secured the blue buff. Jez's,
still no
flash.
flash.
I think you're in trouble, son. Can Kerp land it? I apologize and I take it back. Jez is able to just walk away. Kerp may have actually used his stun a moment or two ago. Unable to lock him down for another kill. So Millenium, with the 2 kills to the name and the CS advantage, they are even on gold, despite having lost that last Dragon.
Up in this top lane, Creaton doesn't really even want to hit the tower. He's been freezing the lane for a long time and just picking up farm for himself. Now he actually pushes down. And you do see the rest of Millenium, because they have the dual lane up in this top side, they kind of take over this blue buff as their own, and SK Gaming can then try and take Millenium's away if they want to, and we'll give this one over to Curb. They might see him try and
almost
dive onto Freddy here. He's only level 5 up in this top lane. J-Ree is nearby.
Cotnex has got a lot of hit points as well if he wants to go that route. Do you see J-Ree eating a javelin toss? Nowhere near the same level of damage that we were experiencing on patches prior to 4.10. We do see a Ruby Crystal picked up for Freddy.
Should be Phage, so he will go into Trinity Force. Just wanted the Doran's Ring, some additional AP and mana regen in the laning phase.
Making sure he can keep those heals up, of course, in the laning phase. You see how much aggression J-Ree has been putting down on him, really getting in his face. So the lanes look to be resetting, or look to be standardizing, I think is the word I'm looking for. Kevin going to be doing battle with Candy Panda and N-Rated in the bottom lane. He's slightly behind in CS, does have that assist to his name. No additional items outside of his Doran's secured. Still has his Blood Well available. Freddy on the other side, playing a little more aggressively actually. He shoved that wave up quite far. And now with Creaton in lane, he's decided to back away.
Yeah, so because Creaton was sitting and freezing the lane for such a long time, he actually never had a chance to go back and shop, which meant once he pushed up the wave to the tower and Freddy joined in, it was the time for Freddy to shop. And therefore for Creaton to shop, so Freddy managed to get some farm and now roaming once again on this Nidalee.
Yeah, look at the mid lane. Cotnex was making a move, and obviously Freddy was not there to play. So Kerp and Cotnex coming up against potentially 3 members as Jesus has found himself back in this mid lane. And Freddy, once he shoved that wave out, was roaming around, maybe trying to set something up, decides or is unable to find any targets or objectives.
Very early cooldown reduction boots for Jesus here, so looking to get his ulti off as much as possible and make sure he has as low as cooldown as he can get for it. And just gonna see him try and roam around. It wouldn't surprise me to see Distortion as well very early.
Well, you've seen how quickly SK Gaming were to respond to the aggression in the mid lane and then also invade for Dragon and for Blue. So Ro8 is now going to find Kevin. Ro8 does not have access to his ultimate, and Kevin times that Dark Flight so well. Just gets out of range of Svenskjæren's flag and drag. But still, not spending much time in lane at all.
Oh, once again though, Millenium sending both Codnex and Jerry up to join Creatinate to push down the wave and try and force Freddy away. There's a big wave here, they're going to deny him, so it's very important. And they're going to get the tower here, so some CS lost, some experience lost as well for Freddy, just by the fact they quickly sent Codnex and Jerry to assist Creatin. It's a good move here to continue to try and shut down Freddy.
So it'll be interesting to see how Millenium, or Kevin in particular actually, continues this lane swap scenario. We've seen, you know, the range for experience on minions changed in 4.10 to help alleviate the level denial when you're in these 1v2 scenarios. But Kevin has opted to jungle, to gank, and to avoid the lane the vast majority of this game. I really believe he's only been in lane for maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and both teams are going to trade towers, so we'll see how effective Kevin can be with his fairly frontline Aatrox. Only building a Vamps FDF, so not exactly going to tank you.
No, but he is actually going to build Blaze, so we'll try and focus on holding his own against Freddy in a split push. It's what we normally see from Aatrox here in Europe. Blade, first item every single time, gives so much sustain, and at the same time, it makes you stronger in these one-on-ones here. And you don't really need the early tankiness because of your passive, and you will then get it later on. And he's actually able to push down the wave here against Freddy, who didn't shop for a long time and is out of time.
Well, we do see now the lanes have now normalized. Top laners appear to be battling against one another. You can see with Candypan and Ro8 about to rejoin the lane with Creatin and Jay. We may see these straight up head-to-head battles. And, you know, both of these teams are actually, I'm actually going to say they're quite desperate for wins. And my justification is they're both at 2 wins and 4 losses for their last 2 weeks of play. So picking up victories, especially for Millenium, who are 1 game behind SK in the standings, if they pick up a win now, they close that gap and make a good shot at a higher seed for playoffs. So this is a very big, important confidence game for both of these squads.
So now when Rockat actually lost the game to Supa Crew today, you want to make sure you get your win so you can overtake them in the standing, because they are so close. These 4 teams, SK Gaming, Millenium, Rockat and Supa Crew, who funny enough also played each other, but bit of a fight around this blue buff here. SK want to try and contest it. Millenium with a lot of wards around though.
A lot of wards and a lot of threat from J-Re. The moment SK step into that tight channel, they run the risk of just getting engaged on it. Look at the poke. Curb is landing multiple Arcano pulses, one after the other, and dropping them low. So blue buff is secured. I'm not quite sure. We'll keep an eye on that. As in the background, and Ro8 has just been completely obliterated.
Jesus did actually get the blue buff with his wild card here, so good job by him. Still, they have to sacrifice N-rated as soon as Millenium saw a chance to engage. They went for it, picked up a kill. And that's what we talk about with this pick burst potential they have. Catch 1 target, instant killing.
Look how well Curb is doing at controlling the tempo of the fight, but he's low on mana. Keep that in mind. We'll see how effectively he can regain. Of course, using that passive on the auto attack.
Oh, a bit too short.
Little bit too short. Nobody's seen that one. Curb, right of the arcane, proving that distance is not in his favor. So tower secured for SK in reply for Dragon. SK Gaming secure a blue buff, but they give up a kill in the process. If Jesus can take advantage of the mana regen and maybe the cooldown reduction, that'll work out. Knockup doesn't connect from Kevin. That was all just a little too awkward from both Kevin and Freddy, and nobody goes down.
Very aggressive dive here from Freddy, jumping in towards him as soon as he got him fairly low. Remember, of course, his Q is an execute, so will do more damage in Cougar form. His takedown. Is that double?
It is takedown on the Q, javelin toss and takedown. And of course, the W is
it was takedown.
Bushwhack and
I got it.
Pounce.
Don't worry.
You got to trust yourself more. But you've actually got to get in range. And of course, for Kevin, I think he was overestimating the leap from that Pounce. Right, J-Re, Solar Flare should be available in just a few seconds. There we go. The light is now on. There's not a lot of mana for Freddy. So if they can catch him out, human form, he'll be in trouble, but the support of Svenskeren is close by. Spirit of the Elder Lizard as his first item will have some damage, but not the strongest tankiness. This is going to turn into a 3 versus 2. Knockup does not connect. Freddy is locked in place. Instantly Millenium back away, afraid of Kevin's low hit point total.
And also because Jesus was out of mana in the mid lane, he was looking to recall, wouldn't be able to join in with Connect showing himself. SK Gaming wisely just backs away. And Freddy's out of mana too. Even though he's not built AP, you still need your mana.
So much slower start to the game here between SK and Millenium. Candy Panda again using the culling to push the wave out. You actually notice that Candy Panda's rushed Blade of the Ruined King different from Lucian in the previous game. If we look at the itemization, Lichbane completed for Jesus, so movement speed as well as a large CS difference. Kerp is significantly further ahead.
Yeah, looking very, very strong. We have to remember, of course, Jesus.
He was camped.
He was camped in the mid lane. It was actually his own fault. The first one, he had both summons, didn't use any of them to try and dodge around the cocoon, ended up dying. Then he wasted his flash afterwards and just got ganked once again. And another kill went over to Millenium and even more farm to Kerp here. But actually today, we've seen Seraph a few times. Always been doing well in the laning phase and then scales really well into the late game.
We'll see if Kerp can make it count for Millenium, because late game decision making for Millenium is questionable. You know, they've had games where they've had great late game calls. Against Alliance last week, if memory serves, it was like a 52 or 53 minute game, and you know, Kerp was playing Fizz. They had some great flanks, they had some great engages. But on the same token, they sometimes take a while to realize where their power spike is. Kevin is taking a lot of harassment from Freddy. Just look at the speed that Freddy has, dashing in and out and around.
Again, it's the old school split push Bruce and Nidalee style, where you just hit the tower a few times, you go back, you clear the wave, and you're so hard to gank because you can just keep jumping away. Once you build, again, he already has the Phage actually, even get the speed up. It's just so annoying to deal with. Millenium tried to shut it down with the lane swap, didn't really work here because Freddy was actually able to pick up quite some farm, and we now see him force a lot of focus from Cotnex to try and come up and stop him from taking the tower, which means the SK Gaming now, in a different lane, will have the numbers advantage.
Well, we'll see if they can make their count. You did see the vote, which featured AD Carry as the better champion and should come out ahead, and votes for Creatine. You know what, his form has been great. His Lucian last week and the week prior really were top notch. And it's the first time I've felt that Creatine is getting back to sort of last year levels of performance prior to breaking his hand and putting it inside Jerry.
Well, you do often break your hand if you put it inside Jerry.
So, nevertheless, tower secured for SK Gaming, 3-1, 2 minutes before Dragon is up. SK still yet to put a kill on the board.
Simply playing the split push game, so they keep Jesus in the mid lane, so he can either use his ulti to top lane and help Freddy, or down this bottom lane to help Candy Panda. Also really explains the Blade of the Ruined King into Ghost Blade Candy Panda is building, so he is very strong in these 1-on-1s, 2-and-2s, and therefore can keep split pushing up. Jerry coming in for the engage though, and it missed.
Very easily thwarted. The dash away from Candy Panda. It's not over yet. Blue buff is up. Last time blue buff was available, Jesus stole it away, but he's split from the side of his team. Keep your eyes on the solar flare from J. Reed. This is how Millenium will get themselves in. Svenskeren is actually starting the fight. Glacial Fissure gets thrown down. That is going to lock off all of Millenium from engaging. Down in the back line, Kevin teleports in. He's secured one. That's Rated going down. We see the pew 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 from Kerp. Not landing too many shots. Kevin forced out of the fight before he gets blown up. Eye of Destruction comes down, and Freddy is going to use the heal and get Summoner heal as well. End up trading 1-for-1, but they got the teleport, the flash, and the blood well from Kevin.
So many low members though from SK Gaming. It took a lot of damage while they were taking down Kevin here. A bit of a messy fight where Millenium were trying to disengage, and then Kevin teleported in and didn't really know if they wanted to go in or back away. End up trading 1-for-1, and blue buff went to Millenium though.
Secured by Kerp. That Glacial Fissure from Rated
was perfect.
Did so much for preventing Millenium to engage and move around. That is a very big slow in that very tight corridor. So wave clear comes up from Kerp. He's going to defend the tower for the time being. The rest of SK Gaming are going to back away. Millenium still hold, I'm going to say, even in gold with SK, despite being a few hundred down. Dragon is up, and it feels like if Millenium wanted to rush it, they may be able to secure, but doesn't look to be the call right now.
We do have Trinity Force completed on Freddy, so now's the point where he's really, really strong. A bit like Aurelia, big power spike once you complete the Trinity Force. And I don't think Kevin can do anything against him in this one-on-one, especially not if Jesse stays in the mid lane and can just join in.
Well, very easily secure Dragon here from Millenium. Going to give them the momentary gold lead. 2 of 3 in their favor. CS-wise, even in the AD carry role, Kerps with a strong 40 CS lead. Kevin having a tough time, had a tough time actually, against Freddy in the laning phase. It took a very, very long time to try get to a traditional CSing point.
And actually decided to not complete his blade as the very first item. He needed a Giant's build as well to be a bit tanky in case the fight should break out, and he knows he can't really deal with Freddy, so he needs some tankiness now, so he's going to be stronger in the team fights instead.
Oh, Solar Flare's coming up. It's going to be flashed away from Candy Panda. Now J-Ree's the one that's in trouble. He gets knocked into the air. Look at the positioning for Unrated. Unbreakable. He's going to block so much damage. Now Kevin is actually... no, that was Kerp that teleported in. Instantly forced to flash away. Creatine takes one more shot. Jez is with the kill. Now he's the one that manages to land the gold card before the Blades of Torment go out. Svenskeren is low. Here comes the right of the arcane. Third shot doesn't connect, which means Enrated gets away with his life. It's a bit of a sloppy fight as Kerp is gonna look for the Arcana Pulse. Dashed away from Candy Panda. 2 for 4. Millenium losing a lot more.
Look how strong Candy Panda is in these mid-game fights. Ghostblade is completed together with the Blade, so he's just so strong. To real power spike for Lucian in these mid-game fights, and we saw it. Millenium tried to set up something. We're just gonna see it again here. Candy Panda is gonna beat the target. He has flash. Good reaction time here, flashing away from the Solar Flare. And then they turned around instantly. Jess is from the mid lane, teleports in. Kerp tries to do the same thing with his teleport, but they already lost Jerry, and now it's just SK Gaming chasing on, and Jess is winning the one-on-one with Creston down his bottom lane.
Yeah, instantly blowing him up before getting taken down himself. A little bit extra damage from those Blades of Torment than we were expecting.
So there's a lot of damage from Kerp here. He's left in the back. Kevin is going to be the target. But Candy Panda with double buff and again Blade and Ghostblade can just go and clean up, pick up 2 kills, and looks very, very strong now.
It was actually very good to see him instantly flash that Solar Flare. And again, to talk about Candy Panda in previous weeks, especially in the laning phase, he seemed somewhat lethargic when it came to getting caught by CC or spells. And, you know, sometimes got caught uncharacteristically.
It's something we have seen a lot of today, actually, where a lot of people save the flash until they get hit by the CC and will try and flash in the very end and they just end up dying.
It's too late.
So either you do it instantly, if you feel like there's any chance you might die, use your flash, make sure you don't go down. Because if he'd been locked up here by Jerry, Jesus might not have been able to join in time before Candy Panda was dead.
Well, he did manage to get out alive that time around, and SK Gaming actually handling themselves well in that team fight. We were worried about their potential to do so.
It wouldn't even... Yeah, you're right, you're right.
I mean, we talked about it in Picks and Bans, how Millenium, in theory, should have stronger team fights, and they were fighting what was eventually a 5v4. I mean, Freddy was not present that whole time.
True. I mean, it was definitely a team fight.
Yep. But they were split.
However, for Millenium, it was... The whole setup was supposed to be a dive, which went wrong. They missed the ult from Jerry, the very important engage. And then it was just SK Gaming chasing them. So yeah, they won the team fight here. Lucian is so strong at this point, and Jess is 1-1-on-1 against Creston. So full credit to SK Gaming. But we have seen the idea about the comp where we split pushing and always reacting to what Millenium is going to do. If they send 2 members up top lane to kill Freddy, well, we either go 4 members bot lane and take the tower, or we just go with just up top lane and make sure Freddy can win. Because look at his CS now. Kevin has been a non-factor in this one-on-one.
Yeah, really struggling. He has finished that Blade of the Rune King. We were talking about a moment ago. Only got the Giant's Belt as his tanky item. Quickly look down at some of the rest of the itemization. You of course got the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith on Cotnex. We'll get to that in a second. Solar Flare catches Freddy out. He gets dove on, but Glacial Fish is going to interrupt the Zenith Blade from J-Ree. Flash away from Svenskeren. He still has Cataclysm. But it's Millenium that are unable to secure kills, and SK defend the tower.
See the style though of Jerry. Once again, as soon as someone from SK shows himself, Jerry will try and land his ult and engage with the rest of the team. Didn't manage to kill anyone. Flash was blown by Freddy, however. Now SK Gaming actually going in towards the blue buff.
Another blue buff combat. This time around, SK have got position. They definitely have control of Millenium's jungle. Just very quickly, Hourglass as well as his Distortion Boots picked up 4 Jezzes, as you were talking about earlier in the game. Candy Panda's got a BF sword. Let's see how this wave clear gets handled by Kerp. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, unfortunately. He himself has got his death cap completed, and Creatine working towards an Infinity Edge. So still room for growth as far as power spikes are concerned. Millenium may be able to sneak this away. No one from SK is really close enough to defend super effectively.
Well, they're coming in. Teleport was used by Freddy to defend the top lane, which Kevin had pushed all the way down here. The trade actually mid tower for the second tier tower in the bottom lane. And SK Gaming still just splitting up as much as possible, trying to use the fact that Millenium is stuck in the mid lane and just take down these outer turrets.
Well, this is the first time that Freddy has really had a sizable lead in a few weeks, and called him out in the pregame and said if SK can return to a split push style of play where Freddy is pushing a side lane, that's how SK can try to regain control. They've got a small gold lead, and you just have the feeling that they're dictating the tempo of this game.
100%.
They've been moving around, they've been making the invades, and Millenium have been reactive.
Millenium tried to set things up just before here. They tried to set up the dive on Candy Panda in the bottom lane. It backfired for them. So now SK Gaming wants to pick up a one-hit team fight, picked up some extra gold, has then been controlling the map and now making sure they're the ones moving around here and waiting to see what Millenium is actually doing before they try to counter it. And now Dragon is alive. All 5 members from both teams looking to fight here.
Very importantly, Creatin does have his Infinity Edge completed. Let's take a look at who's going to win this poke war. Twisted Fate and Nidalee spamming out spells. Kerp is going to be looking to get some Arcano Pulses down. Now, Enrated with Braum and Glacial Fishers arriving a little late to this party. Culling used very early for Candy Panda. A little bit of damage in Jerry, nothing really noticeable. There's the solo play. They pull Candy Panda. Cotnex is looking from Kevin. That's actually a flash as well as dash. Kevin instantly gets popped. They've traded jungler for potentially top laner. There's 1-for-1 as Freddy secures the killing blow. Now Cotnex on the back foot. Jerry is the next target. We do see Creatin in full retreat. Cotnex forced the flash. He's taken down. That's a 3-for-1. And SK kite and fight and make Millenium bite the dust.
So this team fight here for Millenium was pretty weird already from the engage. Once we get the replay, we can just try and notice how Millenium move as a team once they engage here. We see the replay. Notice Jerry. He wants to go in and land the ult, but instantly as he fires, he backs away. He doesn't even want to commit to this one. Kevin jumps in by himself. The rest of Millenium are staying back here, dealing with Zenzig. But Jerry is supposed to be the guy who follows up his own ult to help Kevin shut down a target. He pops it and walks backwards, and the rest of Millenium here, as soon as Kevin actually died the second time, SK Gaming were just so much stronger. So I'm not sure if it was miscommunication, but definitely seemed like Jerry like, I'm gonna engage, and they're like, never mind, I'm not even gonna go, and just backed away. So it ended up being a very weird team fight from Millenium's side.
Yeah, not working in their favor. They lose the Dragon, they lose a few kills, and SK were attempting the Baron, but I think wisely backed away. Kerp was throwing down a whole bunch of spells from the safety of the wall. Managed to back them away from that objective. So SK grow their lead to 2.5 or 3,000 gold. I do math good, sure. 5 towers to 3. And again, it's just SK Gaming with the plays. One thing that I do want to highlight is SK have really tried to control the blue buff from Millenium's side. Yeah. You know, I think the last 3 spawns they've done battle over and look to steal or look to fight, arguably to keep Kerp down, and it should be respawning in a few minutes' time. So let's see if SK continue that style of game. Now, Candy Panda's got himself an Infinity Edge. He is so much further ahead than Creatin in build and damage.
Going towards his late game power spikes now, and Sven's actually looking for the fight. Jess is coming in as well.
Well, Destiny is up. There's the gate. Instantly solar flare, and look at the damage.
Wow!
With the Rite of Arcane, destroys Jez's. You signal where you're going to land, and they combine the damage. Svenskeren is the next target. He's going to manage to dash and move away. Flash just became available. And a long-range shot from Kerp. That's the Arcano Pulse. This means there's no smite available for SK Gaming. Freddy does not have a massive amount of AP, and those javelin tosses are not going to be too threatening. We do see once again Eye of Destruction from Kerp, connecting, slowing Millenium down. Culling is used just to dissuade Millenium. JRE forced out of the fight, has no flash available.
They need to deal with Candy Panda. They have to go for Candy Panda here. He's going to destroy them otherwise.
We'll see if they can. None of Rite of Arcane hits yet. Finally, third shot connects, but it's not the greatest. Kerp on the back line. Baron is still going low. It is secured by Millenium. Jerry is going to get away with his life, and Millenium counter the gank phenomenally.
It was just beautiful setup, first of all by Kerp, landing the stun as soon as Jess arrived. He couldn't even outlast, and then him and Creatin together with the long-range poke just destroyed him. chased on. Jiri managed to get the engage here. And then around the Baron, switching the focus over to Candy Pan. As soon as he moved a bit too close here, Curb got a lot of damage onto him and made sure SK couldn't actually try and engage in the Baron pit. It's a very good move here, even though it was more, I wouldn't even call it a mistake by SK Gaming, because it's very hard to predict such a well-timed stun from Curb.
Yeah, it's actually something that you and I were discussing earlier this week when you're playing against a Twisted Fate, just how easy it is to deal with his ultimate if you have hard CC, because he telegraphs where he's going to land, and it's fairly easy to time with the animation of the circle of the cards, and Millenium just really turned that around. Jez had his Hourglass available and couldn't even pull off the Messiah that we like to call it.
And Millenium have a lot of options to CC him as soon as he comes in. You don't need a point on click stun, it won't work. You need
a travel time connected stun.
Exactly, so like you have the stun from Curb, you have Cocoon from Codnix, Kevin can jump in, you have Jiri with his Solar Flare to try and set it up as well. A lot of different options here for Millenium to try and kill, just unless he just hourglasses instantly as he arrives.
So for the first time in 30 minutes, Millenium have the theoretical advantage in the game. They've been dancing to SK's pace, and they've been moving at SK's time. How do they make use of Baron buff? It is ticking away. They've used a minute, 2 minutes of the buff already, and they look to be setting up a siege. They've got no minions to work with. There's a lot of wave clear on the side of SK with Jez's and the culling from Candy Pan in a moment or two. And there's the culling down. Solar Flare catches and rated. Nobody else dives. Millenium content to just throw down their long-range ultimates. They're not the longest of cooldowns. Candy Pan are forced away from the fights.
Very low. Curb already doing so much damage. I mean, really into Horny guys now to even get even more magic penetration and just trying to snowball now with this Baron buff. And Millenium staying with 5 members. They know Kevin won't be able to deal with Freddy in a one-on-one, so they keep him with the team if they want to go for a dive.
And you've seen how Millenium deals with an SK Gaming engage. They simply win the fight. Eye of Destruction going out, managing to catch 2 members of SK Gaming. We do see the Cocoon connect, but there's no ultimate from Curb to squash him. So Millenium just going to wave clear, SK doing the same, and slowly but surely they are getting this tower down. Creatine on Corki, not the longest of ranges, but when you've got Baron and regen and another minute before it wears out, hey, rinse and repeat. Look at that burst from Curb.
So much damage. Candy Pan is way too low. They can't fight for this one. SK forced to back away. It's a very nice poke here for both Creatine and Curb. And Jiri always sitting ready. In case someone is out of position, he will try and go for you and get the kill.
Well, patient play from Millenium. They've got a few minions to work with. Going to get some damage on the inhibitor turret. We do see once again, Candy Pan are forced to use the culling. That's back-to-back cooldowns basically on availability, just to defend the wave. Freddy also being quite cheeky with that bushback, managing to, or trying to help kill the conga line of minions, as well as getting some additional damage elsewhere on the side. So, again, SK defending. Baron buff being very close to wearing off. Freddy's got caught. Can they burst him down? That's 1, that's 2. Third shot connects! Holy Curb, that damage. Svenskeren locked in the Cataclysm, forced to flash away. Kevin now gonna lose his blood well as he's popped underneath the turret. We do see Ro8 dashing over to Jez's. He ended up trading 1 for 1, but it's support for top laner, and there's a massive minion wave in the bottom lane.
Should be able to get the tower down here in the bottom lane, but Jiri, once again, he goes in for the engage, ended up dying for it, but at least they trade top laner for support, and now this bot lane tower will go down in favor of Millenium, and now actually in head and goal.
Definitely a trade that Millenium were looking for. They are now going to secure a dragon, which they haven't really had the greatest of control over for the last few spawns. Earned themselves a whole bunch of gold to spend, and looking to take control of the game.
Very important for Millenium. Kevin is actually starting. Very sorry, I've been casting 4 games. My voice is pretty destroyed. But Kevin
like a
now,
personal problem.
Kevin now finally gets actually some tanky items, because he went Blade first item, which meant for the first team fight he was just very easy for SK Gaming to take down. I'm not even sure if Blade was the best option for him, because he knew he couldn't really deal with Freddy anyway in the one-on-one, so there's no real reason to build a Blade. Could have gone straight tank if he wanted to. Now he got some tankiness and can actually start to jump into these fights here and be as annoying as possible. Freddy trying to do the same thing.
All right, we'll see if Kevin can make that work. Jumping into a Cataclysm, not the smartest of options.
Probably not.
He pulled in the inhibitor dive a few minutes ago. But of course, going to be a little while before he's got that Bloodwell available again. And SK, now they're on the defensive. Now they're looking to change the momentum of the game. Look at Freddy split pushing in the bottom lane. He shoved the minion wave out. There's no inner turret to take. The last inner turret standing for Millenium is in the middle lane. And SK Gaming have congregated around this area of the map. Once again, getting some vision from the blue buff area of Millenium. Maybe looking to create another pick or another fight. Just don't land Twisted Fate Ultimate in front of J.Re. or
in front of anyone from Millenium, actually, unless you pop your Outlast instantly and won't even get your card off. It kind of destroys the purpose of using their ulti from Jessis to engage the fights. Otherwise, they're gonna need someone like Zenzig on Jarvan to jump in and hope the rest of the team can follow. But when you have Twisted Fate, you're normally not looking to dive on the backline. You're actually looking to kite backwards as much as possible with your AD carry, and then you time it so you land your gold card, and your AD carry switches over to the target you just stunned, and you just try and burst down whoever gets close, and you just keep kiting backwards. Which could be a bit of an issue now when you have Jarvan who wants to go forward, and he's only gonna buy time, actually.
Well, aggressive moves from Millenium in that middle lane. Connex was trying to set something up, and Candy Panda just used that relentless pursuit to dodge away from the cocoon. Again, Candy Panda throwing down the culling. He's really not hesitating to use that cooldown at multiple occasions. Some good damage onto Connex, but look at Kevin. He simply cannot deal with Freddy. Freddy's now going to start getting some attack damage onto the turret. Kevin lands on Freddy and they trade, but it's Freddy that once again comes out victorious.
Over and over, can just heal himself, has the takedown now that Kevin is fairly low. Kevin without the passive, of course, still waiting for it to actually spawn. But can depend if the calling here before. I mean, once you complete Infinity Edge, you don't really want to be using your calling in teamfights. You actually just want to auto-attack as much as possible. It could really explain the reason for him to just constantly wave clear with it.
Well, let's see if it works out in his favor. Freddy, no one is moving to deal with him. Kevin is doing the best he can to kill these minion waves, but the inhibitor turret is going low. The rest of Millenium are still grouped up in that middle lane. J.Re getting closer and closer to having that flash available. And just from knowing J.Re and how he plays Leona, once it's up, you can bet your bottom dollar that he will jump into a team fight the moment a target presents itself, especially because everyone's fairly squishy. I mean, Zenzig, yeah, he's got a fair amount of tanky stats, but
not really enough now to deal with someone like Kerb and Kraton to just instant focus him down. But again, SK trying to do the same thing with Jessis and Candy Panda to take down whatever tank jumps in, if it's J.Re first or Kevin first against them. And notice here, Freddy actually recalls, he does have teleport, but there's a pink ward. Nice ult here from Jessis to actually spot the Baron, but it's still going down very, very fast.
Oh, they're going to have to commit to a full dive if they want to try to steal this away.
He can steal it.
He's dropped the flag. In comes the Destiny. Jessis is steal. We did it again. Zenzig on the background now. He's going to land the Cataclysm before being knocked all the way up into the air. Kevin is going to be reviving from that Bloodwell. As in Ro8 is going to stand behind me. Dashes over to a teammate. Cotnex is low. Creatine is low. Freddy and Candy Panda looking to do the damage. Freddy's got caught out. He's slowed on the back line, but the movement speed admittedly is so difficult to lock down. They are kiting so well. That's one. Freddy's got the second. Now he's knocked in the air. Creatine with the help of Connex is going to secure another kill. Candy Panda's on the retreat. He sidesteps the Arcana Pulse before getting one, before getting two. Curb is going to shut him down. Now it's all on Enraged versus Curb. The stun's going to come out in a second. Enraged is going to hold him in place. There's 1,000 AP. 5 versus 4. Enraged with the Moustache Menace finishes the fight.
But damn, Jessis, you already tried once, you got punished. Don't do it the second time here. Millenium once again, we're just gonna see, actually he's already dead by now, doesn't matter. Rest of SK stays and keeps fighting. Candy Panda and Freddy are both so strong at this point here. In these small skirmishes, we actually see Freddy jumping in, gets the takedown. Rest of Millenium is too low to really commit because Candy Panda was left untouched in the back line with his Infinity Edge, with his blade, and just destroying people. Notice here, Kraton is the first target. Well, Connex, you want to join in? Easy peasy, I'm gonna kill you too. And Kerb might take down Candy Panda, but what does it matter when you have N-rated, the manliest man of SK Gaming?
Well, manages to finish out that fight. Messy, chaotic, and somewhat scary for Millenium when you consider they were 5v3, albeit with low HP. And they did, of course, get pushed around. So this game is not over. 14-14 on kills, 5-5 on towers, even on gold. And it just comes down to skill shots.
It did, and also the focus in the team fights, because Freddy was the guy they went for instead of Candy Panda, even though Freddy's now building a lot of tanky items, so he's going to be even harder to take down, and Candy Panda was left by himself to just kill people, whoever came close to him, and they've actually managed to win the fight, of course, also with the help from good guy and Ro8.
Yeah, Jez's, you can argue the effectiveness of that dive. You can't deny the fact that while they were focusing him down, it allowed the rest of SK to sort of get in there and put some damage down themselves.
Very true.
Saying, of course, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
I'm going to say hashtag worth, we won the team fight.
Won the team fight with one man left. You could argue how effective that is, but nevertheless, SK, they do get once again control this bottom half of the map. Grab themselves another dragon, 3 of 6. They retake control of the gold lead, and there's 4 Banshee's Veils on their back pockets. Now, Banshees are great at blocking spells, but Kerb on Xerath and Corki being played by Creatine can pop Banshee's Veils incredibly effectively. It's just going to be a matter of time before Millenium look to pop those little bubbles and allow J-Re to jump into the fight.
So surprised at how well SK Gaming has actually been playing teamfights in this game here. Freddy's been doing a very good job on Nidalee, being or trying to be the tank. Justice has been the guy starting the fights, not the best way, but still he managed to start them. And then it's just been all about Candy Panda, to be honest. Full credit to him on Lucian. Every single teamfight, it was all about Candy Panda destroying people. And he was our featured matchup.
He was, and it was Creatine that ended up won the public opinion. It was 59% in favor of Creatine winning this matchup, but it's Candy Panda that's 7-1-7 on 4.11 Lucian. Cocoon did connect with Freddy. Well, that's a whole lot of hit points to burn through. And the only percentage HP damage consistent for the time being is Kevin with that blade. So Culling once again being thrown down. Cotnex takes a couple of shots, shrugs it off, walks away. Baron is up, and appears the European Baron dance will occur today.
Millenium really need to fix their focus in these teamfights. It's the reason they've been losing them, because they keep going for the wrong targets. Often it's either Rated or Sven's gonna take down first. Fair enough, jumps in your face, you have to kill the first guy. But then you need to get to Candy Panda, otherwise he's gonna destroy you, and it's happened twice now.
SK in full retreat mode because Freddy was in the bottom lane without his teleport available. They were not looking to be engaged upon. J-Re is getting very close to having his flash available once more, and has been the primary initiator for his team. When he locks down the right targets and the rest of his team engage correctly, they win. But that has not been the case for many of these fights. Approaching a super late game once again, and it's difficult to say who's going to come out in the lead. It is still very, very even.
I mean, Twisted Fate becomes very strong as well in the late games. It was Zero, of course. We just see the poke already from Kerb in this game. And Candy Panda, it's not like he's gonna get outscaled by Creatine, so he will keep being insanely strong in these late game teamfights as well. Both top laners, not now, basically tanks.
Well, look at this. Zenzig is looking to engage. That's a 3-man knockup. He locks up 4 inside the Cataclysm. Glacial Fissure knocks up more from Millenium. Now Kevin's on the retreat. Dark Flight's out of the Cataclysm. Millenium are trying to run away. Creatine eats a gold card as Freddy is trying to execute on the sidelines. Svenskeren is the first victim of the fight as Jesus throws down the Zhonya's Hourglass. They've now traded. Kevin is down. J-Re is down. Right of Arcane does connect. It doesn't kill Freddy. 1 for 2, and SK Gaming are looking at getting the tower. They take it, they back away.
Such a good engage by Svenskeren here. Knocked up 4 members, used the Catalyst afterwards and forced them to flash away. And SK Gaming are outplaying Millenium in these teamfights here.
Oh, this is a teleport from Kevin. He's maybe in a little bit of trouble. Kerb lands. Eye of Destruction goes down. Candy Panda is looking to be the focus. He manages to lifesteal before losing Cotnex in the trade. Now Freddy with GA and a bajillion hit points is making Millenium's life difficult. We did see a retreat from Jez's, and Baron appears to be off the cards with both junglers being down for the moment.
And with Candy Panda dying, so very nice teleport by Kerb, but still, SK Gaming, they're winning the team fights. Always seem to have the right focus here. Getting down a few members, make sure they can survive. I mean, Freddy was the target at first. He flashed over to the Wraith camp and made sure he stayed alive. And then he actually rejoined the fight afterwards and picked up a kill. So very well played on this Nidalee.
Well, 45 minutes. We haven't taken a look at the items yet. As you've highlighted, so many tanky items from Freddy. GA, Spirit Visage, Randians getting fairly mirrored on the other side. Randians completed as well as Chain Vest and Negatron Cloak, and I completely forgot the name of it, as you do. Spectre's Cowl, thank you, Martin.
No worries.
Svenskeren has just built full tank, with the exception of that Spirit of the Elder Lizard, and we do have that Void Staff completed for CottonX, so if anyone gets low, he'll be looking to execute them. But CottonX hasn't really had the biggest of presence in the team fights. If you play them back, Kevin has been diving in. I don't think he's really had the support of CottonX with any sort of repel engages once Kevin's gone in.
So it is a bit of a change, at least the way you play here. Normally, or before, you used to play build Spirit of the Ancient Golem as the first item. You would focus on being very tanky and just get cooldown reduction, so you could actually dive into the enemy teams with Spectral Wraith. And now also a Void Staff. He's not tanky enough to actually dive the back line. Candy Panda can take him down very, very fast. So they only have Kevin to try and go in and kill the backline of SK Gaming, which has been another issue for them. Because if they don't get to a squishy target first, and Millenium is not the team to start the fights, they have not been winning them because they can never really get to the right target.
Well, Ghost Blade thrown down from Candy Panda melts a lot of CottonX's HP. And that's a great graph to show you the goal difference over time. Obviously being in favor of Millenium early on, SK regain control, Millenium regain control. It's just, it really, really has swung back and forth. Arguably on good team fights and bad team fights. It hasn't really been about the dragons or the towers, it's been about misplaying fights around the objectives. Anyways, Baron has been started by SK Gaming. CottonX has Smite available. He is going to get caught out. He flashed.
Can he get it?
Can he get it? He steals it! One for Baron! And that was just so great. CottonX with the swag Smite. Svenskeren not having a great game.
No, not the best game here from Svenskeren. And CottonX, he literally just ran straight in, repelled up in the air, and perfect timing. Managed to pick up the Baron.
Felt like he was walking through a shopping center, seen the Baron on sale, and said, why yes, I will smite that today. Thank you very much, Svenskeren and crew. Problem is now, Millenium are in a 5 versus 4 position for the next 40 seconds. What will the Baron cost him? Freddy's got GA available. He's tanking turret shots. He doesn't give a monkeys. Candy Panda caught by Solar Flare. No one from Millenium is available to dive in. Candy Panda dashes away. So they've defended the middle turret. A lot of damage has been put down on the bottom turret. And SK survive for the time being.
It is so hard for SK Gaming to actually siege onto a tower when you're against Leona, Zeref again. There's so much poke potential, so much CC. If you do move close enough to hit the tower, Candy Panda was just the victim of it here. He moved in, hit the tower a little bit, and instantly Jerry used all onto him. And they got him very, very low. So hard for SK Gaming to actually take down towers when Millenium have all the CC members alive here and all the burst from someone like Kerb. And therefore, Baron for Millenium. Farming it out now. We're gonna look for 5, 6 items here in this game.
All right, we'll see how quickly teams can get there. A whole lot of wave clear on both sides of the pond, and it is far too early for the statement I'm about to make. I'm gonna do it anyway. 80 minutes last week.
I was about to say 8 minutes.
80 minutes was the new record set between Complexity and Curse, and you could theoretically see this game going that long thanks to the wave clear on both squads, but unlike the Complexity Curse game, this game has seen a significant amount of action more, as both SK and Millenium are willing to take and create fights, for better or for worse.
So remember last time Millenium had Baron, they actually did the same thing they're doing now, moved up in the mid lane, took down the mid tower you see there, just right next to Jerry. Here, and just focus on trying to poke as much as possible. Somewhere it's getting even harder because the tanky items on SK Gaming, because the damage they can do back to Millenium. And therefore, not a lot of success yet.
Well, Candy Panda used the culling to poke down J. Reed. That's going to reduce the risk of an engage, but it wasn't the greatest, and the Baron buff regen is doing its work. J. Reed is now back up to 3/4 hit points. CottonX is in trouble. He's going to need to repel. The flag, the drag, the slam dunk from Svenskeren. CottonX manages to flash away. Look at the solar flare! Jesus does it again! 3 times in a row, and 3 times he dies. They trade 1 for 1, but it's a mid laner for a support. Millenium are still looking to retreat. Candy Panda is untouched. And of course, they do need to burn through the GA of Freddy. Millenium actually turning the aggression back on. CottonX is not in the fight. They just end up trading 1 for 1. Kerb forced to back away. Now Candy Panda dashes back in. Bloodwell is available for Kevin. Can they land a stun? We do see the Dark Flight coming up, and Freddy goes all the way in. We do see him. Kerp is now on the back line. Ignite is being burned. Kerp is now taken down. He didn't have his Hourglass. That's one secured for SK. We do see Candy being taken down in the back line as Svenskeren, Freddy, and Ro8 are trying to do the work they can. Cotnex is still alive. Cotnex is going to get himself a double kill, and Kevin secures the ace onto Svenskeren. There's 25 seconds before Jesus is alive, and 60 seconds for the rest. Millenium are going to look to finish.
And this time, it was the other way around. Kreaton was completely left untouched. Candy Panda, he dived in to kill Kerp, and Kreaton just stood right next to him and said, okay, I'm just gonna smack you in the face and kill you, and Millenium might look to finish here.
3 versus 1. Jesus is going to be up in 4 seconds time as the minions get to the base. Smite onto the siege. There is a cannon minion here for Millenium. Banshee's Veil is up for Kreaton. What can Jesus do? He's got both summoner spells. Ghost has been thrown down. He's stunned up Kevin. It feels like it's too little. He's picked up one onto Cotnex. Kreaton is focusing the Nexus Toad. The second one will fall shortly. Kevin is getting dropped low. Knockup doesn't manage to connect as Banshee's Veil was up. Hourglass, you finally found the button, Jesus. He survives for a few seconds. Blown up by Kreaton. Kreaton can finish the game, and after 52 minutes, a swag flash. Kreaton closes the game out, and Millenium take down SK Gaming.
The very, very last team fight. First, Cotnex took so much poke damage, they ended up trading 1-for-1. Jesus, he did it again. Ports in, instantly gets blown up. If he just stayed back and just kept chasing with the rest of the team instead of porting forward, SK Gaming had won the team fight. No, he jumps in, dies, and then in the very end, Candy Panda dashing forward to kill Kerp. Kreaton completely untouched. Finally, it was the other way around. We've seen so many team fights this game where Candy Panda was left untouched. Now it was Kreaton's turn. He wins the game for the team.
You know what? As much as you can question and call Jesus up for doing that 3 times in the game, you really have to give props to Millenium because they punished it every time.
Of course, yeah, you have to land a skill shot. You have to time the skill shot 100% correct. Otherwise, he's just going to fly wide or he's going to hourglass the time.
And not once did that solar flare miss. They locked Jesus up every single time he jumped in. And Millenium once again demonstrating with a team that is built around picking people off, they can do well. But that was a very hard-fought game. They were behind for the first 25 minutes. They were struggling to control their blue buff. And if it wasn't for... Actually, if it wasn't for Jesus jumping in and messing up some team fights, you could argue they may not have won that game.
I 100% agree. SK Gaming looked a lot stronger in the team fights than I actually expected. Yeah. Also because Candy Panda had such a good game and they could never get to him because the early team fights from Millenium was like Kevin jump in by himself, the rest of the team kite away and just try and kill Svenskeren. So Kevin sacrificed himself for the jungler, which then meant SK Gaming could just start chasing. I mean, Italy, king of chasing. Normally Twisted Fate is a king of chasing too. Funny thing is, Jesus actually had Banshees. However, it was down once he ported. If he had waited for the Banshee, he might have been able to pull it off because he would block their solar flare from Jerry. I believe Cocoon hit him as well, however, so he probably would have died anyway.
One thing I want to ask is, what's your opinion on Italy? First time we're seeing here in Europe on 4.11. Freddy, I feel, had a good job at pushing the lanes, but is it something we'll be seeing more of?
I think we're going to see it more, especially from someone like Freddy. I think Source could maybe play too if he wants to have the same style. And I was actually impressed. The Millenium lane swap to try and shut him down early. Still picked up a lot of farm. Was very, very strong in the one-on-one in the top lane. Kevin could never touch him. So it was a good pick in that case for split pushing. And then when it came to team fights, Freddy played it really well. Trinity Force and then full tank. And he would go and take some damage back away. And then once a member was low from Millenium, he would jump back in with his Q to execute the takedown and just try and finish people off. So I feel like he played them well. But I still feel like Millenium's focus in teamfights was the biggest issue and made the Nidalee pick work even in teamfights. Despite what you hear from top laners is she's not a teamfighting champ anymore. You're just split pushing and roaming around.
Some misplays from Millenium allowing Freddy to have that headroom in terms of those team fights. You do feel that both of these teams were making some mistakes, and I think this is a very serious game to look at when we look at the playoff picture, because they're both sitting very solidly in the middle of the table, and they're both looking to get as good a seed as possible for the playoffs. Anyways, we are going to send it over to Sharks, who's standing by with both Kevin and Cotnex to talk about that victory.
Thank you very much, Quickshot, indeed joined by both Cotnex and Kevin here of the victorious Millenium. Congratulations, Guy. What a back and forth game. I had so much written down, I didn't even know what to ask. So let's start at the beginning. What was the strategy and pick some bands? Maybe Kevin, what did you want to get your hands on? And how surprised were you by the Nidalee pick?
So yeah, we wanted to deny the Aatrox pick from Freddy because he's just a strong player on that champion. And overall, we feel good with Aatrox as well. Of course, right now, not my favorite champion. I play different kind of champions right now, maybe tomorrow. But I wanted to pick it to deny him, basically. That was for top lane. Overall, we just wanted to go for a bit of a safe comp pick with the Xerath and the Leona.
All right, then Cotnex, talk me through the beginning of that game, because you guys managed to build up a lead, and then all of a sudden, Candy Panda started racking up those kills, and they were getting back in the game.
So we tried to shut down the TF in mid lane, getting curb fed, and we kind of managed to do it, but we slipped out our dragon, and he got a bit fed.
Yeah, Kevin, talk me through as you went through that matchup with Nidalee, because she did get really strong at the end and was split pushing, was putting a lot of pressure on you guys. So how did you deal with it as the game went on?
Actually, it was a bit hysteric, or how you would call it. I don't know, it was really tense in TeamSpeak. But the laning phase, yeah, there was no laning phase, was lane swap. We thought we could get her behind. Sadly, it didn't work out quite that good. I got more behind than she did. But at the end, I felt pretty useless, to be honest. I felt really useless, and thanks to my passive and my JA later on, I was somehow useful at least. But overall, I wouldn't like to go in such a matchup again.
Well, talking about usefulness, your Baron steal at the end, I think that might have helped in you guys winning the game. So talk me through how important that moment was and how you managed to pull it off.
I think at least we got some momentum back. I think if they would have gotten it, we would have a hard time, especially since the region is so strong in the late game. But I still think that Kerp was the point which kept us in the game.
Yeah, fantastic game by Kerp once again on Xerath. Then tomorrow you guys are playing Rockat, and that is such an important game as we look at the standings right now. So Kevin, how are you going into that match? What will be the edge?
We're gonna relax a bit, calm down with the hot weather here as well. Weather. And so yeah, we're gonna discuss tomorrow again the plan. We discuss the pick and bans. We discuss how we want to play against Rockat. We maybe have some weaknesses against for them, so we know what weaknesses they have, and we will try to abuse them.
All right. Well, very interesting. Congratulations, guys, on another victory. All right, we're gonna head back over to Quickshot and the Officio to take a look at the standings.
Thank you very much, Shocks and guys. We're 4 matches down in week 9, and here is how the table currently looks. With their wins today, both Alliance and Fnatic remain at the top of the standings in 1st and 2nd place, and Alliance, they stopped the rot in that losing streak.
Yeah, and then Subaru is hot on the heels in 3rd place, while Millenium and SK Gaming have now moved into a tie for 4th place, with Rockat just 1 game behind, so still very close here in the middle of the pack.
Definitely is. Of course, we do have 4 more matches coming your way Friday, as the Copenhagen Wolves face off against SK Gaming, followed by Millenium taking on Rockat.
Then we'll have the Super Hot Crew against Alliance, and we'll conclude week 9 with Gambit Gaming against Fnatic. And after those matches, the European Challenger Series quarterfinals will continue with a best of 3 between Gamers 2 and Playing Ducks.
Yes, that is all happening Friday at 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That's 9 a.m. Pacific. But right now it is time for today's European Challenger Series quarterfinals with the best of 3 match between
Forever Zenzig.
Thank you, I'm not saying that word, and SK Gaming Prime. And of course, after the Challenger, guys, stay tuned for a very, very special presentation as the North American casters take on the Doombots of Doom. Riv, Freak, and the gang can talk the talk, but can they walk the walk? Find out as they square off against bots so nasty, they could make the Terminator crap in his pants.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 9 of the European League of Legends Championship Series.
My heart's beating, my hands are shaking.
Stunning, he's going to land here on towards Impale. Shockwave does get it this time. Comes through and hooked as well. Overpowered still alive, but Selfie gets the finisher.
I'm still getting the headshots, like boom, headshot.
Headshot.
We will kill your enemies.
Nice, nice. Getting bubbled up, Diamond going to come in from the side. Shook is there, however. That tidal wave going down. Diamond actually going to be caught out from this one.
Dum dum dee dum dum dooby dum dum.
We do see Candy being taken down in the backline of Svenskeren. Freddy and Eraser are trying to do the work they can. Cotnex is still alive. Cotnex is going to get himself a double kill.
What kind of exactly.
First kill secured by Reckless. We do see that's a double kill as he sidesteps the cocoon, looking for the triple. Reckless is on triple. He's looking for one shot. That's the quadra. He's looking for 5. Towers down in the back line. Reckless makes it.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 2014 Summer European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Victorli, alongside me is Aiden, Zaire, and Moon, and this time I don't care how you're doing. Let's move on to today's schedule. This week we are wrapping up the quarterfinal round, starting with today's matchup between 4th-seeded Forever Zenzig and 5th-seeded SK Gaming Prime.
I'm doing great, Freak, and there isn't a clear favorite in today's matchup. Forever Zenzig has a slightly higher seed, and they dominated their opponents in both its Summer 2 matches so far. But there's a question mark next to this team right now. Forever Zenzig didn't qualify for the Summer 1 series, so we don't really know how they'll perform with the competition when it gets tough in these later rounds.
Yeah, see if they can keep pulling those wins out for themselves. Of course, on the other side of the rift is SK Gaming Prime, who did qualify for the Summer 1 quarterfinals. However, they lost to H2K Gaming, who eventually took first, so that's not really a bad performance by any means. But now they've got a big challenge ahead of them starting today. Their jungler Brokenshard left for the Copenhagen Wolves. We saw him play today in the LCS, and they've got a replacement now.
Yeah, and their replacement is the jungler Kikis, who competed against the Wolves in the spring promotion tournament as a member of Denial Esports. And since then, we've also seen him play with Lublin Shore, who took 4th in Summer 1, actually. And chances are you remember him from another team as well. And that's because SKP is his 21st team in 21 months.
He's a real journeyman, to be sure. And to keep in mind, though, this is a guy who's top 11 in solo queue in the challenger ladder. So it's not that he's like getting kicked all the time. It's like he's trying to find the team that suits his skills because he's a great player overall. I think he can fill those shoes. So we're going to see if he can fill in for Brokenshard properly here. Now, after last week's quarterfinal matches, here's how the bracket shapes up for everyone else. H2K Gaming advanced to the semifinals 2-0 over GG Call Nash and is awaiting the champion of today's match.
And on the other end of the bracket, it's Ninjas in Pajamas, who also advanced to semifinals in a 2-game sweep. And that one was over Unicorns of Love. And NIP will face the winner of tomorrow's match between Gamers 2 and Playing Ducks.
And within the Challenger Series, every time you win, you get awarded points. At the end of Summer 2, the teams with the 6 highest scores will qualify for the playoffs. And right now, there are already 4 teams who have done so. H2K Gaming, Ninjas in Pajamas, Gamers 2, and Lublin Shore. Those are all into the playoffs.
Yeah, and that means there are 4 teams vying for the 2 remaining spots at the moment. Playing Ducks, SK Gaming Prime, and Forever Zenzig control their own destiny and can reach the playoffs with wins. In fact, whoever wins today will be guaranteed the 5th playoff spot.
And the 4th team with a chance at a spot is going to be Unicorns of Love. Now, they lost last week, so they can't earn any more points, but they could still make the playoffs with a little bit of help. And if you need help yourselves keeping up with all those playoff scenarios, just log on to the overly supportive lolesports.com.
Under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, you'll find scores, schedules, links to VODs, and everything else you need to follow the Challenger Series and the LCS for all of the 2014 season.
So supportive, it's like Sona and One for All. Today's best of 3 matchup is about ready to begin. It's Forever Zenzig going up against SK Gaming Prime. Forever Zenzig do have a couple of good players on that team.
Yeah, they do. Especially Kobe, who was formerly on Denial, and Senkux. This guy has a 13.0 KDA in Summer 2, and that's actually a really big shout out to both those players. It's the AD carry and the mid laner, if you guys didn't know, for that team. Senkux was on the 4th place team Reason Gaming from the previous split.
Right.
Previous season, actually, back in spring.
Right.
So he's a veteran to the Challenger scene, and he's been a phenomenal mid laner through and through.
Yeah, and overall, it's a pretty strong roster of players on all that. But
they're all very young.
Yeah, they are, and they've got enough. You know, they've got a lot of good players though on there, and yeah, we're going to see them kind of keep leveling up throughout time as well. Want to talk about SKP a little bit though. They had Brokenshard in there, of course, who did move over to Copenhagen Wolves. He had a pretty reasonable performance overall as a player, but of course, he got pulled into the big leagues, so he's got to get replaced.
Yeah, and his replacement is Kikis, who had a 4.21 KDA in 2014. He's been through multiple Challenger Series splits on different teams. We talked about him earlier, 21 teams in 21 months, because he's just such a hot commodity. He's one of the top junglers in solo queue, and everybody's trying to get their hands on him, but they slip through every time when they don't perform up to his standards.
Yeah, and it's interesting, though, because like his old team was Lublin Shore, and they actually will make the playoffs. They've got to find a replacement for for him. But that's kind of the thing is we've watched throughout Challenger Series, like individual people who rise up, like this guy is an all-star, this is a guy to watch for. And you've got guys like Ko as well as Trashy, two big junglers on, I guess, NIP and H2K respectively, where like these are guys to watch for. They're big playmakers for the team and they stand out above the rest. Kikis is one of those guys who's like almost there. Like he's, I think, slightly below those two players, but you get that one good team where it works for you. I think jungling more than any other role is very team reliant in terms of looking good. And then maybe Kikis is actually like the new big thing. You know, we saw, you know, for example, Shook sort of overtook Diamond as like the big jungler this year, for example, or, you know, Diamond was forever like the big jungler to look for. And, you know, you're always going to see that one player kind of say, look, this is my year. I'm going to rise up and be the guy.
Yeah, Diamond the innovator, and Shook just innovated on him today.
Yeah, Riven.
Yeah, it was actually a fantastic performance from him. Remember we were talking about the Brutalizer, Hexdrinker, like, what's he going to go? He's just full offense. Let's do it.
Bunch of offense early on. He got a whole bunch of kills early on. So Shook, if he was on your fantasy roster, bunch of points for you. Congratulations on this one. We are going to start out with champ select here, though. Game 1, best of 3 quarterfinal. Winner goes to the playoffs. A rather important match for these two teams. Xerath removed away from WTFox, Cassidy away from Zenzig. No big surprise there.
Yeah, Xerath picked 3 games today in the EU LCS. A little surprising to me, but also the fact that he's in the meta again means that more assassins are going to come back into the meta, more gap closer type champions. So if he keeps rising and keeps being so popular, people might let him through and start countering it.
I gotta see what these guys end up doing, and that is kind of the big thing. Is there's a lot of these popular picks where if you can rely on them being picked, you can build counter strategies, and that's one of the big things I think with teams that prepare for specific opponents. I think in Challenger Series you have the time to do so. Your matches are 1 to 2 weeks apart, and you can be like, okay, we know what they're gonna go for. Get your strats together. Gragas removed away from Smitty here. Caitlyn away from Kobe. These are all, again, bans where you know your opponents play certain champs, and so you remove their specific champion pools.
Yeah, and right now, Kobe has a 13 KDA, but those are both on Caitlyn. And also, Kikis, his most played is Lee Sin. His name might actually even be after Lee Sin. Just kicking people into everybody. But he has a ton of games on that, and then his second most played is like a third of that. So he's really known for his Lee Sin play.
Well, we'll see if he can kind of keep up with something else in the roster, though. Lulu going to be grabbed right away for Forever Zenzig. And now SKB Prime going to look at just the old standby lanes. Why the heck not? Lucian Thresh, a great duo lane overall. No bans aside from the Kate. Dropped the bottom lane champs, and they're just going to go for this one.
Yeah, I was really surprised when they banned away the Gragas on blue side right now for Forever Zenzig. But Lulu Gragas are really the S tier of top lane. Gragas actually beats Lulu in a head-to-head, but Lulu will scale later into the game, even if she's shut down. Like Gragas, if you shut him down, he's kind of limp in the late game. He's not very effective.
Yeah.
So they ban that away, first pick the Lulu for themselves, and secure that matchup, because that's going to be a safe lane now. There's nothing currently in the game that holds toe-to-toe with that.
At least something that people have shown so far.
Discovered.
That's the thing, is like champs come out of nowhere all the time. People hadn't played top Lulu despite not being changed in forever, and then realized that she was good. So it's always fun to see like, oh man, this jungle Riven's the new thing. I want to see how the adaptations keep going on. Morgana support against Thresh, skill matchup there. The Evelynn jungle with Lee Sin dropped away. Great pick as well.
Yeah, I like that. And this is looking like a more and more supporty team. They're going to need some hyper carries in here. Kog'Maw still up. Lucian picked away. Tristana still up as well. Kobe's going to have to go with something along those lines, because the Caitlyn band away Lucian picked, it's really all he has left.
Right, and I feel like, knowing his champion pool, I feel like Tristana would be the most thematically accurate to what he plays, right? Long range, has escapes, that's kind of, that would fit the bill. And again, you play a hyper carry with a bunch of supporty champions, and like, great, it's all kinds of synergy right there in the mix. But we'll have to see what he actually wants to go for, if he wants to play more spellcaster.
Senkux might go for Yasuo.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. I was like,
you want to jump
Epiphany.
In there. Yeah, no, Epiphanies are very worthwhile jumping into, because you never know. But looks like he's not going to pick that just yet. I mean, it could be Rise mid or top. Normally, most people have that in their pools regardless. I don't see a lot of Rise from Smitty, but you never know.
Rise is actually pretty decent against Yasuo. Your binding, your Rune Prison can go through the wind wall, and then you can just reposition yourself around it. Also, his cooldowns are so low that you can get in between wind wall cooldowns very easily. Around that 5-second mark, and then you just reduce them more.
Yeah, basically Rune Prison is the big part of it. Is you can stop his dash mid dash with Rune Prison. It's the best word I could use for that one. It's a verb too, ha! And that one doesn't get blocked up by the wind wall, so it makes life pretty easy for you in that case. Do have to be slightly concerned about the Kog'Maw versus Lucian matchup in this specific case, just because you can get harassed down, but if Forever Zenzig can play around that, then Kobe's going to be pretty well set up. Zenzig's gonna make his own choices. Again, you can't just guarantee where that Ryze goes, but we've seen Syndra versus Ryze a number of times, especially in the North American LCS. And it's actually tended to go Ryze's way from what I've actually seen.
Yes. Yeah, it has been, which is a little surprising to me that he's going to go with the Syndra here, but he's trusting his ranges. He's trusting that he can stay out of his little mid-range zone and just use the long-range pick of Syndra, because you can fog of war bush somebody.
Yeah.
If you clear the wave and then you roam, it's usually in Syndra's favor, because even if you don't roam all the way and you stand in a bush, you can pick people off very easily with a full combo.
And that's the cool thing about Syndra, is she's just so good at picking people off. In terms of like, I know, like, but I think like the beginning of this year, the end of last year, one of the big things commentators would talk about in Champ Select is like what a comp would try to do, and be like, this is a pick comp, this is a team fight comp, this is a split pushing team. Syndra definitely falls under the pick category of champions. One of the longest range stuns in the game with a max range QE combo, a lot of single target bursts, so you can create a lot of pressure that way by saying, hey, there's a Syndra on the loose, you know, hide your backline. It is going to be Ryze top, Orianna mid here for SK Prime, so their lineup has come together now. Seeming very team fight focused, actually, specifically. And for Zenzig, I feel like Kog'Maw's actually pretty safe outside the laning phase.
Yeah, he's very safe. They have a lot of CC, a lot of peel for him. They don't really have a designated tank. Lulu will make somebody a little tanky, and Evelyn will eventually get there. You know, I don't always trust her as a tank, though.
No, me
personally.
either.
She's very squishy, just in base and things like that.
Yeah.
And also the fact you really want to build the Lizard Elder on her and get that going.
Right.
So breaking the team comps down, SK Gaming really looked like they go for a wombo combo, ball delivery with AoE on top of that, with a safe bottom lane. And then Forever Zenzig look like they have a little more pick-oriented with some Kog'Maw team fighting, but it's a multi-threat pronged team.
True.
Kog'Maw, Syndra, you have a lot of focuses here that are very squishy, and if you divide them, you might be able to conquer. And the fact that Evelyn is going to be trying to come in and flank and set up the fight, you have a lot of things that it's on the shot calling of the enemy team to figure out who we focus, who's in range to focus, because these are very long-range threats.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And if someone gets caught out, Jarvan goes in, the team's not ready, you're going to die to a Kog'Maw in like 4 seconds or less. So you've definitely got some concerns here on both sides. You play it right there, you're going to be good to go. Game 1 about to be started up here. Best of 3 once again. You win the game, you win the series, you are in the postseason playoff. That's a pretty important point right here. As the bracket goes on, we can see who's going to be able to guarantee themselves a bye in the first round and how high the seeds can go. But it's going to be the big test to see how well these teams can play right now in this series. This is the test right in front of them now.
See if they're up to it right now. Standard utility for Ryze, and the mana coming through with the Sapphire Crystal.
530. He almost has more mana than health level 1. Not quite, though.
It's a lot of extra base damage on his abilities.
Yes. He will hit you rather hard.
He's also running movement speed in his quintessences. He's running with the,
okay.
It looked like...
It's pretty standard.
377 move speed. That was actually quite fast.
If you go deep utility, you have the out-of-combat move speed, the extra move speed, the 1.5% from the Tier 1 Mastery. Looks like SK Prime. Yeah, they are running in here to look for some plays down to the jungle. I don't remember if they got spotted by the initial ward put down to the front side, but look at all these pings they're going for, saying, hey, check out people might be over here. Look, put your wards down. It is a very safe warding expedition for Forever Zenzig. They actually pinged out both wards that came down for SK Prime's invade. So, 4EZ knows actually everything that has happened so far in the early game.
Yeah, but all these wards from Forever Easy, they're going to have a lot of coverage of this early game. You said they see everything. They're going to see it for a very long time. They're going to know which buff is started at, and they're going to know what SK Prime knows about them. That's a big thing, too. Because if you know what your enemy knows about you, you're like, okay, we can juke them. We can make sure that Lulu doesn't show himself so that they don't get a 2v1, things like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is the wards are also going to time out soon enough that Evelyn can actually remain hidden by the time she's gotten to her second buff here as well. So Rollighead, it's actually the guy's last name, by the way.
Yeah.
Learned that one, he tweeted at us. And here we go. So the beginning of the jungle starts. Both jungles going red buff. Kikis will end his route on the southeastern side. Rollighead will actually be towards the top lane when he finishes his buffs.
Completely on the opposite end there. So we'll have to see if they group up middle, but at the same time, it's a very safe bottom lane for SKP. They can choose to snowball it and try to shut down Kobe and his Kog'Maw, which can be very deadly in the late game and just keep him down. Or they can try to get the Ryze going. They can try to get the gank assistance up there, but it's very hard to gank a Lulu.
Yeah.
Maybe a little easier
even the Lulu's a pretty rough gun. Kikis, though, actually wants to try to invade and take something. I don't think he sees Evelyn right now, though, but he just does his basic timing of when a jungler would finish the camp. Kikis using his just knowledge of jungling to get this gank.
He's just going to walk straight up. Jarvan's very good at brawling at level 2.
All right, there's the auto attack for the slow. There's the flash.
Gets the flash and doesn't even go for the blue because the collapse from Senkux.
Very smart play, though. He does actually burn a lot of health and mana. Smitty getting good damage on a Wonderwear, so now SKP is the better top lane. This could be enough to take the buff away.
Yeah, Wonderwear half HP right now. He does have some biscuits for him. That's warded up, and they're going to be able to see Kikis doing this buff now.
And he won't see Rockat.
This could be bad for Kikis if they collapse.
Down. He is out of mana right now, does have his summoners. Eve has smite, but no flash. Smite, nicely done there. Kikis takes it with an auto attack. Rockat smited too early.
They're collapsing on him. He's going to have to get over the wall.
He can EQ, he's fine.
Yeah, he also has flash, so either of them would work.
Nice move.
Ooh, good
turning back
move there. Yeah, the lack of a collapse from Wonderwear and Senkux, they were trying to push the wave up, but they couldn't do it in time.
And I gotta say, though, just dodging the EQ from
Senkux.
Yeah, exactly. That would have actually canceled the flag toss. The jump would have forced the flash out. So beautifully played there. Kikis gets the early invade successfully. Very, very nicely done. Rockat now forced just to farm his own jungle, and until he gets Spirit Stone, this guy's going to be hurting for mana pretty heavily.
Oh yeah, even though Eve passive will give him some mana back as a percentage while he's invisible, you don't spend a lot of time invisible in the early game.
Nope. He's going to recall back. Should have enough money for that item now at least.
Yeah, he's going to have to back and rush that. Whereas if you look over at Kikis, he already got himself a longsword. And man, that's such a solo queue thing to do too. Just bully the jungler by yourself. But then he got complete vision of it. He knew the situation, and he's communicating with his laners, which is a 5v5 rank thing to do.
Yep.
And it's fantastic to see that type of play at this level.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what's not solo queue thing to do is buy a pink ward on your first back.
Yes.
That is one of the most unselfish things you can do, is drop 100 gold on not combat stats, but it will allow him to spot the Evelyn moves a little bit more. There's his easily secured blue buff, had that under control the whole time, so Kikis completes the 3-buff start for the team. Rockat already out of buffs himself.
Yeah, and Kikis, no stranger to team play. We talked about it. So many teams for him under his belt, kind of etched onto a wall or a placard somewhere. It's a really big placard at this point, but he's looking for that winner.
Got a lot of notches in his computer case.
Yeah, there you go. Pulls out the pocket knife. There we go.
One more team. Rockat level 3, actually not too far behind Kikis. One level down, but that's not the end of the world necessarily. Bottom lane is holding pretty close to equal. I got to point out what happened early on. Ooh, okay. He swept a ward with that, so they know the pink ward's down there. But we saw the pink ward come down.
Yeah, another big thing, though, is that Kikis is level 4. He's also on that side of the jungle. He might run into Evelyn here, and Evelyn cannot duel Jarvan in the early game. We saw it just a moment ago. Even with the blue buff on her, wouldn't have made a difference. Jarvan's early game is fantastic when he's fighting, especially somebody like an Evelyn.
Yeah.
Lee Sin, it's pretty much a little even in Lee Sin's favor, but he's going for this gank down bottom, and Evelyn is not there.
EQ goes in, gets the knock-up onto Morgana, who puts Black Shield down, but is so low on HP right here. Here comes the Orianna for the roam down. First blood goes through, the Ignite tick comes through.
Nice, going for it.
He does get the Ignite down in time. Orianna claims the kill for the Ignite herself. Summoner Heal getting her safe, and look at that, SK Prime already start the game 2-0.
They've got Summoner Heal just flat out saved him there. Z's coming up big with that one. And that's 2 kills of First Blood going over to SKP, giving them almost 1,000 gold lead at the 6-minute mark. Just a huge play and collapse by this entire team.
Absolutely beautiful stuff by them. So a great set of teamwork there. Senkux could sweep the pink ward out. Yeah, there he goes. I gotta say, though, small misplay by Sweaty B to have not Black Shielded himself when the Jarvan knockup came through, or to have flashed it. And it's something actually that Fisher talked about really briefly in the last game we just watched in the LCS. Sometimes players, they'll flash after the CC and take a bunch of damage beforehand, and you still die when that happens a lot of the time.
Yeah, using your flash preemptively, or even when you know they'd be in range for the ability, is actually better than waiting for the ability to land and then flashing after.
Absolutely it is.
Especially in the early game.
Oh, yeah. But unfortunately for Forever Zenzig, they do drop down 2 kills so far, and Kikis has still been a part of everything. So as far as replacement junglers go, I would take a 0-0-2 Jarvan who stole a buff. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I would definitely take that too. He's down a level, but he's about to get that for himself because Rockat, he's just been running around farming. His impact on the game has been very minimal. And also I want to point out, the thing that allowed that gank to happen was that Kikis set up that pink ward, cleared the ward, then roamed down, provided pressure in that side of the jungle, but that allowed Orianna to just walk there, knew there was a pink ward, and his route was completely unscouted.
It was beautiful stuff by these guys. So I got to give a lot of props to SKP so far. They're playing this game pretty close to correct. The only downside, and it's really not a very big one, is the fact that they're not really hurting Kog'Maw's minion kills. He's only down 4 against Lucian. And with Ziz just having assists, they're not really that far apart in item parity. And late game Kog'Maw is always something to be very concerned about as a team.
Yeah, they're both going for those attack speed items first. It's going to be the Trinity Force versus the Blade of the Ruined King here. Trinity Force Kog'Maw, very common. Saw that today as well.
Kickus spending a lot of time getting ward coverage more so than just farming. Now looks for the mid lane gank. Not going to find that one. Okay. Rockat is actually staying in the fog of war for now. None of the wards exist in the southern jungle. Nice hook onto Kobe. The Black Shield incredibly late here, and he's one hit from dead. The Q won't quite do enough thanks to the exhaust of Sweaty B, keeping his teammate alive.
Thankfully, he threw out the Black Shield so that he couldn't get flayed backwards.
Yeah.
That would have been the complete death of him. And now, Rockat looking for something down bottom, but his lane has to back. He wouldn't have any gank assistance or damage.
Here's the interesting thing, though, is Kickus is ready to keep the pressure on this side of the map. He's basically choosing one side of the map and saying, okay, I'm going to crush you at blue buff, then I'm going to control bottom lane, then I'm going to go back to controlling blue buff. Yeah, that response. Senkuk's coming by. Do they have Orianna in time to do anything?
Down the pink ward. He has it warded himself, so he's able to see it.
EQ.
Oh, it got smited.
EQ smite comes through, actually gets picked up by somebody, and that's going to be Kickus dropping for his greed, basically, on that one. Had no way out. Gets exploded now. The Glitterlens comes out for a Wonderwear. This could be a stun as well. Onto Smitty, the slow. One more time from Senkuk's, as well has the red buff. Shockwave onto 2. Will let the team get away, but that was all kinds of greedy by Kickus.
Yeah, Kickus went straight in, didn't have his flash to get out, and he got blown up by Senkuk's in just a tiny combo.
You gotta be careful, man. You are basically full squishy as Jarvan. And, I know most of the junglers tend to start 21 points offense in masteries, and I'm silly for not knowing this for sure, but I feel like Jarvan's one of those as well. Yeah. Who would put 21 offense, 9 points defense, not a lot of tank stats early game, and gets punished without having any defensive items.
Yeah, you typically do that so you can brawl other junglers, you can 1v1 them. Because if you didn't, you'd just be a tanky little wall and just buy time, but that doesn't allow you to invade, because then the more time you buy it and invade, the more time the enemy has to collapse on you.
Absolutely. So, Kickus, unfortunately, too squishy for that one. Bottom lane actually starting to spread apart a little bit more. The recall for Kog gets him a phage, but that also means a 18 minion lead here for the SKP bottom lane. You're seeing them up 1,000 gold overall as a team. They are doing pretty well in this game, despite being, I guess, slightly lower or worse seeded in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't know how indicative that is of their play, though.
Not much. It's just rank wise, basically.
Yeah, not very much at all. Rockat, gonna get. Ooh.
He predicted the juke directions, was slightly out of range. Now Zaitan's got to be real careful. The ulti comes in from Sweaty B as well. Good damage coming through. There's the stun. There's the damage from Kog'Maw. Summoner healed. Actually keeps him alive. Great play by Z's. Keeps his team alive. Now Kobe going to fall. They trade kills back and forth. Morgana cleans out with the Dark Binding. TP was used, then stopped by Wonderwear.
I don't know if it was stopped or Smitty interrupted it with Rune Prison.
Either way, I mean, at this point he shouldn't have gone through anymore, but I think Rune Prison might have been a big part of that.
So we saw the ultimate blown by Smitty there too. Looked like to possibly close the distance. He had a little bit of a tell on it, interrupt it. I mean, at the same time, yeah, he went up for it, because if he was able to go there, he might have been able to convert that into a dragon.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you're right about that. Dragon with the kill is actually a pretty reasonable objective. That's not the case here, though. And Wonderwear's teleport is now on cooldown, and in fact, a longer one than Smitty's will be. So it's SKP who have the teleport advantage thanks to that one. But this game got a little bit closer there. We're staying within about 1,000 gold, but kills are obviously trading back and forth now.
Yeah, and the CS here is actually something to be concerned about. Kobe's down over Z's. We expected that because it was such a bully lane from the Thresh Lucian. But in the top lane, Smitty on Rise is actually ahead of Wonderwear right now, and he doesn't have a TP in his back pocket.
And he also has a lot of damage coming through right now as well. Wonderwear's got to be pretty careful on this one. Shields himself, but it only is worth so much.
If he backs, he can't TP back to lane. He's going to lose a lot of CS.
Absolutely the case. The core mana items are also already done for Smitty, so he's going to keep standing up. He's going to keep charging the tier. Honestly, life is pretty good if you're Rise in this game.
Yeah, he doesn't have his TP either, but it'll be up sooner.
Right.
So that they can start contesting the dragon at that point. There's a lot of pink wards, though, on this side of the Dragon by Forever Zenzig.
Oh, yeah.
That haven't been spotted out yet. And Kikis looking for a gank.
Speaking of not getting spotted out, getting in behind Senkuk's ulti shockwave. Actually, the flash dodges both of them.
Oh, does he have the damage?
He's going to have close to enough Ignite, not quite going to deal enough, but What the Fox actually claims the revenge kill anyway. Wow, Senkuk's overextends to try to turn the kill back, just gets blown up for it.
Yeah, Kikis getting a level up there, got away with about 150 HP, so he wasn't in danger from the Ignite. What the Fox? Nope.
Not going to stop the recall, but unfortunately, it seems like aside from a couple of bouts of over-aggression by SK Prime, they're just generally making better plays here. Forever Zenzig are really only getting their kills off of fights that SKP starts. They're actually not making moves of their own.
Yeah, that's true. They aren't being proactive. They aren't initiating fights.
I mean, you've got a Syndra. Like, that is a fight-engaging champion. You've got an Evelyn to run around, get behind people, be stealth. I mean, there's been great pink ward coverage by SKP. They've been trying very hard to get pink wards down. I think probably about 5 or more have been bought so far this game, 13 minutes in. But point still stands. There just hasn't been aggression by Forever Zenzig.
Keeping the first Dragon in mind right now, because it's almost 13 minutes and 37 seconds in the game. Woo! Yeah. Shout out to that. But in order to set up the Dragon for either of these teams, Forever Zenzig, they need to get a pick before they start it, and SKP, they need to just team fight at the Dragon, or let Forever Zenzig start it first, because they're actually fine just getting objective.
Yeah.
Slowly closing this game out, because look at that, the 2K gold up.
They're winning their lanes.
Just because they're winning lanes.
They're just winning their lanes. That's all it is.
So they don't have to force the Dragon yet. There's no reason to. Let Forever Zenzig start it, just have better positioning than them, and then pick them off in the Dragon team fight with your AoE. Or take it once you pick somebody off. But we'll see.
Oh, that binding barely missed. Great Lantern, and Zeus is alive.
Not capitalizing off of a flash is really bad in terms of resource expenditure. And look at that, the TP coming in, rolling in, he's caught.
Great play, good flash to get away from the box, but here comes the flash rune prison from Rise. Kill picked up, and this one is going to be a dragon.
Kill the jungler, get yourself a dragon with a smite. Kikis, he has it available. There'd have to be a wonderful steal here by the rest of Forever Zenzig.
Ooh, okay, good smite. Yeah, there's a lot of bursts coming out, but they played that one exactly correctly. Good job by Kikis, and he's now 0-1-4. Has been a part of many kills for his team. And this is a team that just is playing quite well. The new jungler has worked out for SKP quite nicely.
Yeah, it definitely has, replacing Broken Shard in here, who got them where they are right now. But Kikis came in a little bit of better KDA, but his playstyle isn't actually too far off. I would just say he's a little less aggressive and less of a forcer. But look at this.
Look at, speaking of forcing things, there goes another 2 ultimates. These two have been ulting together a couple of times now. Each time a kill does come out in the end, so now a 4,000 gold lead. SKP very much in control.
Yeah, and on that point I was just saying, Broken Shard's more of a forcer, Kikis is more of a capitalizer. He sees little opportunities, he's like, oh, I can take advantage of that, flashes down, I will take that with a Cataclysm. I will force them to do this, or capitalize off of that. Uses mistakes very wisely.
Well, this time around he's not going to be able to steal the blue buff away from Senkuk's, but you know what? That's okay, judging by how it went last time. So Kikis is just going to be back on his own side of the jungle, but I agree with you. He is capitalizing on things very, very well, and that is the big thing that I think is making SKP win this game, is they are finding these openings to make moves. When SweatyB went for the flash engage, he got lanterned out, and the aggression failed, unfortunately. And it's just a very big tale over and over again of when SKP tries, it works. When 4EC tries, it doesn't.
Yeah, and speaking of that flash trying to bind, right there, we just saw the Cataclysm on a target that didn't have the flash available, without it being a tower dive, without it being too forced of a play.
Okay, so back, we wait for ults one more time. Box down, Shockwave down, Cataclysm down. SKP tend to be waiting around these cooldowns for most of their moves. Dragon gone as well, but they're not really making any major breaks from the laning phase otherwise. It's just, hey, we have a jungler here. Cool, let's make a play for a while. Keeping wards in control, and as the turrets do start to go down, I want to see just how SKP continues to control the map. Still mostly defensive pink wards, not very aggressive ones just yet, but they're starting to play into the enemy jungle.
Another lantern. That almost put him into the binding on the way out.
But yeah, that binding was wide though. Like, SweatyB was predicting a juke to the south, and just like walks right by. Lucia gets to wait, grab a lantern, get out. Like, none of this is work. None of the catches are working, none of the binds are working, none of this is really catching their opponents. And I don't feel like this is a game where you can say, well, don't worry, 40-minute Kog'Maw.
He's going to try to force the flash here from Wonderwear.
He does.
Yeah.
All right, EQ ulti, 10% CDR from Lizard Elder, and otherwise just going to wait for that cooldown to come back up in about 2 minutes' time. Mid lane under fire, good move by SKP, and in fact they have the resources, I think, to take this turret down right there. Brutalizer plus Ruin King, and down it goes.
Evelyn's off on the side. Kobe is trying to get in here, but they aren't going to engage it. Once again, Forever Zenzig, they just can't find the opening to engage a fighter to start it off.
SKP have done a very good job then to keep anything from happening to themselves whatsoever. You know, a decent amount of ward control. They do keep a couple of pick wards down on the map at all times. And they're overall not getting caught out whatsoever as they slowly churn through the base of Forever Zenzig. And every few minutes, something else falls.
Yeah, just getting little capitalizations, just making that lead a little bigger and a little bigger until it's going to be this gigantic ball. Because Forever Zenzig right now, they aren't making plays. They aren't making moves that would get them into the game. And at the same time, they're not really capitalizing on anything that SKP does or countering it. Right now, they're just kind of like, all right, we're trying to play the lane phase. Let us do this. And SKP's like, no. But they keep getting kills off it, and Forever Zenzig don't react appropriately. They're trying to play passive for the late game.
Yeah, and I just don't feel like you have enough resources to do that. You're facing against a Ryze for, you know, like, Ryze is like the best late game top laner in competitive right now in terms of what it's going to bring to a team. Like, Kog'Maw's great, but like, Kog'Maw's a catchable champion. You've got Shockwave Cataclysm. Like, Kobe isn't always safe 100% of the time. You can't Black Shield Cataclysm, you know? So you've got very real risks here that, again, as we talked about, you can't just wait for late game here. We're going to see how the rest of the builds come through. Looks like Sweaty B might be looking for Aegis with the double Ruby Crystal. That's the only thing I can think of that would build out of those two items. So some more magic resist for the team when you're facing Orianna Ryze. That makes a whole bunch of sense. But basically, so since the only team we're really seeing make plays is SKP, I just want to kind of keep looking at them and what they do. Because you realize, so first of all, if they win this series, they do go into the playoffs. But from the playoffs, you have to actually win in, you know, top 3 to make the promo tournament. So this is a team that is going to have more tough competition ahead of them. Not even just for representing for the rest of this series, but if they even go farther, you know, teams going to look at them to beat them in playoffs. They're going to want to be able to beat other top teams like H2K, which whom I believe they will play in the semis if they win here.
It'll be a rematch too, because they got 2-0'd by H2K previously.
Right.
But that means we also haven't seen their full potential or what they're actually like, because H2K...
Yeah, they beat everybody.
They 2-0'd NIP in the finals.
Right.
So it's like, is SKP on NIP level? Don't quite know.
Yeah. And the test really for me is always like, can you keep pushing your advantages forward? That's always like the easy litmus test for me, is if you stall out for a while with a gold lead, I feel like you're generally missing opportunities. And basically, all we've really seen from SKP since the last Dragon was they sieged mid once. That's a little bit concerning to me, just because I feel like there should be more plays available, ways to wrest ward control, take us out of the jungle, steal a blue or red buff. Not seen any of that yet.
Yeah, and right now, since the last Dragon, it's been 6 minutes. It's about to come up again, and Forever Zenzig are in a position right now to set up for it.
Okay, 4EZ have confirmed up. They got the stun into Zaitan. There comes a bit of burst, but no Syndra ulti comes through. They didn't commit to actually killing off the Thresh. He loses a bit of health, but he's back in this game, and SKP are going to start Dragon for themselves. Both top laners have TP.
Well, the vision of it is there. Roccat not visioned quite yet. Smite distance. They're going to try to smite fight this.
Smite fight comes out, and it goes to kick us right there, and now the engage comes through. Shockwave hits only Wonderwear, but he goes down thanks to Ryze, even despite the wild growth. Into the back line goes Kickus. He finds Sencooks as well. Ulti hits Kickus, but he's going to stay alive through the shields, and more kills keep coming through. 3 so far. The rest of the team forced to run away on this one. SKP winning again.
Huge team fight there coming out on top. WattFox still has Flash. Don't know if he's going to try to keep going for this one. Instead, they're just going to get some objectives off of it. No, he actually does want this. He flashes the binding.
Flashes the binding, finds Kobe. In comes Kickus as well. Mid-tier 2 is going to be theirs for sure. We'll see if they can grab much more. Only 22 minutes into the game, and these guys are in a commanding 9,000 gold lead already.
Off of that Dragon and that team fight, the 4 for 0, and now they're going to get an inhibitor turret for it, or at least attempt to get one.
That's going to be their turret for sure. It's a 5v4, so out they go. Jumps to his own flag, and this is going to be a safe situation. Now 10,000 gold the lead. Very significant margin there. SKP, well, they waited for the next Dragon, but when they took it, man, did they explode.
Yeah, that was the type of situation I was talking about where Forever Zenzig at the Dragon need to get a pick before it starts. They almost had the opportunity onto Zaitan. They couldn't blow him up though. Then the team fight starts after SKP has started up the Dragon. And like I said, you want to bait Forever Zenzig into this fight if you're SKP. We see the smite from Kikis, he picks it up. The shockwave hits one and gets another flash, and then Sweaty B comes back into the fight, and Wonderware gets taken out despite using his ultimate, and they go straight for Senkux. Kikis locks up the back line, and they just shred through everybody else. And this was exactly what SKP wanted coming into that Dragon. They wanted to have it started up, and the positioning with an Orianna, Jarvan, and the rest of their team, the Rise on top of it with the TP on the ward, was impeccable. And then he swaps over to Kobe here, and you see the final pickup.
I really like the little things he did, right? Walking over to pick up the ball as well as like switching targets halfway through. He was like, I see a Morgana. Wait a second. I see a Kog'Maw. Good stuff. So SKP down the line. I think all the players are playing awesome. Every single lane they were winning. And Kikis had one over-aggressive move. That was it, and otherwise has been playing really on point. Hasn't missed a single smite all game either. That's actually an important skill. It's hard to track, but so far, he's been perfect.
Yeah, he has been. And the over-aggressive move that he made was the one for the buff steal, but then he ended up giving buffs over to the mid laner on Senkux.
Ooh.
Senkux didn't do too much with it.
Probably like I just want a smite fight. Took the big wraith.
Oh. Kikis isn't perfect anymore.
Yep, never mind. It's trash. Replace him. Needs another new team next month. Just get dropped. He missed a big wraith.
Look at that. Look at that gold difference between the two junglers, though.
Oh,
1,600 just between the two.
Yeah, that is very, very rough. They just, and you talk about Evelyn not being a real tank, oftentimes. This is a situation. Eve needs a gigantic gold lead to be a real tank in a game, and that is not going to be the case. Giant's Belt as the only tank item, 24 minutes in. Not exactly a durable champion. SKP, they don't go for Baron. They do have some ward coverage over it to a certain extent, but their game plan is actually, with this gold lead, let's siege bot. Here comes the push on in. Ball comes out to zone Kog'Maw, where you can see Kobe can't attack anything. It is just Senkux who can defend this.
Speaking of durable champions, Kikis doesn't have any armor. He's gone all magic resistance now to withstand the combo from Senkux, which has been his death the first time and almost killed him the second time.
I mean, you think about how fast they're playing this game. 20 minutes is about the time you're going to have roughly just Triforce and like some other kind of junk piece while you wait for more items to come through. If Kog'Maw were ahead, if he had a good lane, if he had 230 CS, if he had a kill or two, if his team had dragons, he'd be sitting at about 2 items, and it would be a real threat for Kikis.
Yeah.
The fact that Kog'Maw only has Triforce, hasn't gotten any kills, hasn't even gotten much CS, you have to buy armor right now.
Yeah, and the 2-item spike for Z's at the same time. He's been known to carry this team, but right now, everybody's pulling their weight. And they're all pretty fat.
Yep, they're all pulling a lot of weight right here. They all count for 2 champions, so it's basically 10 on 5 right now, and that's going to make life pretty difficult for Forever Zenzig. Mid inhibitor nearly gone. Of course, they got that turret earlier off of the earlier Dragon fight victory. Pokes are coming out. Wonderware half HP though. Stun lands into Rise. Rockat though, look at that. Just takes so much damage. And there we go. Inhibitor's gone. 25 minutes in.
The very fast inhibitor there for SK Prime. Z's picking that one up and backing out of the fight. And now, a minute until Dragon. Again, they keep getting these objectives before the Dragon comes up, and if they set up for it properly, it could be another one fight for them.
They absolutely could. I don't even think you'd contest at this point. Like, Forever Zenzig needs some kind of miracle where they look at something that's not a 5-on-5, such as ganking them at Baron. Like, Dragon's not deadly enough to make that a 5-on-5 these guys can win. Like, Baron, maybe, and double Nexus turrets, maybe an inhibitor turret, but like, you need lopsided odds to make this work. You either find the random pick because of Evelyn Syndra, or you find a lopsided actual team fight. Those are the only ways I see Forever Zenzig doing well here.
It'll be a big team fight, the next one that we see, because everybody has their flashes available. It's going to be a very mobile fight. Everybody's ready for this, and there's no real advantage that you can capitalize on. Even if Forever Zenzig get a pick on somebody, they can still just flash right out of it if it's not a full combo destruction.
Yeah. What I do have to commend Forever Zenzig on, though, is that you actually mentioned all the flashes being up. This also means that Forever Zenzig have made sure they have not gotten caught ever since that last team fight. They've had to give up turrets that like you just have to, like a tier 2 with a 10,000 gold deficit is free. You cannot contest those properly. And And outside of trying to find individual picks, which I think maybe they could have at some point in this game, the fact they're not limping into fights like stupidly is the right kind of thing.
And the Scrying Orb from Kobe shows the Baron, but that's all it's going to do for a short while. There's pink wards just lining this area. Fine. Contesting it. Rolling head off on the side at the same time, though. Dragon's being done by Smitty.
All right, you know, it's safe. He's got TP. He can get out. It's going to take him some time, to be honest. You're seeing actually he's losing the battle slightly. Of course, Dragon, as of a few months ago, does % damage reduction instead of % attack speed reduction. So it hurts people like Ryze pretty badly. Oh, well. He tried. Roll ahead. He sees there's a pink ward there, so he knows he can't slink in too far.
He also sees them.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows they're not actually
he knows the
doing
bait.
the Baron.
And SKP have no idea they didn't get seen here.
Yeah, because they can't see Evelynn yet.
They're still waiting. But you know, the thing is, this is fine. SKP are split pushing with Ryze. They will pull attention. Mid lane will push in. They will at some point require significant attention elsewhere by Forever Zenzig, and at that point, it's a Baron. Unless you get outsmited.
Yeah. Kikis has a better record in smites this game, though. This represents his chance to get back in the game.
Only takes one. Goes in for the damage. TP comes in as well for Ryze, but not going to find much. Lulu back in the base, but she has teleport as well. SK Prime do go back to Baron, but they're now a couple of spells down. 2 ultis were, actually 3 ultis were burned for that. For none for Forever Zenzig. This is the kind of fight that they might want. Flash goes in. Nice knockback there by Sencooks, but doesn't get caught. He just might, and there's the Cataclysm. A massive one at that. They trade 1 for 1 so far. Shotgun catches on to 2. These are more fights going SKP's way. They're going to find 4 kills here. Only Wonderware's alive.
It's a huge Smitty there with so many levels in this game. 2 over Wonderware. We see him right there, trying to get him off the field. Teleporting.
He knows.
He knows he's done.
He's down. That's going to be the game. Zhonya's pop. There's a surrender vote as well. SKP finally bait out the Baron fight, and they play it properly. 29-minute victory. A fast one. A very well-played one. SKP up 1-0.
Yeah, they knew what their win conditions were. They just had to team fight, show up at the Dragons, test, and then they come out on top. Kikis did a very good job of setting up the lanes in the early game and then snowballing off of that.
Yeah, and I guess I got to apologize for SKP a little bit. I was a little bit concerned when they won Dragonfight number 1 and then waited for 6 minutes for Dragonfight number 2, because I'm always concerned when you're like, we're just not going to do anything, and don't worry, Dragons will do it for us. Because picks happen and games slip away from your fingers sometimes, but that second Dragonfight was everything. They were a team fight-based composition, as you pointed out in the early game there, and they found the team fight. Said, if you fight us at Dragon, it'll be horrible for you guys. That's exactly what happened. Gotta say, a well-played game.
Yeah, and that 6-minute lull, I do chalk it up to the fact that they're kind of using Kikis' play style, where he's capitalizing off of bad moves or moves that aren't ideal, and really turning it in his team's favor instead of forcing something and being like, we've been around for 6 minutes, I'm just going to do something because I have to do something. Yeah. There's a lot of top junglers that are like that. Kikis has a slightly different style.
Yeah, he seemed to be pretty smart about it. There was the one bad blue buff force. That one's shame on you, but otherwise... Otherwise, yeah, a largely great game. And I do love the early invade that he played. Because here's the cool thing. The early invade by SKP, they trinket warded the entire western jungle. They warded the entire blue buff side. They knew Eve started red. There are so many cool mind games here. Because, first of all, Kobe and Sweaty B did not leash Evelynn's red. They were in the lane right away because they got the early push, so they weren't down in level, so they actually got to hold up CS the first few waves. Like, that was, I think, the right choice strategically. It does slow down Evelynn, but again, it put their duel in a decent spot. Kikis sees this. He sees no leash, and he knows she started red and says, I can get to you in time. Goes across the map, gets there when Dragon's still fairly, like, blue buff isn't smiteable yet. Uses all that information to make the right choice and start that invade, and that sets a lot of the game into motion.
And that's one of those tiny things, too, where if you don't get a leash, you're going to use more potions, and you only get 4 right now.
True.
With the Hunter's Machete. Yeah. So he's running out of HP in his inventory and in his health bar, so that if you invade him, you do a little bit of damage. Even if you hit him once or twice, you got Martial Cadence, you're going to chunk him down a tiny bit.
Yep.
He has to back off of that objective. And the fact that Sencooks came in and was able to help them pick it up was the big part of that.
Yeah, so overall, very well played game. Yeah, I mean, and again, a lot of things cascaded on. You talk about the fact that Kikis capitalizes on his team's good plays and his opponent's misplays. Did so. Very well done game. Under 30 minutes, again, is a remarkably fast score. So GG, well played to SKP. Guys, going to take a quick break, but when we return, it's time for Game 2 between SK Gaming Prime and Forever Zenzig. Don't go anywhere. But is so low on HP right here. Here comes the Orianna for the roam down. First blood goes through. The ignite tick comes through.
Nice, going for it.
He does get the ignite down in time. Good damage coming through. There's the stun. There's the damage from Kog'Maw. Someone heal. Actually keeps him alive. Great play by Z's. Keeps his team alive. Now Kobe going to fall into the back line. Goes Kickus. He finds Sencooks as well. Ulti hits Kickus, but he's going to stay alive through the shields. And more kills keep coming through. Nice knockback there by Sencooks. But does he get caught? He just might. And there's the Cataclysm. A massive one at that. They trade 1 for 1 so far. Shotgun catches on to 2. These are more fights going SKP's way. They're going to find 4 kills here.
To the mobile phone, to no signal, to unlimited roam. Flip to iPhone, earpiece to Bluetooth. Everything advanced is the new truth. Look, I went from the Air Force Ones to, well, I still rock the Air Force Ones. Cross colors to Jabot to the Rocker. We're right there, now the Sean John gotcha. Went from Coleco up to Nintendo, to the Xbox, to the PS3 show. Floor model televisions to the flat screens. Went from pro sports to the rap dreams. Big bodies to the drops, to the coops, to the low cuts, the fades, to the braids like Snoop. It all moving too fast, bringing the future to life through the past. Come on.
Yeah, y'all feeling this. O to the new. Yeah, you see how real it is. O to the new. And you know we killing this. O to the new. And my life really is. O to the new. Took this back to gear. O to the new. Flipped up raps for this. O to the new.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the show. It's time for our second game in the best of 3 between SK Gaming Prime and Forever Zenzig. And if these guys want to beat Zenzig for more than 1 hour, they're going to have to win this next game.
Yeah, because it's 1-0 right now in favor of SKP, and a lot of that was off the jungler Kickus. He went 1-1-7, and he capitalized off of a lot of the mistakes and the found opportunities and fueled SKP's victory.
Yeah, he played phenomenally on his own, and I gotta say, the team fight comp worked out very well, and we didn't talk about him almost at all during the game because it was only in the team fights, but What the Fox, that Orianna, 7-0-7, actually had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, he had the highest kill participation in the game, involved in 14 of the kills out of the 15 that SKP racked up for themselves.
Yeah.
A lot of his movement was because of the warding. We saw the early pink ward in the brush in the river by Kikis.
Yeah.
And then WTFox roamed down bottom, completely unseen, set himself up for success off the back of Kikis' team play.
Yeah.
Although Senkux did get double buff from Kikis, so Kikis was setting up both mid laners, WTFox still came out on top.
Yeah, and that's impressive. I mean, first of all, Syndra's a great laner in the first place. Double buff Syndra's arguably the best laner versus, I mean, compared to a non-buffed, laner in the first place. Like, I don't want to face one of those, no matter where she is. And yeah, WTFox had a great game overall. They did wait for the team fights more patiently, and those actually worked out quite nicely. And then once SKP had that gold lead, once it said, yep, we won a dragon with an ace, it's like, well, turret, game under control, beta Baron, game ends.
Yeah, and SKP didn't fall prey to the pick composition,
True.
Which is really big because in a team, one person will be like, I'm going to go rogue, I'm going to go farm this wave, they get picked off.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, okay, now we can't do anything until that person's back up. And then we had to kind of do damage control and see, did we lose a turret? What happened? Did we lose ward control of an objective, of an area? How do we get that back for ourselves? So they didn't fall prey to that trap from the Syndra, the Morgana, and the Evelynn.
Well, that's one of the easy things, though, is that SKP invested very heavily in pink wards early on, right? The very first recall from Jarvan was a longsword and a pink ward. You saw the support as well come back in. Zaitan got a pink ward early on. Even the top laner Smitty as well. We didn't see much from him because the laning phase was all just kind of trading farm back and forth. He had pink ward control over his gank routes as well. So these guys played with a gold lead the entire game, which is much easier to play around. When you have the lead, you don't have as many things to worry about. And they just use that lead to keep ward control up. I want to see what happens if SKP is held down, actually. Can they keep those wards up? Can they keep from getting picked if they don't have the luxury of spending gold on vision? And if you have a better early game where you don't have the really rough invade or you don't pick into a really bad matchup like Cog versus Lucian, then what's that game turn into? Then we might see a very different start to this game, which could mean an entirely different game overall in Game 2.
Yeah, hopefully it's completely different picks too. Because when we looked at it previously, they put a lot of priority on that first pick Lulu for Forever Zenzig.
Yeah.
Didn't work out too well. Had Smitty playing the Rise into it, equal in CS, wasn't bullied out of the lane.
Great.
Had some jungle attention, and then just crushed the late game and chased people down.
Yeah.
Whereas SK Gaming Prime, they first picked the Lucian Thresh combo and wanted that safe lane down bottom, and they also banned away the Caitlyn. So there really wasn't anything that could hold toe-to-toe with it in lane.
Right. And that's why I was thinking Tristana more so than Kog'Maw, that even though Cog fits the comp, it doesn't fit the lane. And having weak lanes is really tough when your opponents are good at squeezing advantages out of you. So for EZ's sake, let's hope they get a little bit more early game for themselves. Lee Sin still removed from Rockat, Xerath still away from WTFox, though of course his Orianna was still plenty scary.
Yeah, they actually banned the Lee Sin this time on Kikis' side.
Oh, yeah.
When it was banned away by Forever Zenzig last time. They are going to still go with the Caitlyn and then puts a priority on Lucian once again for them.
We'll see. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like you can first pick Lucian here in this case. Obviously, the top lane picks didn't matter, the mid lane picks didn't matter much either, so I feel like you can tunnel back on that very easily as SKP. For Zenzig, they could choose to ban Lucian, as weird as that sounds, just to create a better lane situation, or they say, Kobe, what can you play little win lane here and hold up in a bit of a better spot, and maybe they play for that. But I think, yeah, the dual lane looking good is very important.
Yeah, I was thinking if you ban Lucian, you have to ban Kassadin next, or at least some place when you're playing red side. So I want WTFox to have that. He's a very good Kassadin player. He actually got his hands on it previously and just wrecked with it. He went 10-3 and 13.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you could bait the first pick Kassadin, just give yourself better matchups elsewhere. Like, it is a choice that you can make if you're like, they're going to tunnel my AD carry, let's throw a bait out there and hope we get a matchup, but it is, of course, a big risk. Kog'Maw actually ban comes through. I'm surprised just because they dealt with it so easily last time, but gotta look at the last ban to come through then and what these guys want to play.
So they're very confident in WTFox's ability to beat Senkux in lane because they aren't throwing any bans that way. Instead, they're more concerned with Z's, who I think the original team was actually named after him. Z's is alive. Him being the carry for the team. He's carried them to success multiple times. Previous challenger scene, highest KDA on his team, I believe, back then. Actually, very close to the highest KDA.
Wow, look at that, though. Look at the picks that just came through. Lucian did get banned, but SKP already auto-locked Aurelia. That was already typed in, and he was ready to hit enter. So even with Lucian not being banned, they wouldn't have gone for that. The Aurelia, the important matchup here for Smitty, wants to crush that top lane again.
But that leaves the Gragas open, which was banned previously.
True.
They end up Lucian, Cog, Caitlyn. There isn't a whole lot left here for AD carries. And I did look down. He did have the highest KDA on his team. He's a 7.5, even with some losing games under his belt.
Sure. This is interesting though. Like, it's weird how different this setup went, despite the fact that the bans weren't all that different. Like Aurelia, I'm pretty sure was available in Champ Select last game. Didn't even care about it. Lulu actually is still up, for example. It doesn't matter. They're just like, yeah, you know what? Now we want the Aurelia. So Aurelia versus Gragas, a top lane matchup. Wonder, happy to play that fight anyway. Sweaty B, a different support here. Went for Roccat last time. Said, you know what? Never mind. It'll actually be Braum. 3 AD carry bans in. Now we got to see what else is in these guys' pools.
Yeah, the Corki's still available. They could go for something like Jinx, which does suit both of their styles. But at the same time, do you go with the Twitch? I think Corki's the one to go.
More laning power.
Yeah. He's kind of like right below those top 2, 3 right now. Trist is still on the field. Trist, Braum is okay, but it's still like we want that late game power. That's what that lane is saying. We're going to protect Tristana later and then just snowball it afterwards.
Hovers over Vayne every time, never picks it. Orianna comes through though. Forever Zenzig looking a little bit more team fighty themselves. I think it actually matters a whole lot how well Gragas does against Aurelia, because team fight teams only work if you don't get split pushed to death. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Wonderwear, who did not have a great lane last time. Needs to make up for it. Or he's actually going to take their time with their AD carry pick, interestingly enough. They go for the Vi pickup there for the jungle.
It's also going to be
that one away.
It's also going to be a ball delivery system.
Yeah, it is.
So he can get that into the back line. There's also a little dissonance in this team between the Orianna and the Gragas ultimates, seeing how they line up with one another. And it's going to be Kikis taking the Elise here. Elise is one of those champions right now that when you pick it, you say, I'm going to go fight you in the jungle level 3. I'm going to come after you and apply pressure to you. And I know Santorin on Coast does this all the time.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is the playstyle of Kikis in the first place. He does play heavily aggressive, looks for fights all the time, and it's so far largely worked out. So I'm going to trust his judgment for the most part in this game, and if his Elise is going to invade and do well, then more power to him. SKP to make their last choice now. They've got a great split pusher in Aurelia. They insta-locked it as fast as possible for Smitty here. The rest of their lineup is kind of well-rounded, like good early, but doesn't do anything all that special. And they're actually going to continue the sort of spread-apart pick-off team composition by going Twisted Fate in the mid lane.
Yeah, and he's going to go with TF, Ghost Flash for himself. And now this really puts pressure on who do you pick down bottom, because it has to be pretty safe. I think Tristana might be where you go with this. Twitch is going to be an awful choice here. Now that Twisted Fate's on the field, he's going to kind of force that pick.
So Trish is pretty safe here. I think this works out overall. The difficulty is now that these teams are going to do very, very different things. SKP split apart, Aurelia very much individual, split people off, pull attention to yourself, work around the teleports. Aurelia, of course, a great dive support. If you go in with like a TF gank, Aurelia can jump onto the turret, right? Can get plenty of work done to whomever you try to dive. Corki Thresh, very, very safe lane, good laning, and then also so hard to catch. Like, SKP are very well built around TF getting a bunch of ganks down. Forever Zenzig really want a team fight, but they've got to withstand the picks in the meantime.
Yeah. SKP, what their comp looks like is we're going to pick you off with Elise, Thresh, Twisted Fate. We're going to have Aurelia scale and be a little bit of an insurance policy. Up against Gragas, she might have a little bit of a hard time, but we'll have to see how that one hashes itself out. Corki has some late game wave clear for them, but the big thing here is that Forever Zenzig has a comp that really comes together in terms of AoE, but then it also disperses and splits people up with the Gragas ultimate.
Yeah.
Keep Tristana safe, dive the backline, and have threats present inside of your team, or the enemy team, while your backline is just dealing out damage the entire time.
And this is going to be the fun thing to watch for then, is how well do the individual plays come out? Because there's a couple of interesting dynamics as well with what's happening. First of all, Sweaty B can protect people very easily if he plays it right? Stand behind me, Unbreakable comes out, can block gold cards, can block cocoons. If one stun lands, he can protect further damage from coming through. Pretty much everyone's got to get through that somehow, and it can't just be Aurelia.
Yeah.
So that's the big point. The other one as well is you have Orianna, who's a good defender, actually. Command Protect is a great spell to keep people alive. If you do dive on someone with like Aurelia plus Elise, then you can shockwave them and kind of create some space for your guys to get out. Even if you repel up in the air and dodge the damage, you've still got to deal with dissonance coming down and slowing you afterwards. So there are ways for SKP to outplay the picks, to regroup and deal with the fights as they come in and keep their members alive throughout that. So it's up to individual play and playing the game your team wants to play it.
Yeah, they kind of swapped roles in terms of what the teams accomplish. SKP is doing the pick game, and Forever Zenzig is now doing the team fight AoE composition with some follow-up on the AD carry. And they do have fantastic scaling here on both teams, actually. I do give a little edge to Forever Zenzig, though.
Yeah,
in that regard.
I kind of agree. Tristana, Orianna are two of my favorite late game champions. Ori she actually, for being a utility mid laner, provides so much damage.
And has a very good comeback mechanic. Even if you're down, one good shockwave can spin the entire game.
Absolutely it can. So there's all kinds of interesting games going on here. And the cool thing about like Gragas Orianna, I know people talk about anti-synergy, where it's like you have a knockback with a champion who wants to put everyone together. Same invade actually, by the way, for SKP. Exact same set of invades. They just want to know the jungle route of their opposing jungler. But people talk about anti-synergy with Gragas Orianna, knockback versus suck in. The thing is, though, with most top laners, aside from like basically the big dragon fights, your top laners are not typically involved in team fights. They're typically 4-on-4s. And in fact, if you have the better top lane, the one who's winning the matchup, you can force 4-on-4s by saying if you try to group up as 5, you'll lose turrets here. TF, Corki, Tristana, and Orianna, great wave clearers so that you can defend 4v5s. And so whoever gets a better top laner can just straight up force 4-on-4s. And that allows you to say, well, Gragas is not part of this fight. Actually, it's just the engaged team.
That's true. It would just be the engagement parts of their team. And another thing, too, you're talking about the wave clear from Tristana. It's actually a little disregarded or undervalued.
Undervalued, yeah.
It's a lot of wave clear later on in the game with a good range on it compared to what other AD carries would bring to the table. Corki is another one of those champions that has a fantastic amount of wave clear in his kit, and they are going to go for the 2v1 here from SKP.
Okay, interesting. So a very different game coming up for this one. Corki Thresh is a fine lane, but they don't want to take the one of the 2-on-2 matchup. Instead, it's just Rollick so far solo farming, whereas Kikis and Smitty are playing this together right here. I unfortunately don't know the top lane matches well enough to know if Aurelia does lose to Gragas, and that's why they're dodging the matchup here, but they certainly opted into the 2-on-1.
She does a little bit. He's a big lane bully. He can do a lot of your HP in just a combo, and now it's going to allow them to get this buff for themselves, but they already traded.
Got him. Wildcard hit.
I'm actually a little surprised at the lane swap because they are giving Tristana free farm, which is going to fast shove anyway.
Tristana's early lane isn't even that bad.
Yeah.
Like, realistically, the old quote from Doublelift that if you're down 30 CS in lane, you're winning is false at this point.
I'm just saying the fact that they're giving her free farm is really surprising to me because her late game scaling is just so big. Her middle game...
I just feel like her lane, like, you can't punish it anyway.
It's hard to, because she's just going to continue to push. You can punish it by having a well-timed gank, because she's always pushed up. Like right there, Smitty TP'd to the turret because he knew he was going to get the experience, and you can't freeze it as Tristana if you put a point into explosive shot.
Right. Yeah. Depending on how you skill up, you can maybe choose to. Kikis, though, wants to play something in the mid lane. Actually gets pinged out, and yet he's not really reacting. There he goes. The flash. Gold card comes in. Cocoon not quite in range. Sencooks just walks away from that.
Not enough power behind that Cocoon. Need a little more range.
Yep.
Got the flash from Fox, though. And Sencooks didn't blow his own.
You know, after missing that Cocoon, now Kikis is Cocoon.
Okay.
Out of mana. Huh?
Well, he's gonna get a blue buff. So
all right.
No longer Cocoon.
No longer Cocoon. Kikis there. Gets away with a bunch of these guys. Smitty is going to sit in his 1v2, and he's not really heavily punished. In fact, Kobe has got to be careful with explosive shot down. He doesn't take turret aggro there. Smitty 11 CS. Doing pretty reasonably. Of course, Gragas, another great 1v2. So they're both going to scrape together whatever farm they can.
Sencooks now has a little bit of summoner advantage right now in the mid lane. Fox, though, when you're playing Twisted Fate, you are very liberal with your summoner spells. You're going to get the gold cards, but here's Rockat.
And he's going to get some decent damage down. Sencooks got to be pretty careful. The 200 HP left in this Orianna. It does save summoners, so it's now 2 summoners down for the mid lane, but damage is worth it.
Sweaty B is going to see Kikis go by.
Q hits, no backup, though.
Send in a message. It's my part of the river.
Exactly. And you can see that Kikis faithfully retreats and says, "You're right, I'm sorry your mustache is too good for me."
Mustaches beat cocoons every day.
They do seem to. Bam!
Beats cannons too.
Well, if that Q were up right now, Smitty would have to be real careful. But Zaitan is here. The Thresh play is going to come in for this one. Flay does not land onto anything. Sweaty B going to go ahead and make the stun happen onto Zaitan. But here comes the hook anyway.
Down, though.
He's got to be pretty careful. Kickus is coming. He's going to make this a 3v2. But here comes Rockat as well. Cocoon goes on towards Trish. But now Sweaty B does jump away. Gets the Summoner Heal as well. Exhaust comes down just in case.
It's not a stand behind me. That's jump to safety.
Yep, but that's 3 Summoners down for Forever Zenzig right now. Z's rather. Pushed back by Wonderwear. And this is actually a one-on-one that I think goes well for Gragas.
It goes decently well. He has a lot of sustain in his kit. He doesn't use too much mana when he wants to clear, and he has good gap closer and poke. And Valkyrie has a much longer cooldown than Body Slam.
So a big concern then maybe for Z's if you can get not enough damage down with just basic attacks. Smitty's being held afloat by the Thresh, 28 CS. Keep in mind there's actually very large kill pressure from Irelia Thresh, so something to keep in mind for Forever Zenzig is at least getting some tripping to kills.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of lone summoner spells here from SKP, and Forever Zenzig, are they going to take advantage of it? Rockat attempting to.
Here's the thing actually, is TF's spells, if Vi just chain farmed, Flash and Ghost would be down by the time Vi hits 6.
Yes.
You could get level 6 in about a minute from now, which is before Flash would come back. We're looking at only... That's true. If they can get it with like a Flash Vault Breaker into Shockwave, nowhere for Fox to go. He's gonna die. There's no way.
Hand it over to Senkook, but here's Kickus.
He wants to get the counter again. Good Flash by Senkook, stays alive. Now Kickus has got to be careful, does have Flash. He just walks away from that one. So that was a good gank. Didn't need the 6, just needed the Vault Breaker. But now the bottom lane, Flay goes into a Sweaty B. Ignite is on. One hit from dead, gets the kill. Zaitan, Smitty lands his stun, takes a Lantern out, stays up with 200 health right there. And out they go.
And that's a little bit of capitalization on the fact that Sweaty B used both of his summoners last time. And here comes the Elise Bully from Kickus onto Rockat.
Cocoon's gonna hit a spider, or sorry, hit a little minor wolf instead. And the other one's gonna go down, but Kickus does get the steal on the big camp. Game is equal though.
And this is the whole picking Elise and the entire reason behind it. Now, you can also tower dive with it very effectively. A lot of members down bottom though.
Oh my gosh, the TF ult is gonna be up. Fox a gold card, there's the engage on in, and no, my gosh, Kobe's got nowhere to go. Stun comes out, there's the repel. Fox pulls aggro, but he's gonna stay safe. Nicely done, SK Prime.
Well done dive there, well coordinated, and now they're about 500 gold up off that kill. Not a huge lead, but they're gonna get anything else from it. They've blown a couple ultimates. And they're just gonna go ahead and use that gold for some items.
Yeah, so back they go. Items come on through. TF just got back to base, goes back to base one more time. And now he'll make his way to the mid lane. It's going to give Senkooks a bit of time in the mid lane. You see some CS leads because of it. But that's kind of it right there. Kickus just goes back to farming. And at this point, SKP, as long as you just gank every TF ulti, like, it's a great way to create pressure.
Oh yeah, and that would feed right into their style. Where as soon as somebody's up, we're going to take advantage of it. And then if you keep ganking bottom like this, you're going to be able to get yourself a dragon eventually. Whereas Forever Zenzig, they want to team fight you before somebody gets picked off. But they want to get that phase where they're able to team fight. It's going to be around that mid-game point. Not quite there yet.
Not just yet, but a roam down from Gragas. Looks like they want to get some kind of fights going on. Does get pinged out by the ward. And Fox hides toward the south side of his lane. And just some Wraith farming. Wait around for the ulti, no big deal. SKP can play a bit patiently here.
Red buff for Rockat here. That's also going to mean that a lot of time by Wonderwear used in that mid lane. Just walks straight back up top.
There's kind of a half freeze from Smitty as well right there. The wave not getting cleared very fast. Kick is actually stopping to the moves from Vi. Wow, that hook on a Kobe. I can't believe that one actually landed. Burns the exhaust from Braum to prevent the counterattack. Cocoon's going to whiff. Kickus does get slowed out. Jumps to his blue buff, though. He's going to stay safe. Both junglers 6.
Also shows that the blue buff is up. Forever Zenzig might get a little greedy on this and go after it. Smitty is not collapsing. Senkooks is already here.
They've got a pink ward down to the entire team as well. Kicks got to be pretty careful, and he's not in range for anything there. Easy pickup. Smite comes through. Rockat's going to claim that one for himself, but here comes the cavalry. Flash, body slam as well used, and they get out safely. Forever Zenzig, nicely done.
And they get themselves a blue in exchange for a flash. So they got Sweaty Bees caught. A lot of damage coming into this duo lane.
Blocking some of the Rockets, but is it going to be enough? The Summoner Heal comes out. There's the Valkyrie. One hit from dead. The knockback from Kobe. Flash Rockat. The auto attack gets that one. Now Kobe in the 1v1. Q comes out. He's got to run. The Rocket's going to land there as well. And Z's goes 2-0 there.
The chase from the Phage is just too much, and Z's comes out on top. Are they going to turn this into a dragon? They are.
Yeah.
The early potential from Elise to do this dragon. It's going to be really big for SKP and the capitalization off that play. Really well done. See the hook here coming through. He stepped a little too far forward. Pulled right out of turret range. It's still hitting minions at this point. Zaitan eventually gets it, and then he tanks it as long as he can and backs off while Z's just goes straight through and picks up kill for himself. He's showing why he's the carry of this team, and they put so much emphasis on him. Even though the flash came out, he still ate the phosphorus bomb damage.
Exactly. That late flash was really rough for him. Kobe could have survived that just with slightly faster fingers. Pretty unfortunate for him. Sencook's just doing what he can in this mid lane. His lane opponent keeps leaving and doing other things that are really useful, and Sencook's just gets a little bit of turret damage down, but base keeps falling apart in the meantime. So 3,000 gold almost puts SK Prime ahead once more, 11 minutes in. Rockat, I don't believe I've seen a Vi ult yet this game. He's unfortunately not found any ways in. Gonna look for the flank attempt on TF right now, but Elise is already there for a counter gank.
There.
Shockwave hits, there's the Q as well. Ulti comes by, this is gonna be bad, and down goes WTFox.
Yeah, 2 ultimates used there. And this is kind of the game plan from Forever Zenzig, is they want to pick off Twisted Fate, WTFox, in the laning phase while he's just sitting around and doesn't have too much help. Later on, he's not going to be around in the lane. He's going to be teleporting every which way, trying to get kills. And we saw that from WTFox's playstyle. He doesn't like to stay in the lane. He likes to move around. Even when he was playing Orianna, he just moved from the lane. Now he's back. Doesn't have Destiny.
Wow, the hook on a Sweaty B, the playmaking of Zaitan. Ulti forced out to Tristana to disengage that. Ulti as well from Braum. Zaitan's carrying this lane.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of synergy in this bottom lane between Zaitan and Z's. They've been playing together since before the summer series even started. They'd been around as a bottom lane. And now Kobe, kind of new to Sweaty B as a support.
And they're trying to hold on as best they can, but it's another disadvantage for the lane there. Smitty, wonder where you're actually seeing it go Smitty's way, to be fair. They were in 1v2s for a while, so they got some kind of random interference going on, but right now a level lead and a CS lead. Stun goes back on Wonder where he's going to go for the all-in right there. Repops the W, ulti on as well. One hit from the kill, flash, he's not in range. Q is 10 seconds away, so no way he gets that one. Bottom turret goes down though for Z's though in the game. Just continually going SKP's way.
Looking for the finishing kill though.
Nowhere from the go. That's a kill picked up. Q comes out. Assist still goes to Aurelia. Nicely done, SK Prime.
WTFox going with the dash. Even used the ghost to make sure that he would be able to close the distance. Another hook onto Sweaty B. But here's the follow-up.
Rollick had no ultimate. It's going to be the Valkyrie going away, and now Rollick has got to be real careful though. Half HP. Flay comes back in. Elise making that one happen. Z's actually claims the kill anyway. Senkux comes in, does have Shockwave. Goes for the flash, does not Shockwave yet because he's baiting out the flash of Zaitan. Gets the ulti down, he can't do it in time, and he gets picked off, but Tristana does claim one back, but here comes the rest of the team. They pick up everybody. Now Sweaty B's got to be real careful. One hit from dead, almost in range. Smitty can't quite claim it, but you know what? It's still a bunch of kills in a row. Not a good thing for Forever Zenzig.
The teleport in from Smitty. The fact that Wonderwear actually TP'd, but on the bottom side of the fight, and it wasn't a fight that backed up into him at all.
Yep, just completely lost 5-minute cooldown that he couldn't do anything with. Could have gotten turret pressure, but his team is so far behind, they just can't turn fights anymore.
It's the capitalization from SKP again, and the playmaking. Forever Zenzig, they haven't made plays. They've been trying to play reactionary, and it's killing them.
Yeah.
A lot of things happen here. We end up seeing Rockat get in there, and Kickus actually misses the cocoon here, but it doesn't end up mattering because the damage Z's, even though he's out of the fight, is just so large. Now watch the teleports that end up coming in after they turn this fight around. The flash comes in and Senkux gets hooked up, can't use his ultimate just yet because he gets cocooned immediately after and dropped. TP comes in, but look at Gragas' TP. He's all the way down the lane and it didn't get back to him. Smitty instead pushes up and they're just pinging Gragas like, oh, well, guess that's awkward. Gotta go home now.
Recalls back behind the Dragon Pit and says, you know what, never mind, guys. I didn't want to do that anyway. And that's the unfortunate thing is, Forever Zenzig have been trying to make plays a little bit better than last time.
Yes.
Like, Rollickhead's part of 3 kills now, 100% kill participation. Showed up in the mid lane a couple of times, made great plays to pick up WTFox. Like, they have picked on that Twisted Fate. They go to the source of the global. Good choices, that's all fine. Problem is, basically it's Zaitan. he's gotten so many hooks that have crushed the bottom lane, that have set up easy kills for his team, that it's getting worse and worse and worse for Kobe and Sweaty B.
Well, if you look at the kill participation on all other lanes besides that bot lane, 7 out of the 8 kills Zaitan has been a part of. Top lane, 3. Jungle, 3. Mid lane, 2. He has so much kill participation in comparison to everybody else. All that action has been happening off the back of Zaitan.
And series MVP for me right now, at least in this game for sure, but I remember him playing quite well in game 1 as well. Orianna ball comes out, Senkuk's trying to zone the team back, but SKP, when they have a gold lead like this, they've typically pushed turrets fairly well. 5,500 gold lead, Dragon up in 40 seconds. SKP actually have very, very few wards out.
Yeah, there's also some level leads here too. AD carry, 2 up for Z's. Top lane, 2 up for Smitty. They're in a great position to contest Dragons. Level 2 ultimate for Smitty, almost level 2 for Z's here. And that's actually some big damage for Corki with the constant use of the rockets.
Just continue to kind of power through people right there. Easy wave clear, getting himself closer to level 11. Rank 2 Rocket's actually a pretty important level bump. Level 8 for Sweaty B right here. Okay, he's continuing to power up as well. That's rank 2 on his E finally. Hook's gonna come out, lands on him. Zaitan does look for a little bit of the play there, but it's mostly just damage reduction. Not too bad, but there's Dragon. It's come up.
There's no TPs into this. This is gonna be a 4-on-4 like you were talking about earlier.
But that's fine for SKP. They're just so far ahead.
They're ready to fight it. Oh, trying to trek their ways down.
Speaking of trying to fight it, Smitty is making Wonderwear really regret life. Half HP on the Gragas. Dragon goes down rather rapidly, and Wonderwear just has to be so afraid the entire time. Well-claimed Dragon. That is a heads up, let's go 4-on-4 you. But SKP have made such a big gold lead from their early game plays, from all the hooks from Zaitan. Or he can't contest, so now here's his team that can't play their own type of combat.
Yeah.
And it's like all they get are Assault and Battery Shockwaves.
Yeah, and it ends up being more or less a pick tool instead of a team fight tool. They didn't get it off last time. Instead, they used it just to try and bully WTF in the laning phase. He's going deep.
They're gonna look for Kobe. Big damage comes through, has nowhere to go on that one. Kill picked up very cleanly. Nice Lantern out, but here's the re-engage on the backhand side. Shockwave, everything else coming in. WTF is getting killed right now, and Wonderwear in a bit of a 1v2. Far away from his team goes down. Zaitan, though, also cut off. This actually makes it a 2-for-2 overall. That's big for Zenzig.
Yeah, these shockwaves onto one person that could be used a little bit later. He's just trying to burst people down. More of a pick style here from Senkuk with the Goriana.
Just the individual kills is all they're trying to pick up there to get some gold back in. Maybe claim some shutdown bonuses if they can. If they ever find Corki, that'll be good for them. The problem is you have this top laner off on his own, pushing turrets down.
Yeah. Kobe jumped over the wall, and then we saw the Destiny Gate right onto him. He does get buster shotted backwards, but into the turret, so it doesn't go the full distance. Great Glacial Fissure there, but look at that. Shockwave, 2 ultimates used on just WTF, and Wonderwear at the same time is suffering. He doesn't get a shield from Orianna or a Shockwave follow-up to deal damage, but they do come out on top there. For Forever Zenzig.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. That entire fight was 4v5.
Yeah.
Irelia was top the entire time, didn't even bother thinking about teleporting in there, just pushed the top lane outer turret down. It's like, when you go 2-for-2 in a 4v5, so you know life's getting difficult for you.
Yeah, it's really rough right now for Forever Zenzig. Came out on top in terms of the fighting, but in terms of objective, lose the top lane, and there's a ton of pressure from this Irelia who's just hitting item spikes now.
That is gonna make your life pretty painful. 19 minutes in, Trinity Force and Zerker Greaves are done versus just the Rod of Ages.
The CS differences here are just killing this team for Forever Zenzig right now.
Oh my god.
Not even 100 for Tristana yet. He's almost at the 5 per minute mark.
That is rather rough. 19 minutes in, 99 minions there.
He's been shut down. It's
yeah, I mean, he has
great play by Z's and Zaitan.
Yep.
Oh, 4,000 gold.
Oh my gosh. I rarely see AD carries get doubled in gold in games, but that's basically the case right now. Life very painful for Kobe. He's going to have such a late Infinity Edge, a late everything really for the guy. Just trying to limp into this game as best he can. Mid lane under fire some more for SKP. They're playing the Siege game they played last game that went fairly well for them.
Right now, Z's has an entire Trinity Force up in terms of build over Kobe. Kobe does, he is sitting on about 1,400 gold. but man, Tristan is a late game champion, and at this rate, it would have to be super late game. You'd have to go complexity style games for this.
At this rate, his late game comes in at 80 minutes exactly. So you got to be real careful right now when you're forever Zenzig. You just don't have much damage output aside from Vi and Orianna hit R. Like that's your way in. Nice attempted steal there by the explosive cask, but no, Smite makes that go to Kickus here. And we sit on a 9,000 gold lead. SK Prime have slowed down ever so slightly. They're playing sieges more now that their opponents are so defensive, stuck inside their base. You can't always TF hold on top of the enemy team.
Yeah, that's true. Doesn't have his Zhonya's yet. It looks like what he'll be going for after this. He has a needlessly large rod and cloth armor. And then he can do some Messiah plays. Hopefully they don't end up like Jez's though.
Yeah, those are rough. It was definitely a game you could have won too. You got to feel sad for the SK fans out there, but
hey, SK
if you
Prime's
are
gonna bring it home.
exactly, I mean SK Prime are differentiating themselves by SKP by playing arguably a better set of TF games right now.
Yeah, and Fox, you know, 2-3-1 right now. He's put himself in this situation where he's at a 1 KDA and he's down in CS over his lane opponent. But the fact that he's given those kills over and he's created objective picks.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's a player who's like doing horribly. Like when he's dying, it's because he's taking literally Vi Orianna ult by himself.
Yes.
Like literally every time is a shockwave on just him with Vi setting it up. And like those kills are gonna happen. Like they picked that combo for a reason, is to pick you off. Fox only dying 3 times and yet making enough plays by himself. I still give him props for it. I think he is playing largely quite nicely.
Now he has his own.
Right.
So if you use Vi ultimate on him, he can cancel it.
Both are telegraphed.
Yeah.
Shockwave and Assault and Battery, both of them are telegraphed. Fox could theoretically cancel at least one every single time.
Now we're going to have to see what they end up doing with that. Fox up in the top lane, though, split pushing, wave clearing, and they're going for the 1-3-1 now with this advantage.
All right, he feels just safe enough. Blue cards, blue buff there as well, and he's getting some decent damage down. Just lock whenever he can. He's got the mana to spare. Doesn't really matter what card you throw at the turret. Ulti goes in towards Z's. He's got to be careful, but the Lantern keeps him safe, and now Sencooks. The back line's got to be careful. Kick is running away as well. Hook onto Sweaty B, but they are outnumbered, so they're going to back off for now. Turret goes down, though.
And Fox looks for the wave clear. Still, he gets himself the turret. That's the 5th of the game for SKP. And the Forever Zenzig, 10k gold down. They're kind of just swarming right now, trying to find something to do.
And unfortunately, they just don't seem to have the way in. They tried the Assault and Battery, but there was a Thresh there. If they Assault and Battery the other lane, well, there's a Zhonya's Hourglass. Just the options are dwindling right now for Forever Zenzig. Sweaty B walks in, predicts the turret for a little bit, but he's only so durable. Backs right onto that one, and another turret goes down. Flip the hook onto Wonderwear. This could be a kill. Repel into the air. Z's goes backwards, and Rockat is going to go down rapidly. Shockwave on the 2. Kickus almost goes down, but he gets out, actually. The hook on a Kobe pulls him back in. Yep, that's how that one works. Kobe's got to be careful. The jump in by Z's can't quite claim another kill. Flash has traded everywhere. Only a 1-for-0 so far.
And there comes Fox. He has it available. Where's he going?
Wow, all the way into the base. Takes down Orianna. He's gonna die, but hey, it looks cool.
Ooh. Man, the just dominance right now from SKP
it's a little excessive.
Over a team fight composition is very impressive. Forever Zenzig didn't get off the ground. There's nothing that Kobe can really do in these fights. He's just hit his 1-item plateau for his spike, and now he's kind of plateauing off. His gold generation just isn't there.
Oh man, well you gotta see if they can keep powering up though to keep themselves in a better spot. You've got a 12,500 gold lead for SKP though. Like overall, it just keeps working.
Yeah, and we said Zaitan's hooks this game have been phenomenal. That one was fantastic under Wonderwear. Shockwave comes to the back line. This one right here. He hooks Kobe. Kobe jumps and he pulls him down to the ground.
Yup.
You're not going anywhere. You Scorpion to that guy.
You got shields enough though, and you can see right there's Sweaty B protecting him with the giant shield, and the command protect as well from Sencooks do keep him alive.
Oh. Fox does it too. He says, "Get over here!" and gets him underneath the turret.
He didn't need to flash out. He wanted to try to survive with that one, but he could have kept the summoner up, and that would have been arguably better for the guy. Baron attempt though, and no one is around to look for it. Great control now by SKP. They've got TF ult in the mid lane, wave clearing, preventing vision, spitting in the bottom lane as well with teleport. He's actually going to be trapped out though.
Sencooks and Wonderwear looking for Smitty. Smitty has a lot of movement speed with the Training Force.
Yeah, and with the Banshees as well, it's very hard to catch something.
For the counter though.
Ooh. There's 3 right there. He can't.
Is he a brave man?
No.
He's dove turrets before. There were 2 of them.
Yeah, but that was a 1-on-1 versus a 12 HP target. This one is 1v3, and he would die. So, correct sort of temperance there by Fox. Z's now the split push in the top lane. Corki actually one of the better split pushing AD carries. He doesn't push super fast because he has no attack speed buffs, but he's so safe. He's like generally fairly long range, can wave clear really quickly, and then his escapes are actually quite good.
Yeah, and then a lot of his damage, he just has all 3 types including through.
Yeah, he can duel some of the champions in the map right now. You can outplay a lot of them. Especially when you're ahead like this. You have the second highest CS in the game, basically.
He could duel Tristana right now.
Yes, he could.
Easy. Just look at the item difference. They both have IE. Take those out of the equation. He's got
the rest
Phage,
of Triforce.
the Sheen, the combination, the upgraded boots, and a Negatron cloak over him. Yeah. That's a lot of gold.
It's a bit of a lead there for him. Kobe takes a rocket to the face. Z's up 4 levels, by the way. 15 to 11. That's actually bigger than you would expect for an AD carry, but means quite a lot when you're a spellcaster.
He's about to hit level 3 ultimate when Kobe just hit level 2.
Yep. It's a painful situation. Baron buff stats as well. 2.5 minutes left on that one. Cocoon just barely misses. Siege will continue. 15,000 gold lead. 26 minutes in. SK Prime looking good. More spam coming out. These guys are poised to 2-0 this one. Forever Zenzig, by the way, if they want to make postseason playoffs, they actually have to win this match. They're only sitting on 2 points right now in the standings. So their playoff hopes rest on a massive comeback right now.
Which would be incredibly huge. Right now, Zenzig is kind of their way back into this game and to stall off because everybody else is just down in levels. Zenzig's actually held pretty even with What the Fox, but he got all of the attention of Rockat in the mid lane. Almost another hook there on Kobe.
It's going to be the top lane inhibitor turret going down. Sweatybee's got to run away to some minions to keep himself safe. Zenzig is not able to defend this nearly in time. Wonderware walks by as well, but Smitty's been pushing the mid lane the entire time. Forever Zenzig just getting split apart right there. Half the health and that turret's gone now. And in comes the TF for even more of this punishment. Their base is slowly falling apart. Cocoon under Wonderware, good damage, down to 1/2. Hook's gonna land as well. Will they go in for this one? There comes the assault and battery from Vi, but out goes Z's, keep himself alive just safely. Now Sweaty in the front lines is not all that tanky. Z's picks up another kill. He is dominating. Rockat about to get crushed as well. Has to run back to the base. Hook just barely misses onto the top laner here, and that's the first inhibitor down 27 minutes in.
And there's a little bit of a wave here, but look at that. What the Fox, he's going for it.
Oh, the flash is not enough. What the Fox claims the kill. Nicely done here. Now, this turn's going to go down as well. Second inhibitor could surely follow. And SK Prime about ready to close this one out. Looks like the teleport's coming in. Could be a surrender, but these guys know it's over. 27.5 minutes. Faster than the last time. SKP switch the styles up and win just as convincingly.
And What the Fox threw out the barrel there at the end, pouring one out for his homies.
Why not?
That's their playoff right there. Completely gone, but SKP clinched their spot.
They're in. SKP are in, and they can only go farther from here. We'll see them next week against H2K in the semifinals. That'll be the chance at vengeance for these guys, actually. If they can bring the series back, they do look pretty strong, but they're going to have to keep this sort of train going. Kikis has got to keep making the good plays. They've got to keep making good decisions. And heck, if you're forever Zenzig in this match, you can just look at the next week and say, what could we have done differently? When we go back at this in spring next year, what are the things that we see punished? And just learn, right? And you keep trying.
Yeah, and SKP used to be a team that was all about Z's from start to finish. Granted, this time it was Z's and Zaitan for a large portion of it.
Yeah.
But Kikis deserves a lot of credit here. He's a very good pickup for the team. I don't know how much time they've had to mesh with him, probably somewhere around a week or two.
Yeah.
But he's still a fantastic pickup on the team. He's gelled with them perfectly so far and is exactly what they needed in terms of shot calling, in terms of what they capitalize on, and the play style that they've adopted having him on the roster as opposed to somebody very aggressive like Broken Shard.
Yeah, and I am glad to see that they're playing different styles as well. Game one, very, very teamfight focused, relying on the Orianna, relying on Jarvan to initiate the fights, and say, you know, we'll play it slow, and then go for the dragon fights. This time around, they say, you know what, let's actually split the game up. Of course, they got to rely on individual skill, which is just a mark of your players more so than your team. But when the opportunities were there, you saw them pretty relentlessly go for these dives, go for these playmaking moves, and that is a good sign for a team.
Oh, yeah. And it's not overly aggressive. It's not something where you're trying to force the play. Exactly. It's not reckless. It's very calculated. It's very kind of, I'm going to check in with you. Can you back me up? All right, confirmed. Let's go do this now. And they know that they can do it, and they don't do it unless their success rate is very high.
Yeah, and so far, so good for SK Prime. We'll see them in the semis next week. Now, after today's matchup, let's see how the bracket shapes up. With that win, as we mentioned, SK Gaming Prime advances to the semifinals, and they're going to face H2K Gaming next week on July 24th. SKP have clinched a playoff spot in the postseason, but they can play for seeds now.
And we'll find out who will square off against Ninjas in Pajamas in the semis when Ocelots Gamers 2 match up with Playing Ducks tomorrow.
It's going to be a whole bunch of fun, but even before that, there's more LCS action that's going to get underway as Copenhagen Wolves take on SK Gaming, then Millenium goes up against Rockat.
Then it's Supa Hot Crew versus Alliance and Gambit Gaming against Fnatic. It all starts tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
And with that, we've reached the end of our Challenger broadcast for the evening, and we'd like to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola, but a new group of challengers have emerged, so we have one final match for you today.
Yeah, it's you, me, Jat, Kobe, and Riv against the Doombots of Doom right now.
Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson of the LCS broadcast team. Here at the studio, even on off days, we like to make sure the machinery is in tip-top shape. So when we heard that the machines had been infiltrated by a strain of rogue bots, Doombots of Doom, we had to find a ragtag crew of renegades willing to go inside the game to confront these bots and find out what they're all about. So on an off-broadcast day in front of a studio audience of dozens of live poros, we sent in our very best, the casters. Now, the results may scare you, but before we get onto the Rift, let's meet those brave individuals who make up our starting lineup.
I'm Rivington III, so how do I get an advantage in League? I turn my monitor on.
Hi, I'm Kobe. Some say I'm the best of the casters. They're right.
Hey, I'm Freak. You wanna know how I'm gonna beat the bots?
Trinity Force.
Yeah, Jack calls me the wild card of the team. Because when I load on the Rift, he doesn't know if it's gonna get Zyrene or Diarene.
Hi, I'm Jat. I feel like my role on this team is to tell everyone to calm down. So if things get crazy, I say, everybody, calm down.
Now let's hope these guys are set for the task. Let's send you over to the Rift where Riv is about to give a few words of wisdom.
All right, gentlemen, in times like these, we have to remember when it's man versus machine what we have that they don't, all right? You gotta remember, I got us these headbands. Let's rock this out. There you go, Freak.
All right.
Kobe.
Oh, yeah.
Kobe, Zyrene, lead it from the jungle, man. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's rock it. Let's get some Doombots into this game.
So the stage is set for this epic showdown for the integrity of mankind. Are we better than machines? One thing I know is that the casters hate to lose. Kobe specifically does not like to lose. What will the bots play? Do they even know what a meta is? These questions and more will be answered. Let's get you into the game.
Well, you know what? I don't care because rules are made to be broken.
Ooh.
Like buildings are people. So I'm locking Jinx no matter
Kobe,
what.
don't make sure you forget Smite.
Okay. I will forget Smite. Great.
All right, let's
Never
see.
used it well anyway.
Let's see
That's
what these
true.
players are on to here.
Yeah.
So much untapped
Early
power.
on, since the jungle, the Doombots probably don't know much about the jungle, we should two blue buff start.
Okay. Well, it's good because I jungle no matter what.
Yeah, Zyrene and I will take their blue.
Yeah.
You three take.
I'm going to go ahead and need one of those. I'm just used to starting off the game with a blue, so let's go ahead and do that.
That's true.
Jungler at heart.
Junglers do not have mana management skills, so I trust you to grab the blue buff.
Well, you got no faith in my mid lane here,
I have
Freak?
to say, these headbands look rather ridiculous.
That's great. That's the right call. I mean, you could also just like pull the Lee Sin strat too.
New
which
hotness.
Is, you know,
Yeah,
good way
good
to go about
idea.
it. So.
All right.
Your will.
Keep doing that.
My hands.
All right, so we're going to move out of lane as soon as we can.
Yeah.
We'll crush these bots.
Yep, Rome.
Riv and I are undefeated bot lane, so should be win all the
That's
games.
how it is. That's how it is. Put it up.
Freelo.
Boom. Freelo indeed. GLHF.
Man.
GGHF. I never say GL at the start of a game because what if they actually get lucky and they crit me in the face? So I say good game, have fun.
That's true.
Then people go like, why do you say
Do you feel like it's actually on
That's
you
pretty bad, man.
that they crit you?
So you don't wish them luck?
No. Why would you ever wish your opponents good luck?
Because you cannot actually bestow luck upon your opponents.
Yes.
Boom.
You are not a magician.
Teacher Kobe.
I might be a magician.
It's like he had a bad experience where he wished the enemy luck and they got like 14 crits in a row. He's like, we can't do that anymore.
So we're about to get 5 bombed.
Never good.
I mean, what if they just happen to steal your blue? Be like, should wish me good luck.
All right, here we go, baby.
I hope y'all put your big boy pants on.
Video
Did you
games.
just? I just flashed.
Did you? What a great start to the game.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
All right.
This keyboard is Godspeed.
Hold on, I'm practicing my smart pin usage.
I'll make sure this is all on default.
I have a habit. I have a habit of always control Fing so I can see my ping, and the control is in a different spot for this keyboard.
All right, Jan.
So I just cast it.
Jan, you're definitely 2v1 then.
Yeah, I mean, that was the plan to
You're
begin
definitely
with.
2v1.
There are very long shadows on the map.
Yeah, the good news is I flashed like immediately in the game,
Well, it's
so it'll
dark.
be back soon.
All right. I'm warning the red.
Do you think Doom has sunshine?
I mean, there's shadows on the
A lot
ground.
of moonlight.
It's like Twilight.
Why don't you
There's
guys wait for
vampires
that?
everywhere.
Yeah. Zareen, calm down.
Wait for that. Wait for that lane invade.
Let's stay the freak heck out of these lanes.
I'm warning their red. It's a level 1 strat.
Zareen, be careful.
Yeah, stay on our side of the river.
We'll lane invade. Hey, stop.
All the rivers are outside of the river.
Where are they?
Calm down.
Yeah.
Calm down. Don't anger these bots.
Zareen, stop looking for him. I want to wait at the turret.
You smell bad.
Ooh.
Like
Whoa.
elderberries.
So I have all chat disabled, so I can't see.
Okay, well, mine's on, so don't worry.
I wanted to meet his friend Tibbers.
We'll meet it. I'm not really excited about
Zareen,
Annie
calm down.
Doombot.
Calm down.
Is there a new Annie skin I don't know about?
You don't have to invade
Any
until later.
intermediate bot deserves a shirt after you beat her. What do we get when we beat this bot?
Late invade. This is an early invade.
I swear they're all gonna. They're all just gonna pop
They're
out.
just gonna be there. Maybe you should have gotten a blue
He
trinket.
keeps using these
I
spells.
want to find him.
There's no reason to find them at level 1.
Put a ward down or something.
This is the stupidest thing.
Hey, Riv, you're gonna tank some of this.
Yeah,
Why'd
yeah.
you waste so much mana?
I'll
He's
get it back.
getting a blue
It's
buff.
a blue.
Who
It's a blue.
cares?
Mana.
Get it to walk as long as
I'm
possible.
pulling this.
I appreciate the
You're
pronunciation.
getting the heck out of here.
Good luck, no flash top.
This is going pretty well.
Yeah, they're gonna like get me in the brush or something. All right. Oh,
no, you kind of too far away from me.
I gotta play against Annie and Galio. Oh my god.
Gotta get XP.
We
Gonna be
started
a
a
level
little
behind.
slow here.
It's
Lux
fine.
is already shoving my lane in.
Godspeed.
I don't know if that was worth it.
You have half a level.
You got the blue
have
experience,
Galio
though.
has like Victor lasers and
Yeah.
Cue these, cue
Okay.
these.
So we got Swain passive or Swain ult again in the bot
Whoa,
lane.
Lux
Why do they start with 4 potions?
Lux had an operation. She now has
yeah, they
Pantheon.
start Torrent's 4-pot. Oh
Pantheon
my
passive.
gosh.
Oh!
This lane
There's a
could
binding.
double.
Oh no! It's okay, I'll kill the
Oh
Voidling.
my God.
I'll kill the. Yes, kill the Voidling. That's 1 CS.
All right, I should have gotten Ricochet level 1.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
My flash is up in 2 minutes. I'll be all right.
Oh, good damage,
good
Free.
damage,
Good
good
damage.
Oh, this
Yes.
is
Yes.
Yes.
That's a fake.
Get
It's
him.
one. Back up. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake.
Yes.
Whoa!
The tricks are too good. No.
All right, guys, keep it together.
Kill all the clones.
I forced Lux.
got her out?
I forced Lux out of lane, so keep on jungling or maybe go bottom.
I mean,
Oh my
this
Lord.
top lane is much harder than I've experienced in the past. I take a lot of random damage.
Riv and I are
let's
actually
say.
doing pretty okay, so.
All right, I can hold the turret, I think, but
Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad.
Oh, Rivington.
I forgive you.
calm down.
Don't worry, I forgive you. It's okay.
You just got jinxed.
Oh god. No, I mean.
I don't even know what do I buy.
Whoa.
What keeps me alive?
All right, so Galio's Q's.
just go to Frostbang
Galio's
and
Q's
health potion.
taunt you.
His Q's taunt.
Yeah.
Great.
You're like mini ults. I think that's.
I mean,
what
I'm gonna
happened.
shoot him
That's good.
anyway, so.
Okay, there's about 5 million bindings. Lux fills the screen with them.
Yeah.
Well, this is great. Zyrene, you want to come gank her? Gank
Yeah.
her, gank her,
I'm
gank her.
coming. Hold on.
I'm just trying to not
It's
get
gonna take me a second. So.
Yeah. She's real low. All I have to do is stun her.
All right.
Ready?
All right, I'm coming. Yep.
Morgana
I got her, I
disappeared
got
from
her.
my lane.
Oh, she bound me.
I got her!
Nice.
First blood, baby.
No, that's second blood. But all right,
Do you
it
wanna-
works.
Is it?
First
oh,
blood
they
for our
got
team.
first blood.
Oh,
no.
That was a
Turret
Riv.
damage,
That's
right?
a Riv first blood.
Yeah,
Okay,
after
yeah,
your
yeah.
next gank, you should probably come top, but not yet.
Yeah, we actually can't get this turret either. We only have 3 minutes.
Oh my word. No, Freak! I can't
I think you need to go help bottom, actually. Maybe we should double gank
my
bottom.
God.
Yeah,
Oh my
maybe.
God.
Maybe.
got
I'm going to be
binding.
able to hold this turret, so
Okay, I think
for a
that's
little
all we
while.
need.
It's
Fine.
taking 700 damage, but I haven't
We
had
should
to burn
be able to
TP
fight
yet.
us too. That's all that really matters. We have good damage. Like we can actually break them down.
Lux now has burnout all the time.
Good thing she's ranged.
That's true.
Oh, jeez. All right.
All right.
It's okay, I'm only level 2.
Is that turret just like dealing AoE damage to things around it?
Yeah.
What?
Don't stand near the turret.
Sick. Great. And
he seems powerful.
So we get extra bonuses too. Nice. Friendly
Do
bonus.
we? No.
I'm pretty sure that the turrets hurt me when I stand too close to it.
Oh, our turret hurts you.
Yeah. That's a bad thing.
That's Annie. That's Annie's passive. Doom Annie. Nearby enemy towers and burn everything.
Yeah, and Heckermalt's just kind of hit me. Jeez, Annie.
Alright.
I'm coming around mid.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to shot now.
Oh.
Do you have TP?
Yeah, I got TP.
All right.
Org's missing, but I don't know if she
I'm coming in.
Okay, I got slow on her. I don't have stun though. I already used my stun.
I think so. Yeah, she did.
Okay.
What the?
I'll get her.
That is a lot of damage. I'm okay.
All right, should we go bottom?
Oh my God,
let's go bottom. Let's go bot now.
I mean, as long as they can follow with you, otherwise you just walk into another team.
I'm gonna go through jungle.
I got binded.
No, you don't have to go through
I died.
Okay.
Yeah, binds keep hitting me.
I'll wait for Zyrene then, because Bird's out of mana.
You guys can do this. You guys can do this.
Oh,
they're pretty low on mana. You can make this play.
I'm going. Who's the call?
Malzahar. Oh, he got.
You can still get him.
I'm out of mana.
Oh my God, that hurts so much!
Swain passive! Oh my God, we can't.
Yes!
Worth it! I got 6 off bat.
Yeah, that's why I said make sure you can follow with the 80k, otherwise you should just come top next.
Yeah, well, Freak died right when we got
Yeah, I got binded from far.
Because I'm 6 up here and they're still 4.
What is this? We're going invisible now.
I'm level 6.
Oh my God.
I'll kill Lux one more time and come up there.
Oh yeah, she has Shadow Walk. She has Eve passive, straight up.
Man.
She has straight up Eve passive.
Oh my God. Swain ulti permanently on him.
Yeah, we both
hit it a little hard.
I know, it's really crazy.
It's a little rough.
This Lux is armor.
Lux only has Pantheon ultimate again too, so we can just kill her.
Yeah, this Galio is manageable, I feel.
Oh, okay.
Something just randomly slowed me.
I'm gonna come around.
Oh my God, Chad's lane is ridiculous.
Did she leave?
Hey man, I'm holding on up here. You guys just gotta stop sucking.
I don't know where she went.
Where did she go?
Mal's has Swain ulti again, unfortunately.
Lux has gone.
I'm getting Nocturnal.
Oh, that Hex was so good. You saved my life.
Your lane bottom looks pretty painful.
I don't have.
I don't have my stun though. Back off.
Yeah, I don't have my Q.
It's up at 3.
Okay, I got 7.
Alright, I'm going.
This is getting rather terrifying up here. Just throwing that out there, guys. I am in a 1v2.
I got the stun. I have ulti. Oh my God, I'm out of mana.
Where's your Chalice, man? Why didn't you rush Chalice?
Because I thought I needed more burst damage.
Says the guy who's been out of mana twice. Yeah, good bursting.
I'm gonna get you blue.
Of your mana.
Come get blue, Kobe.
Yeah, that's what I need. We have 2 blues on the map. All right. We can actually probably just go kill top after that. Can bot be saved? Malzahar's at half.
That bot lane looks way more terrifying than this top lane.
All right.
And if you get up here, like, Galio just hit 6, so it might be too late. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna come bottom. I have Cataclysm.
If you guys think you can 2v2, I think that's a terrible idea.
What the?
He's already dead.
Get him! Get him!
Ulting.
This is bad. This is good.
I don't have any mana.
This is good.
I don't have any mana.
Oh, Siren's going deep. He gets hit with a binding. No, the counter game. Just coming from the regular lane. If it's a terrible idea, you probably shouldn't do it.
Ooh.
That should have been our motivational speech at the start.
It's a terrible idea.
Yeah,
Just that's just like life advice
The
at that
voice
point.
upstairs has spoken.
Dear, life is painful.
Oh, I almost dodged all the bindings.
That's all right. Freak's getting his farm on. We're doing all right.
I'll have pickaxe soon.
I'm just going to save up my mana.
Is everybody's headband on tight enough?
Yeah.
All right.
Might be on
Annie's really low. She's probably going to back soon.
Well, maybe we should do something.
We're going to back soon.
Well, maybe we should do something. Oh my God.
Okay, just try to get levels. As soon as you're 6, like life becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, I have my TP again. Like I can hold this for however long, but I feel like we can actually turn this lane. This lane must be the easiest to be able to 1v2
we should definitely go up top. Where the hell did Lux go? Did she back again? Oh my God. Whoa.
Uh-oh.
I needed a shield.
I'm just coming top.
I already used it on you.
This is getting out of hand here.
Yeah, being underleveled is really rough.
Never mind. Lux
They
is
have
still at
ultis.
half. I need to kill her.
Oh man, he has Stork Shoes.
I mean, you guys can keep killing mid. I can hold top as long as you're doing something positive.
Yeah, if you guys just destroy mid,
losing
Kobe
lanes
can carry.
is never a
She's
good.
not backing up. Lux is playing really safe.
Okay. I don't know if you can snowball top then. But I mean, you can show up and just kill the
Just
turret, right? If she
snowball
backs
mid.
off, kill the turret.
It's
All
the
right, Zareen,
1v1 lane.
Yeah,
That's
just
the
like
plan.
if she backs, just push.
We can dive her.
You want a
ready?
diver? Okay.
She backed all the way off. She backed all the way off.
Just
She's
kill the
so
turret.
scared
Yeah,
right
then
now.
just kill the turret. Like, it's free.
Yeah, she's getting dominated.
That's great. That's gold for the team. Like, that's wonderful.
Oh, my bad. I didn't see it coming.
I'm just gonna.
Annie's been missing for a while, but she's
What?
probably gonna be back.
Wow. That is some damage.
I like tried to dodge that one and it got caught by 5 more.
Yeah, it's painful.
All right, we'll take mid, and we need to do something. Bottom, maybe.
I mean, if they
Are you
can
there,
get to a
Jat?
point-
Jat is there. Let's do that. Let's do Jat. Come top. Come top.
Kick it.
We'll come back for the blue. We'll come back for that blue. Woo! Annie's got her stun up too. This might be dangerous.
Oh my god, the Timbers is huge!
Whoa!
Jat's a god!
Get the
hell away from Jat is a god!
All right, Zyrene,
Oh my
Zyrene.
god, I'm coming.
We're going for Annie. I got her.
Take her down.
Oh, she's got a Nivea! What is that? I'm still gonna kill the Lux singer.
Oh my god.
I got it. Nice. Nice. Let's take a turn.
Do the Nash.
All right.
Yes, please.
Or the blue.
Turret. So
We can't
preoccupied
finish it,
with
though. We only
watching
have one
shit around the screen.
We only have 1 minion wave though. We can't do jack to this.
We'll be able to get 2 minion waves. Their death timers are long.
All right, we'll do one more. I think. Let's see if Lux backs off that.
I mean, Zyrene can go help you with blue out. I mean,
Good
whatever.
old freak.
We'll take the turret and then go blue. Whatever. We'll sacrifice mid probably. I'll tank the blue.
I'm a little behind in items,
I'll
just so
tank
you
the
know.
blue, Zareen.
Okay, can we get a ward back on Dragon?
That would be Riv's job.
I don't think we can get down there. They just have full control of bottom.
There, I just wanted to get
Okay.
6. I'm going to ward.
Okay.
They're Malzahar's down there.
They
You guys
see
gotta
me.
get out of there.
They see me.
They see
gotta
you
get
with
out.
Warwick.
see me.
Shit.
They definitely see you. That is a Warwick
Run for the
passive.
hills!
They have Warwick's
They have Warwick.
Oh fuck.
Lux is here too. Keep running. Keep running. Okay, Lux is not coming though.
Why is?
We can. Any? No, you don't
No.
have any mana.
No.
All right, we can get turret pressure. I think Riv and I can get outer turret. You guys gotta hold mid though.
Oh, they all
Free.
went. They went
Yeah,
mid.
they all
Oh
went
my
mid.
god.
I gotta
You gotta go
have
help.
to
Go
base,
recall and
though.
help. I'll push.
Oh my god, they're shoving so hard.
Oh my god.
All right, I got Athenes. I got mana now. Yeah, we need to.
What do we need to do, Kobe?
Shots and lasers!
I'm dead.
Oh god.
They got
I'm
me.
ulting there.
All right, I stunned all of them.
I'm ulting. It's not gonna do much. They're missed. It's out.
No.
Woo! Got him.
Yeah, got him.
Got him. Free low.
All right, we need to hold our inhibitor turret. Is what we need
I mean, I think we should probably keep splitting.
I got one. Get up. Burst.
Freak coming back will not help us.
Nope, it won't. Good luck, guys. I believe.
T-fight is hard.
That's a
Oh my god, that's a
huge
gigantic
bear.
Yeah,
Timbers.
stay down there, Freak.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, like, Freak coming back is not going to help.
It's just rough.
I was
Lux
thinking of a
is
pun.
low on mana,
It's
so
okay.
is Morg. If that matters.
We need somebody in all 3 lanes, I think. We need to have Jet.
My teleport's up in 40. I'm just going to hold mid until then.
Yeah, hold mid until you can go top and then split
But
again.
I don't know how well I hold. Like, I got stunned from pretty far away last time.
Let's do 1-3-1.
I'm waiting for my next minion wave.
Going Dragon to put a ward down.
They're missing. I think they're
Why
dragging.
didn't we pink the dragon?
Because I didn't think about it. Because I actually had no money and I had no time to get out of lane. Like,
oh
my god! Ah! I can't see how many there are because of the Lux.
Yeah, the Nocturne thing.
Oh my god.
All right, well,
okay.
Jet splitting might help.
Annie's fighting me, and that's not a good thing for me. Whatever. I'm gonna run away.
The Timbers is still there.
Yeah, that thing is still around. I don't know how long this thing's supposed to last. Oh, it's like halfway done.
You can just try to kill it. It doesn't have too much health.
The tooltip says 45 seconds. I don't believe it.
Me and Viv are just trying to wait.
Annie's still chasing me. What is going on?
She's
a girl.
Stop! Oh my god!
Stop!
Malzahar is so hot.
Annie, please. Annie, I don't want you
Beg
here.
for your life.
Keep going, Jet.
Yeah.
We need Jet
we
to relieve
gotta split
pressure.
push, yeah.
I'm creating pressure on the map, guys.
Create pressure.
Ow!
I'm gonna join mid for a second. I don't know if we have like a fight we can take here before Annie shows.
No. Whenever they're grouped up, we just get.
Yeah.
There's
It's
three.
just
Even
a matter of trying to stop
we can't
them from
5v3.
fighting.
Everything.
No, I thought I dodged it all. No,
Everything I have is
Oh,
AoE.
Jesus. How did I not get out? Oh, my God. Heal, go, kill, die, death. Lord, get him, yes, go. Oh, we're so close, but nothing's happening.
Almost got Galio, that's it.
Get him. Freak
Yeah!
Woo!
And you held the turret?
We held the turret. Barely. It's gonna go down next push that they try.
Yeah, it will, definitely.
All right, well, Annie came back for me. I can't really do much.
Shit.
Oh, God. She shoots 4 bindings.
luck.
Get out of there.
Help me.
Get out. I shielded. I don't got
This
anything
is
else
going
left
poorly.
for you.
I think I need home goods. I think we need early home goods for everybody.
Probably.
I'm upgrading.
This game is hard.
I need to finish Aegis.
Good game.
I mean, it is 5 whole bombs. Did you expect it to be easy?
I mean,
5 bombs.
I just thought
whole bombs.
That's
There's not
okay.
a fake one in there.
I fought a Ziggs before. He has
Look at
like
this. We actually have
multiple bombs
breathing
in
room. They're gonna lose. They gave us breathing room. Let's go.
Garen was just in a brush.
I'm gonna get this
What?
blue. Blue is really important.
Oh, yeah.
Garen?
There was a Garen spinning on me.
So it's 6v5 now. Great. I didn't realize the DP was now going to be 6
I
instead
mean,
of
5 bombs can create more than 5.
apparently.
I love this whole Nocturne aspect when they get close to you.
No, I hate it. That is great.
I
How do
love
you
it.
like that?
Because it means it has something else. I don't want Swain ulti. That's the worst one for me.
They're grouping mid again.
Ulti and
my
Fix
God.
mid again.
Oh
We're
my
gonna lose the
God.
turret. We're gonna lose the turret.
Oh my God.
I got blue at least.
All right, you got out.
Oh!
Ulti and 8.
They're gonna get it.
Oh my God! What?
Oh.
No!
Godspeed, Rivington.
They just fill the screen.
Oh, I can't move!
See, me being there for the screen-filling carnage is probably still a bad idea.
Yeah.
Jack,
Just keep going.
They're on Nexus turrets,
They're
guys.
just gonna end it though.
All right, I'm coming back. I'm recalling.
Nikes.
I might get Galio. I might get him. I might. Oh, I got more
Oh,
glow.
the egg!
Hit the egg! Oh my God.
What is that?
You
got one.
I'm coming.
Come on, John.
Yes, I'm coming.
I got
I'm coming.
one. Malzahar. He's filled the screen. I can throw his little crab at him. Perfect.
The crabs! They're coming for me! Help!
I wish their passes. I wish their passes worked like buffs, so I could like eat them and like absorb their power.
All right,
That'd
we
be
got him
great.
on the run. We have to use this.
Do you want to do Baron?
Yeah.
Get
do that.
Yes! Yes! It's game!
We have
Let's
to
go!
do this.
They come back!
We should have one more wave.
Baron or mid?
I
think we should rush
shove the wave and go Baron.
I feel
Let's
like we
go.
need Baron. The Baron throws. They're real.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, you're Cinder. You can throw it Baron,
The hell,
right?
Morgana just popped out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think they
Are they gonna
teleported
follow
there.
us? They're gonna follow us.
They don't know.
May
They
or
don't
may
know.
not follow
We have
us.
wards. It's okay. Let's go.
Hide inside.
This is
Bait
a
him?
chance
Go,
you
go,
need
go,
to
go.
take.
Kill you,
All right,
son of a
we gotta
bitch.
do. We gotta do it.
It hurts. It hurts.
Somebody, freak
Rip.
tank. Alternate. Freak.
All right, I got. Oh God, ow.
I feel like this is a Doom Baron as well.
Oh, I'm scared. No, he seems normal here. Zyrene, don't die.
Oh God.
Oh, they see
Whoa.
us.
All right, I'm recalling.
I'm shoving out bottom and then going back to base.
Yeah, we still
Or
need
top.
to split. The only thing that saves us is splitting.
Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna hold mid though. Is the problem.
Clutch plays.
We have to play good. Play
All right,
real
well,
good.
we're screwed.
Play well, Kobe.
Yeah, play good.
Play good. Teacher Kobe on the case.
Play good.
Stay in school, kids.
Key to victory. Don't do dumb things and play good.
We gotta play real
Stay
good.
in school.
Mid. Oh. Stay alive, Jadakiss.
I'm all right. I'm
All right.
All right, I'm headed
Good.
bot.
Whoa! Morgana goes
damn.
invisible.
Yeah, Morgana has Eve
Yeah.
passive. I'm going bot. Be careful. I don't have TP. So you guys got to be good about this.
I don't think they
no.
can.
Back up. No,
No,
only
you get taunted by his
Yeah.
circles.
Yeah.
If you
I'm
need me,
going
let
back
me
to
know
base.
I'm
early.
just gonna try and clear some.
I'm going back
minions.
to base. I think there's a chance we can hold it at least. Annie's not here immediately.
Get him, get him.
They're
Toss
just,
him.
they're just charging.
Oh my God, he just
turrets.
walked right
Just
through
run,
your
just run
ultimate.
back. Run back
We
and try
can't.
to
There's
kill.
nowhere to run back to. They're taking.
All right, I hold it there. I hold it there.
I got that. I got Malzahar all day.
I got
did
2
some
seconds,
damage.
I'm coming! Go, 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 go! Push
I'm
up, Jet!
We got
I
one.
got ulti, Zyrene, I got ulti.
You got it?
Nice bindings.
Chase.
Go, go! Look out! I got a shield! Oh shit, you're too far!
I'm chasing still. I have zap in a second.
Get excited!
Oh, here we go.
Oh, nice shot,
Nice
Freak.
shot. We
Open
got
your
it.
eyes next
Keep
time.
chasing.
Come on, explode! Jump in hard. Real
Hey,
hard.
Jat, take bot. It's a big wave.
Warm up the bus, bots.
I got it.
Let's go.
I'll get bot. I'll get bot. I'll get bot. Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
Yeah, we need supers down.
All right, it's at least one turret.
Yeah.
Come on.
I can't tank it. I'll tank a few hits.
Okay.
Gotta play good and do other stuff real good too.
Clear calls.
Good plans.
All right, let's get the hell out of here.
Plays.
Check the red.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Watch
maybe
out.
Dragon.
Don't try to get Dragon and get teleported on.
No, don't you Dragon.
You want it?
No,
right.
just keep shoving mid.
I'm going. I gotta
Can
go
you get
get.
another mid wave?
I got it back.
No, I'm
Any
gonna
wave
buy.
you can get helps.
I gotta buy.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
just
get-
gonna
I'll get
push
mid.
out top. Like I'm saving my TP for a disaster.
Great. Looks like supers are dead mid, so we haven't hit back.
Malzahar stopped me bottom. So.
Watch yourself, freak.
Malzahar,
The bindings.
I am Swain again.
I am afraid.
Yeah, it alters.
gonna-
When they die, they
I'm
get
gonna
something
kill
else.
this fool.
Something, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah! Get one-on-one!
Oh,
Yes!
I'm gonna keep pushing then.
I'm 200 from Shiv. I need it pretty badly.
I just Badonka dunked him.
We will prevail.
His crabs stay alive after he dies,
Sure.
though.
It's worth more on me.
They
Conservation.
normally do, yeah. I know. It's fine. Let me get mid and I have Shiv.
Oh, okay.
Are they coming back to defend? Do I need to run away
Did
here?
they go Dragon?
Oh no, we're gonna try and keep pressure up.
Whoa. I'm attempting to reconnect. What?
Wait, did you see?
The bots are attacking Cyrene!
They got it in my computer.
Are you kidding?
Okay, pause.
Can you?
Do a pause.
Sending
Do a
pause request.
Nope. Ask the ref.
Ref!
Help! Help! Bots! The bots are sabotaging Cyrene! Oh my god!
QA, please.
Oh my
That's
god.
rather
Help!
unfortunate.
We can't pause.
I have Shiv at least.
Oh my god.
But now we have no tank.
4 versus 5.
They're retaliating from the web.
The bots have
Malzahar wants another piece.
created more power.
Oh my god.
Well, they realized. I mean, they needed Garen 6v5. They have to kick off Cyrene, so it's 5v4 or 6v4. I mean, it makes sense.
Oh my god, I just destroyed Malzahar.
I'm gonna get this bottom
I have no
turret.
interwebs.
Too powerful.
That's alright. I'll carry the weight.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, I got another turret.
Nice.
Irene.
Nice. I got mid pushing.
Nice.
That's
I don't
all
know if I
right,
can take
bots.
any.
We'll
All
do
right,
this
I got it
4v5. You think you got Doom? We'll bring the Doom. Let's go. Oh, that's freak. Thank God.
This is another,
Oh my God.
It's another
It
secret
just scared the
passive.
shit out of me.
If we start winning at all, they
just
disconnect
DC your
somebody.
jungler.
They DC
They
somebody.
DC your tank. Yeah.
All right, let's
that's
do it.
great.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna return bot. I had a lot of
I'm
success.
checking
down
Dragon.
there.
I'm gonna get stabbed for it, but I'm going for it.
Do you have lifesteal?
I haven't. I mean, I can do this too. Like, it's really easy.
It's good.
Yeah, this is
Alright,
like
sick,
the way.
sick,
This is how
sick.
you're supposed to do Dragon, by the way, in the actual LCS.
All right, I'm gonna take this blue here.
I'm just kind of treading water mid, but I
I'm pretty
guess
sure we can kill her. What do you got?
everything.
Yeah.
No
Come
heal
on,
bots.
Cyrene, we need you.
Cyrene, please.
Cyrene.
Did it work?
Cyrene, it's almost like you're not in the game.
I know, I'm getting it.
Thank you. We can kill it. We can kill it.
Thanks to the QA guys at Riot.
All right, I got two.
Nice.
I got 2 guys bottom.
All right, I just sent Lux back to base. I might be able to take the inhib turret.
Has reconnected.
Welcome back.
Woo!
Yeah, let's go back. Skynet
Hey,
can't
guys,
keep me down.
That's
guys,
right.
you're gonna be happy to hear this. Galio now has evil, so he can sneak up to you and just ult right next to you.
Hey, wait, we're
So
flanking
this
this. We're
is
flanking
great.
this, Chad. If you can try to bait this properly.
I do not have spell shield right now. I'm not baiting stuff.
Okay, we're almost there.
We're coming up behind you.
Oh, that is a lot of bindings.
Yeah, but they used them. See, Freak?
Oh my
The whole bait thing was what I was afraid of.
He's
I don't know
got
why you
3
thought.
passives now. He has the Nocturne.
I thought Red
plus
was still
E.
here.
I was. You run faster than me.
Oh, I didn't know I was running faster than you. I had boots. Oh, right. My bad. No, that's my bad.
This is the best combination ever. I can't see till he gets close, but when he gets close, I have Nocturnal.
I'm coming!
What? It was LeBlanc.
That's the real one. It was LeBlanc the whole time. Oh,
did we get her?
Still go
We
out.
got her! We got her!
I didn't know those still cast.
Holy shit, that was like fireworks. I wasn't sure who died and who won.
Bottom left here. I'm gonna shove all the way in. Jad, are you gonna keep pressure?
I'm a little low.
We need pressure
Actually,
on
I'm
both
gonna
sides.
keep pressure. I have all
All right,
that.
whatever.
I'm gonna keep pressure.
I'm
By the way,
going for
Malzahar
turret.
does a lot of damage,
There's
so
two
good luck,
mid.
Aiden. He has death cap Leandries.
I can't deal with him. Oh, boy, got it.
Oh my god, this Galio.
She's going ham on it.
So are you.
Ulting, she's dead.
Oh my god!
Is she?
Nice.
Is she, though?
Galio's harder than Malzahar!
Nice. Nice.
Nice!
Flash! All right, good job. We got it. We got him back.
I got away. Galio is definitely scarier than Malzahar, though. He's got 3 passives now.
Baron's at 25 minutes. It's up in 19 seconds if we can take it.
I think we need to focus on just finishing and getting the inhibitors
Pushing
down, because
in?
they're
Okay.
just getting stronger.
Okay.
Yeah, they're getting really strong.
Okay. I'm shoving.
I can't sell items. What the hell?
Riv, be very careful.
Yep.
Is that the bottom? Oh.
Oh god,
I'm
oh
going,
god.
I
I'm
can't.
gonna
I sell items. It's broken. I can't sell items. What the hell? The shop is broken.
Alright, I ate
that's
Danny.
great.
She's going to die.
Can you pull the menu up?
All right, I got
click it
Lux.
at the top
I got
and pull
Lux
it
on the
up.
run. Keep pushing lanes. Keep
Click it
pushing
at the
lanes.
top and then
I
pull
got
it up
Lux on a
and see
good
if it's
chase.
I gotta go
here
back
and
to
then
base.
pull up.
I got
See if it's at the very,
27
very bottom.
gold.
There it is.
It's time to keep Lux
Freak, no.
outside.
I got binded out of from the from the puddle.
Oh no, she caught me once.
My body is yours.
My mind's telling me yes.
I'm going back.
She
No, I
warded.
don't wanna go bottom.
Oh
Here she
shit.
comes.
Gosh, that does some damage.
Enough damage.
Oh god.
Nice.
Yeah!
Oh, you're helping. I didn't realize I was stuck.
All right, keep stacking MR.
Always help.
I was like,
I'm going for
So
Imperial
Baron's
Cemetery now.
up. Like, if we get
Yeah.
another kill,
So-
we should just rush it again.
All right.
Somebody
'Cause they
else
didn't
needs to
check
go
last
bottom.
time.
Galio's actually got magic
Oh my
resist,
God,
so I
they're
can't.
so
Okay, I'll do it. I can find it.
I can destroy anybody but
Should we-
Mouse.
should we
or
still
Galio.
have
Oh,
They're
Galio's
burning
leaving.
out down
going
middle.
mid.
They're
Yeah,
burning
Galio's
out down
leaving.
middle.
I'm
They're
gonna
going
keep
for
pushing.
inhib.
Did he just ignore that pink ward? God, he's like the LCS pros.
Put down a deeper ward.
Wow. I don't want to 5v5.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
I'm going to push while they're there to try to keep one off. And if they come to
All right.
Nexus Turrets is when I come back.
Let's see how they respond to 131. Will they
Annie's
send one
here.
for
Annie's
B2?
here, so...
Ooh, that was close.
They're going for mid inhib, so
you might
do what
wanna-
you guys can.
we
We
might
can
have-
stop
I think
this.
inhib is fine. We have enough AD
No, yeah,
that
that's
can
right.
stop
Yeah,
the inhib.
Absolutely.
It's if they get kills at the inhib. Don't let them get kills at the inhib.
No,
Good
nice
job.
kill.
Nice job, guys.
All right, I'm going for inhibitor turret. Malzahar's here again. All right,
keep
see
the
if I can
push.
take him.
Oh, nice
Or
dive
if we want
through.
one, oh, never mind. You have a Athene, so I was gonna say we might want Mikhail's.
There's two bottom, so...
We can rush Baron probably.
Okay, there's one bottom.
Or sorry, two top is what I meant to say.
I can't even
I
get
think we
to
can
her.
rush Baron. We can rush Baron.
And he's on the run.
I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this inhibitor turret if you keep up the pressure. Just keep up the pressure.
All right, well, we're going to Baron, so you're
Inhibitor
kind of
turret's
alone.
better than Baron.
I don't know. I think Baron's the right call. Sorry.
All right, fine.
Baron's the
I'll
right
do it
call
myself.
for Sivir and Jinx, definitely.
YOLO!
Yeah, we have
Great.
two
This
AD
is a good
carries.
feeling. They're all missing on the map. All
yeah,
right.
they're probably doing
Whatever.
I don't know.
I got red buff. I'm fine.
Good
All right.
Baron. Nice.
All right, we got both of them.
Careful, they're
Great
missing.
call.
I wouldn't walk into the
Freak, you
jungle.
want red?
That was a good call.
place.
Good call.
Freak red?
Annie's just
I want to push
waiting
right now.
behind me.
We'll retreat to red.
Annie has a Kali Shroud.
Oh god! Oh, damn
Cool.
it! No, that doesn't work.
Oh my God, our black shield
They
lasts for
sent three.
days.
They sent three bottom. They sent three bottom. Jack, push.
Nice. We got more.
There's an Annie though. Like I have to respect Annie.
She's right here. She's bottom. She has Shroud though. So.
All right, we can get this.
I've got Annie and Malzahar bottom. Annie and Malzahar bottom.
All right, keep him. Get him in a chase.
got
We
Lux.
got mid turret right now.
It's the NA caster
I might be
comeback.
able to kill her.
Just go as soon as the minion dies. Aiden, you gotta take this.
Kill this fool
I
again.
gotta take it?
Oh
Okay.
shit! Look out for taunts.
I killed Lux.
Yeah!
Yeah, baby. 3 down.
All right.
Oh, that's how that spell works.
Yeah.
If you're
it
in the
taunts.
circle when it
Yes.
explodes, it taunts you.
Yeah, I've died to that many times.
Okay,
now.
because it never got me before.
Annie's
oh, God.
invisible? Oh, I killed her. Sweet.
We're almost doing it. Make her invisible.
She had the whatchamacallit?
A Kali Shroud?
The LeBlanc.
Oh.
Rotate top, rotate top,
Passive.
top,
I
top,
thought
top,
you
top,
wanted
top,
to
top.
I got minions here.
Top.
We got him on the run, boys.
Let's go!
We got him on the run.
Not only can we yell in mics, we can click mics.
Yeah!
Today is our day.
Watch it
we
like
have three
circling,
hits?
just like teleport on the Nexus.
I mean, hold on. We do have
I don't wanna fight
We
them.
got aced. Wait, okay, all right. We have 3 inhibitors down. Everyone go back to base, buy your final items, and we'll push on the next, and we'll win on the next push.
Clear calls. Clear calls.
Good plan.
Good plays.
Now make the call in German.
And sprechen die Deutsch.
Ja.
What?
Ja.
I just offended so many people.
Schmetterling meet Schlag.
All right,
What was
everyone
that?
push
What was
together. All right, so guys. Hold on. Me and Freak will be in, me and Kobe will be in the top and the bottom lanes. The other 3 push up the middle so they can't wombo all 5 of us at once.
All right.
Great.
Hopefully they come out and fight one of us while we're at the other guys, and then the minions expose their nexus.
Let's go, boys.
Good plan.
I kind of want blue buff. By the way, can I get a No! Blue? That wasn't in your plan, Jet, but I really...
No, Kobe, you can't get blue buff.
Oh.
Let's go.
Zyrene's getting
I'm getting it for it.
Yeah,
Zyrene's getting it for it. I'm going to get my blue buff. Guys, in the middle, hold off a second.
Oh, okay, you're allowed blue buff. Oh, okay, Jet.
Hey, if someone's going to deviate, we all have to deviate.
If I'm getting
it's
one...
Dragon time.
I'm getting red then, let's go.
No, please no.
What? We're still waiting on Kobe.
It's all about the timing.
No, we're not. I'm mid.
Yeah, Lux is not in base.
Why is the Lux behind you?
I don't know. She's trying to kill super minions.
She's proxying.
Oh, here's my boy Malzahar.
All right, kill him.
Kobe,
Kill him.
Malzahar's my boy.
Am I going bottom then? Or am I going mid?
They're collapsing on Jet, so
I'm just going mid with everyone else. No Galio. There's no Galio.
Oh, my boy Malzahar.
Oh! Yay! I stole the kill.
I got Lux. Let's go. Let's go.
I need a heal. Does
Oh,
anybody
no.
have heal?
Here we go, baby. Woo! Yeah! Let's go! Yes! Doombots 5-1!
Ryan Giggs!
Ryan Giggs! All right, gentlemen. I mean, no, his back. My man's back. Oh, man.
That lane was so tough.
And a fabulous game from those guys as they pull out the victory in what seemed like not too fabulous of a start. But they regrouped and they fought for humanity as a team. You heard them say it during the game. Clear calls, good plans. They pulled out the win. Now, we're going to be joined by Joshua Jat Leesman, fresh off of a game that will go down in history as truly epic. Jat, thank you very much for being with me. And the first thing I want to know is, what's your first impression of the bots?
They're a little bit crazy. I mean, the one thing about bots that I think we figured out is if you're doing dumb stuff, they're actually going to punish you for it. Bottom lane got a little bit of trouble. But, I mean, the bots, they're fun to play. Good game.
Absolutely. And now tell me, how's Kobe feeling? I know he was very concerned about a loss going in, and things weren't looking too good midway through the game.
Yeah, Kobe was getting a little stressed out. He's a really competitive person, especially when the bottom lane started failing a little bit. But, I mean, the headbands probably carried us through.
Absolutely, and I might add that you calming everyone down, doing your job just like you said you would in that pregame. Now, my next question for you is, do you think that machines ever feel lonely because they can't be told you the man?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a tough life for the machines. Not only did they not get to take over the world, they don't even know what it feels like to fail.
Absolutely, you guys did a fabulous job defending mankind against the Doombots of Dooms. All right, Jat, well, I can tell you something. You the man. Thanks for joining us after this truly historic match. I told you the events could scare you. Turns out they turned rather good for us. You can play against these Doombots of Doom for a limited time until they're purged from the machines. Now, as we leave you, let's take a look at some of the lasting memories of a match that, if not witnessed by a group of devoted poros, might only have existed in your imagination. Thanks for watching. Be safe out there on the Rift. Good luck and have fun.
You know how like all the LCS players sing in here and we think they're just trying to show off? Like it's really easy.
It's really easy. Riven actually doing pretty okay, so.
All right, I can hold the turret, I think, but.
Oh, that's bad. That's bad.
Oh!
Take her down.
Oh, he's got a Nivea! What is that?
I'm still gonna kill the Lux Singer.
Scramble!
Oh my God.
Galio, nice.
Nice.
Nice! trying to stop
We can't
them from
5v3.
fighting.
Everything,
I thought I dodged it all. No,
everything I have is
Oh,
AoE.
Jesus.
Ulti and 8.
They're gonna get it.
Oh my God! What?
Oh.
No!
Godspeed, Rivington.
I have Zap in a second.
Get excited!
Oh, here we go.
Oh, nice shot,
Nice
Freak.
shot. We
Open
got
your
it. We
eyes
got it.
next
Keep
time.
chasing.
Come on, explode!
Nice. Yeah. Good work.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls saying, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could.